Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Zelenskyy unveils an updated peace plan that could see Ukraine withdraw troops from the east. Bethlehem celebrates Christmas for the first time since the Gaza war, while Gaza observes the holiday in mourning and quiet. India makes history as the country launches its heaviest satellite into orbit, paving the way for future space missions. Now, President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says Ukraine has agreed with the US on an updated peace plan, including possibly withdrawing troops from the east. He says the 20-point framework offers security guarantees from the US, NATO and European allies, with Russia expected to respond after talks with Washington. This comes after a bombing in Russia killed 3 people, with Moscow accusing Ukraine, and as Ukrainian drone attacks hit several Russian regions. For more on this, I'm joined by former EU ambassador to Russia, Vigaldas Usakas. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. I want to begin.
Thank you. Good evening.
Evening to you. Russia has now been sent the peace plan agreed by Ukraine and the US. But as Zelenskyy said himself, the issue of territory is the most difficult point. Are we any closer at all to any resolution?
I think we are very close. While territories, of course, is a very difficult one, but the most important for President Zelenskyy, for Ukraine, and I would say for the West, including my country, Lithuania, and the Baltics and Poland, is that Ukraine would obtain not a paper guarantees, but a real security guarantees, which would be supported by European troops on the ground and U.S. commitment in support of those troops, so that President Putin or whoever is going to be leader in the future does not repeat a military invasion unprovoked war against independent country of Ukraine.
And it's really interesting because that leads me on to my next question. So the ball right now is in Russia's court. We're waiting for their response. But in your opinion, will Russia agree to this revised plan, especially point number 5 that you've just talked about, that the US, NATO and European allies of Kyiv will provide Article 5 style guarantees? Because when I speak to people from the Russian side, they tell me the reason this war started is because Ukraine was pushing NATO to join NATO and NATO was creeping closer to Russian borders.
Well, that's a very good question. We will only know when we hear what President Putin says, although his spokesperson, Mr. Peskov, if you noted a couple of days ago, had already kind of alluded that, well, you know, I mean, this question is under consideration. So it was not an immediate refusal, as it used to be by Minister Lavrov a couple of months ago. So I think there is something being cooked by a talented double negotiators of Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. And I think we will see that coming very soon. At the same time, you know, if you look strategically, I think clever people in Kremlin and Russia at large are already seeing that it's Russia who is losing. Russia has lost more than 1 million people on the front with Ukraine. Russia has lost 2 neutral countries, Sweden and Finland, joining NATO. And Russia, President Putin, has lost trust from the former allies in Central Asia and Caucasus. I mean, who can trust Russia under current circumstances if they have launched a war against the brotherhood country of Ukraine? So, and I mean, I think on a larger scale, Ukraine is a winner. But I mean, you know, the deal has to be cemented and will have to be supported by a clear security guarantees that repetition of that war is not emerging again in the future.
And I find it really interesting that you think Russia is losing this fight, because I've also had many people on right now. We've been talking about Europe, and especially Europe when it comes to giving Ukraine Russian assets. The European Union appeared very, very divided on this decision. They ended up not releasing those Russian assets to Ukraine, and they made a different deal. President Donald Trump has really been pushing Zelenskyy to make concessions, where it doesn't appear that Putin has had to make many concessions. So I wonder if you think that Europe has been more divided than ever during this time.
Well, we've seen that Europe is awakening and standing by towards a challenge, because, you know, in difference to United States, I mean, it's a union of 27 member states with different opinions, and, you know, it takes time before we agree on something, before we build consensus. We don't have a European president, EU president as such, with the power of US President Donald Trump, and we are a democracy, not autocracy like in Russia, where President Putin is governing both. I mean, not only government, but also the media and people's minds. So, having said this, of course, Europe has still to play a geopolitical game, which has not been used to do so. I think those, 190 billion or whatever assets, frozen assets in Europe, could be and should be used as a leverage to encourage Putin to introduce a ceasefire and to respect the ceasefire and the peace deal in return of possible defreeze. Hopefully, we'll come back to that in the near future.
And it's really interesting because 3 people have been killed in a car bombing in Moscow today. That just days after the death of a Russian general. Authorities in Moscow believe Ukraine could have been behind this attack. How embarrassing is this for President Putin? And is Ukraine sending a signal to the US as these talks continue?
Well, I mean, what else can Ukrainians do? With all due respect, of course, no one wants to see, casualties taking place. But as civilian objects and civilians are dying in Ukraine as a result of Russian invasion and Russian continuous attacks, it's understandable that Ukrainians, are forced to reciprocate with a similar clandestine and other attacks. And I think that's a message that Ukrainians still possess capabilities and leverage to do so. And of course, it is embarrassing for President Putin to see this happening on the streets of Moscow.
And just quickly, sorry, we don't have much time left, but when we look at who can bring this war to an end, is it President Donald Trump? Is he the right man to push Putin into signing an agreement?
Absolutely. Not only that he has committed himself to do so, not only that he has a talented double team of Witkoff and Kushner, but also, more importantly, with all due respect, is that Putin cares only about the United States. He is not afraid of Europe because Europe does not possess military might and military power yet, and he clearly knows that the U.S. outpasses Russia economically, financially, militarily, politically, diplomatically, many times, and that's what he wants to agree. His major goal is not to have a peace with Ukraine. His goal is to have a peace with the United States and try to build a kind of zone of influence or a buffer from his perceived threat coming from the West. And that's why Donald Trump is the right person to broker a deal.
Vagaldas Usakas, thank you so much for joining me on Christmas Eve.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Bethlehem is celebrating Christmas for the first time since the Gaza war, with residents expressing joy as festivities return to the birthplace of Jesus. Meanwhile, in Gaza, Christmas arrives for the third year in silence and grief as families mourn lost loved ones and churches hold only scaled-down services. For more on this, I'm joined by Professor Manuel Hassassian, former Palestinian ambassador to both Denmark and the UK. Manuel, it's a pleasure to have you on. Thank you so much for joining me.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
The biblical city of Bethlehem is celebrating Christmas for the first time in 2 years since the Gaza war did begin, and now we've seen the ceasefire. How significant is this moment?
First of all, I'm talking to you from Bethlehem. It is a low-key Christmas, actually. The festivities that we are used to are non-existent, but at least the religious rituals of Christmas is being celebrated. People are going to the church, trying, to live the Christmas spirit, which has been gone for a couple of years now. But I wouldn't say that the festivities are taking place because this is not the Christmas that I'm used to. It is being celebrated, but with cautious optimism, as we say. However, I mean, when we look at Gaza, Gaza has nothing to celebrate except, the death toll and the misery and the tragic events that take place. Even the churches are not celebrating Christmas the way they should do in Gaza. So I would say it is better than last year, but it is a low mood, trying, to accommodate ourselves that this is Christmas. At least the spirit is there. But the joy of Christmas, we are not listening to carols. We are only in Gaza listening to bombs and to drones, unfortunately. So this is the Christmas that we are celebrating.
And as you say there, you are in Bethlehem at the moment, and obviously we must remember that even though it is a festive period, diplomacy, Hassassian, is still happening. And it's really important to highlight that Turkey and Hamas delegations have been meeting in Ankara to discuss the second phase of the Gaza ceasefire deal today. Is this a positive signal that this meeting went ahead today?
Yes, I think it is positive because I think now Hamas and in particular Turkey is very much interested to be, a potent, active player in this peace process and the question of Gaza. So I think, there is a certain kind of political clout when it comes to Turkey trying to set, the question of negotiations with Hamas. And the problem here is that whether the Israelis are ready to negotiate the second phase of Trump's plan. I think, the American president, has to play now a significant role. He has to impose on both parties to come to the negotiating table. And I think, Israel now is going to resist. Israel is procrastinating. Netanyahu is creating new facts on the ground. He doesn't want to leave Gaza completely. He is trying to create buffer zones because elections are coming. And for him to be re-elected, he has to show some teeth as when it comes, to the withdrawal from Gaza or making a deal with Hamas. So from one side, we can say that, the impact of Turkey on Hamas is significant. But the question is, can Trump deliver the Israelis to the negotiating table? This is the question. I think Hamas is ready.
And it's really interesting because I think the question you just highlighted is what many people are asking and thinking. Will Donald Trump put more pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu? But Hassassian, Hamas claims it has fulfilled its obligations under the ceasefire, and it's accused Israel of targeting Gaza to block the next next phase? Well, Benjamin Netanyahu says Hamas violated the ceasefire after an Israeli officer was wounded in Rafah. So how might these two conflicting claims shape what happens next in Gaza? Because what we can see right now is Hamas saying we are sticking to it, we haven't violated it, Israel accusing Hamas of violating it, and it just seems a bit of a mess.
Yeah, well, I agree with you, but everybody knows that Hamas wants to stop this genocide in Gaza. Hamas wants to negotiate. Hamas wants a deal, but the Israelis are not, in that mood. Israel is still bombing, killing indiscriminately Palestinians, civilians, targeting hospitals, still churches and what have you. And since the ceasefire, we have more than 500 people are killed. Now they're trying to make an excuse about one soldier in Rafah, not to get engaged back, in the second phase. This is ridiculous. Everybody knows that Israel is not interested in making a deal and in withdrawing from Gaza. The intention of Israel in the long run is to build again settlements in Gaza. Everybody knows that. And their policies in the West Bank is even more for us challenging with the expansion of settlements and, with the intention of ceding the West Bank once and for all, to kill the concept of a two-state solution. This is what Israel is trying to do. The modus operandi today of Israel is to create new facts on the ground in the West Bank, let alone procrastinate any kind of a peace deal in Gaza, because it nurtures on conflict. And this way, Netanyahu survives with his government that they are at risk with Hamas, and to continue this kind of a conflict will be, supported by his people. And this is, the end game for Netanyahu. No withdrawal from Gaza, building more settlements, and trying more or less to create new facts on the ground. And this is what they want. In the final analysis, Israel wants to cede the West Bank. And then they talk about peace. What kind of peace? When the two-state solution is becoming an illusion, it's no more a reality on the ground. If we look today at the West Bank, it's totally non-geographically contiguous. And we look at, islands of archipelago. There is no continuity there. East Jerusalem is totally blocked from the West Bank. And Gaza is in mess. So how are we going to go back to shoulder the two-state responsibility if all these events are happening on the ground and we don't see, the gavel holder of peace, i.e. supposedly the United States, in putting any kind of pressures on Netanyahu? And this is, where we stand now. We are at a stalemate. There is no hope for progress. And I don't know what is going to trigger to make Israel, understand that this political reality cannot really be sustained.
Professor Manuel Hassassian, thank you so much for joining me and for your analysis and thoughts. And I hope that you have a very nice Christmas Eve.
Thank you, man. The same to you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A Libyan army chief has died in a Turkish Airways air crash. Mohammed Ali al-Haddad was aboard a Falcon 50 jet departing Ankara when he was killed, along with 4 military officials and 3 crew members. The Tripoli-bound plane had requested an emergency landing before contact was lost. At least 2 people have died following an explosion and fire at a nursing home in Pennsylvania. Emergency crews were called to the Silver Lake nursing home after reports of a gas smell. Several people were trapped in the basement of the collapsed building and 5 remain unaccounted for. And finally, the US has denied visas to 5 people, including former European Commission tech regulator Terry Breton, over social media rules. State Secretary Marco Rubio called them radical activists who have targeted censorship towards American speakers and companies. Breton has clashed with Elon Musk over his platform's obligations to follow EU rules. Now, talks are underway between Thailand and Cambodia to end deadly border clashes. At least 40 people have been killed and over 500,000 civilians displaced since fighting erupted in early December. Patrick Falk reports on the challenges any new ceasefire still faces.
Even as Thailand and Cambodia are meeting to try and end the fighting, fresh clashes erupted between the two sides on Wednesday. In Ubon Ratchathani province, explosions could be heard in a mountainous area close to the border, followed by the sight of smoke rising above. Reports say troops have been battling around the strategic high ground known as Mountain 677 for several days. Last night there was continuous gunfire, this local resident says. The talks between Thailand and Cambodia are set to last for 4 days and will conclude with a meeting of the two countries' defense ministers. Ahead of the discussions, though, Thailand outlined several demands, including a call for Cambodia to announce a ceasefire before any talks advance. Both countries signed a ceasefire in July. That deal was brokered by US President Donald Trump, but it didn't hold. Earlier this week, Thailand said the agreement was rushed because Washington wanted the declaration signed in time for Trump's participation in a regional summit. Speaking at a press conference, Cambodia's Defense Ministry spokesperson Nong Sakal expressed a desire to return to what was previously agreed.
We hope that both Cambodia and Thailand will abide by the previously signed joint peace declaration. Furthermore, we call on the Thai side to unconditionally release the 18 Cambodian soldiers who have been detained.
Bangkok has warned if secretariat-level discussions fail to reach agreement on key matters, the Thai side won't go ahead with the regular General Border Committee meeting on December 27th and won't sign any agreement. The conflict is the worst between ASEAN member states since the association was founded in 1967, and as the fighting drags on, weighs on the bloc's credibility. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has congratulated India's space agency for launching the heaviest satellite ever from Indian soil using the LV-M3 rocket. The Bluebird Block 2 satellite from the US was placed into orbit successfully. Modi said the launch boosts India's space capabilities, supports future missions, and also strengthens its role in the global space market. For more on this, I'm joined by Major General Dr. Rajan Kochhar, strategic and defence expert. Major General, a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for your time this evening. Why is this such a significant milestone for India's space journey?
Thank you very much. It's a monumental day for Indian history today that such a heavy lift satellite for the first time, 6.5 tons, has been launched into the orbit. Shows that a strategic patience combined with a cumulative advantage, the way India's space program has progressed over the years. I can take you back to 1962, the INCO SPAR, when Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, he was the father of the India space program. He visualized the entire space program of India. Then in 1963, we had the Thumba, and then 1975, Aryabhat. So progressively, in 1980, we had the SLV-3 launch of Rohini, and we had the ASLVs, and And now we have the LV M3, M6. So it is one journey, I would say, that from a space capable nation, India is today a space assured nation. And it's a milestone in our own way. We have visualized the space program, reliability, repeatedly, and strategic pressure. You see, we have gone through all these things, and when you study a space program, you need to understand that you will go through failures also. We have gone through failures in our space program, but we have not been deterred by this. So I think from this strategic perspective, if I can say, the LV M3 M6 validates India's position across the three core pillars of space power, that is access, sustainment, and influence. So it is becoming extremely important today in today's scenario, because space technology and space warfare are going to shape the future strength of a country. And from that point of view, I think it's a culmination of a civil military fusion, because this space satellite capability of launch is going to help us in our military dominance over our adversary, as well as the commercial aspects, because you see the communication aspects we are talking about are actually mobile communication. Our satellite communication augments the mobile communication. We are talking about 5G, we are talking about 6G. From where this capability comes, it actually comes through the launch of these satellites.
Major General, actually, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what you're talking about and connectivity. And I wanted to talk to you about this because AST Space Mobile was the company behind the satellite launched from India. Is this really a threat to Elon Musk's SpaceX connectivity program? Because this seems to be what India is trying to achieve.
See, we are not into competition with Elon Musk or anybody like that, and we don't want to threaten anybody in its own this thing. It is basically a convergence of interest, because Elon Musk has also come to India today. You know that he has brought in the technology and he's collaborating with our telecommunication company. So I think it is we are not into a competition or to tell Elon Musk that you can be you aside, and India is has the technology now to do it themselves, because all these space technologies, when we talk about it, takes time, and these actually commercial innovations, it will take time to fructify into the things on ground. So I don't think we have a competition with Elon Musk as of now. But yes, in a long term, when we talk about long-term capability, a time will come that we have been speaking this word Atmanirbhar Bharat quite often in our country. And this is the message which must go also to the world. That in times to come, India is going to be Atmanirbhar. We may not need Elon Musk in the near future. Today, we need his technology, we need his capability to further our satellite communication. But in times to come, I tend to agree with you on your assessment that in times to come, I think we will develop our own satellite communication, which will have a space governance ecosystem, because ultimately it boils down to having an ecosystem within your own country. And I think that is a strategic inflection point we are talking about here.
And Major General, just quickly, apologise, we don't have much time left, but I just want to ask you, what are some of India's main choke points when it comes to the future of its space sector? What difficulties is India going to face?
See, there are 2-3 aspects as far as the choke points are actually concerned. That one is the choke points in terms of technology, because we need to develop that kind of technology, and the choke points actually relate to research and development, because the actually amount of money we spent on research and development, I think, should undergo a change, because the more you spend money on research and development, the more you will be able to get the technology, and the more you will be able to retain your workforce within the country, because our biggest challenge is that our scientists and all these who are highly qualified look for avenues outside India. So how do we create the ecosystem within our own country to retain this talent, within us? I think that is going to be the biggest challenge for us. And the second challenge, as I actually mentioned, is giving impetus to research and development, because unless you give money, unless you give scope, unless you have the infrastructure for research and development, how are you going to have homegrown technology? So these are the two areas I visualize are going to be the challenges in the front of our government.
Major General Dr. Rajan Kochhar, thank you so much for joining me, and Merry Christmas to you. Brooklyn Beckham has reportedly blocked his parents and siblings on Instagram after Victoria liked one of his posts, escalating the Beckham family feud. Tensions date back to Brooklyn and Nicola Peltz's wedding, but this latest move comes just days before Christmas. The drama has sparked a flood of comments urging reconciliation with David and Victoria, and they are said to be heartbroken by their son's actions. For more on this, I'm joined from London by the showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci. Stephanie, thank you so much. I feel like I stole all your sandwiches with those intros, but I'm sure you've got more insight into me right now. So, Stephanie, I want to know what's happening. Can you tell us more about this fresh twist in the Beckham family feud on the run-up to Christmas? Basically, who's blocked who and why?
Leigh Ann, it's quite a sad state of affairs for the Beckhams because, up until a few years ago, you would have felt like this was a very tight-knit family. But this year, stealing the headlines has been at this apparent fallout which has happened between Brooklyn Beckham and his parents and his siblings. So over the weekend, there was a story that came out that Victoria Beckham and David Beckham had unfollowed their son, Brooklyn. So this comes amid headlines upon headlines about this fallout. And then their youngest son, Cruz Beckham, came out and said, look, my mum and dad will never unfollow their son. We've just all woken up and we've all been blocked by Brooklyn. So Cruz has been someone who's been a bit of a spokesperson for the family throughout all these rumors, putting stuff to bed and said, actually, no, we weren't the ones that unfollowed Brooklyn. It was him for unfollowing us. So a lot of people are asking why. Victoria apparently liked a picture of him roasting a turkey, which would just be normal for any mother to do. But for Brooklyn to do this, it's speaking volumes that he is no longer wanting to be in communication with his family. It's been like this for a few months, and it seems like for 2026, it seems like the Beckham family are going to be fractured when it comes to their relationship with Brooklyn.
And the rumours surrounding this feud, Stephanie, have been circulating for months. But the big question is, where did this all start? Because I remember even when Nicola Peltz married Brooklyn Beckham, there were rumours of a rift, but no one really knows what was sort of the first thing to ignite this.
Wow, apparently what sources have said, many sources have said it all comes down to Nicola's wedding dress. Apparently Victoria wanted her to wear one of her designs from her VB collection, which apparently Nicola did not want to wear, dress made by Victoria, which apparently led to them being at odds. Also at the wedding itself, it feels like Nicola feels that the Beckhams were overshadowing her big day, because if we saw, it was only a few months ago that Nicola and Brooklyn got remarried again. So that was a big sign to say she wasn't happy what happened to the first time round. For the second wedding, there wasn't a Beckham in sight. So it is one of those things now. Brooklyn and Nicola are in stateside. The Beckhams are in the UK, and it looks like they're seriously apart.
And it's so sad, isn't it? Like you say, it's Christmas, and of course the image-conscious Beckhams have always had an extremely tight-knit family. We've always seen pictures of them. I remember, I'm that old, when Brooklyn Beckham was born. Yeah, and how exciting that is. But how is this impacting them personally? And of course, the brand Beckham, which has always been so tightly controlled.
Well, it seems like as we move into 2026, Leigh Ann, there is now a new brand Beckham minus Brooklyn. And we can see that Brooklyn is quite eager to build up his own brand with Nicola. And I think what got to him at the beginning of the week was that social media were really pushing him to make amends with his mother. And it feels like the pressure has probably got too much for him. And he's just wanted to draw a line under this to say, I am no longer a part of that family, which is quite sad, because I think for Victoria and David, they've always, even despite them being quite popular celebrities, they've liked to keep the scandals under wraps. And I think Brooklyn's latest move is not helping the family image at all. But he clearly has a bee in his bonnet against his family.
I actually have seen a lot of comments on social media and on various other sites that everyone's just saying Brooklyn Beckham's basically a brat. I don't know what you think of that, Stephanie. I thought it was quite an interesting take on it. Because, you know, the Nepo baby is something that someone always talks about.
I was just about to say that. I think a lot of people think these Nepo babies are quite entitled. Like, if we think about the Beckhams, the fame lies with David for his football. It lies with Victoria for her music. And the kids are just a product of that. And Brooklyn Beckham seems to be, you know, with some of these Nepo babies, they do turn against their parents because sometimes they feel stifled and they want to create their own identity. And looking the way Brooklyn's acting, I pretty much predict next year he will tell his side of the story, because there's only so long that he could be painted as a brat. It also damages his reputation when he wants to do things in the States.
Good point. And Stephanie, we have to talk about Andrew and Epstein, because this story is not going away, and it's been leading many of the front pages in the UK today, where you are. How much pressure is Andrew under right now following the release of this latest batch of Epstein files?
Just when you thought, you know, Prince Andrew could probably stick his head up and breathe a bit, he said he's going to move out of Windsor Castle. This is like the Grinch before Christmas for not even Prince Andrew anymore, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. He would have thought he would have been put things to bed, but no, these files at the moment, they are the files that keep on giving. The latest story that we've all been talking about over here is emails which have come out from the files, which appear to be from Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to Ghislaine Maxwell, apparently asking if she knows any inappropriate friends that he could meet during a business trip in Peru. Andrew hasn't commented on this, but, you know, this is the last thing King Charles needs before Christmas. I think for the king, he's probably thought he put this scandal to bed when he stripped Andrew of his titles and him moving out. But now it seems like a further storm is brewing, and there's going to be more answers that are going to be needed for his brother's part in this scandal, which only seems to be growing. You know, this week we've had so many famous faces who've had to come out and explain pictures, explain them being with Epstein. And for Andrew, this has been ongoing. And I think, you know, he's been stripped of his royal title. He's now moved out. What further can happen to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor? I think quite a lot more, because it detaches from the good work that the royal family have tried to build up the trust of the public over the past few years. But, you know, from what the King's actions in October, he shows that he is very fast at distancing himself from Andrew.
Stephanie Tecci, it's an early Christmas present to have you on this evening. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, Leigh Ann. Have a great Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. Have a great Christmas. Stephanie, thank you so much. Take care.
See you soon. Bye.
See you soon. Bye. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Gold, silver and platinum prices have hit a record high. Gold climbed over the $4,500 per ounce mark for the first time ever on the final trading day before Christmas. Silver reached $72.16 a troy ounce, and platinum climbed to over $2,300 per ounce. Oil prices also continue to climb as tensions between the US and Venezuela rise. Supply disruption fears are thought to be at the forefront of the price increase. President Trump has ordered a blockade of oil tankers going in and out of the country and declared that the airspace around Venezuela be considered closed. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora will be coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye. Happy Christmas Eve. Thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Fresh releases of the Jeffrey Epstein files reignited shock and controversy across the United States and the United Kingdom, as newly disclosed documents and images prompted renewed scrutiny of institutions, political figures, and the Justice Department's handling of the material. Media coverage focused on disturbing details, heavy redactions, and growing demands for transparency. At the same time, exclusive reporting revealed that Israel has quietly intervened in post-Assad Syria, backing select militias and covert measures aimed at curbing the authority of Ahmed al-Sharia as he seeks to consolidate power. We'll start with American media, which treated the latest Epstein file release as a major national story, with heavy coverage focused on disturbing new details. Outlets highlighted fresh documents, photos, and internal records, while stressing that most material remains unreleased. Coverage also emphasized political fallout, noting reactions involving Donald Trump and scrutiny of how the Department of Justice is handling the disclosures tied to Epstein. The Wall Street Journal reviews the Justice Department's second release of the files, highlighting material that deepens political fallout rather than clarifying guilt. The report explains the documents include a fake passport, a forged letter falsely implicating Donald Trump, and also flight records showing Trump traveled on Epstein's jet several times in the 1990s. They also surface images and emails, again tying Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew to Epstein's circle. The New York Times examined flaws in the Justice Department's handling of newly released Epstein files, revealing that some redactions were so poorly done they could be reversed with basic digital tools. The report shows how sensitive details, especially about Jeffrey Epstein's finances and also abuse, were unintentionally exposed, raising doubts about the care and also credibility of the release process. The piece highlights that while the uncovered material adds little about Donald Trump, it shows rushed censorship, technical failures, and growing concerns over how transparently and competently the Epstein documents are being disclosed. The New York Post reviews newly released Justice Department photos taken inside Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan townhouse, focusing on disturbing visual material rather than new legal findings. The piece talks about images that show artworks depicting children in compromising poses, framed photos of minors, and also childlike role-play costumes laid out inside the home. Other pictures also reveal a sculpture of a bride hanging from a rope. Also, murals and rooms filled with unsettling decor. The piece highlights what the Deputy Attorney General said, defending the limited disclosure, saying the slow rollout and redactions were necessary to protect victims, even as critics accused the administration of withholding information. British media, on the other hand, was still reeling from the latest release. Coverage focused mainly on Prince Andrew, highlighting new emails, photos and FBI interest revealed in the Epstein files. Coverage stressed the damage to the monarchy while noting heavy redactions and many unanswered questions about accountability. The Times asked whether all Epstein files have been released. The analysis reviews the slow and partial release of the Epstein files, questioning the Justice Department's compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. It reports that only about 130,000 pages have been released so far, despite officials estimating the full trove at roughly 1 million pages. The piece highlights mounting political tension, with lawmakers accusing the Trump administration of delays, heavy redactions, and selective disclosure. Now, overall, the piece frames the rollout as incomplete, contested, and increasingly politicized, with legal threats looming over the Justice Department's handling of the files. The Times also scrutinized Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and his links to Peter Nygaard, the Canadian fashion mogul who was convicted of sexual assault and sex trafficking, including allegations involving minors. The report highlights documents show the FBI sought to interview Andrew in 2020 about visits to Nygaard's Bahamas estate, where trafficking was apparently alleged. The piece notes that while Andrew is not accused of crimes and denies wrongdoing, the revelations deepen concerns about his associations beyond Jeffrey Epstein, reinforcing the damaging pattern highlighted by the ongoing files release. The Guardian highlighted the newly released Epstein files that appear to show Andrew Mountbatten Windsor asking Ghislaine Maxwell to find him inappropriate friends while she discussed arranging friendly and discreet girls. The report talks about emails from 2001, 2002 that link Andrew to plans for his Peru trip and confirm the Federal Bureau of Investigation sought to question him. In the U.S., other stories competed for the media attention. One was newly surfaced evidence that the United States is expanding its military presence in the Caribbean as pressure mounts on Venezuela. The New York Times looked at flight tracking data, finding out that there were at least 16 recent C-17 cargo flights to Puerto Rico, alongside an already large naval deployment. The piece highlights President Trump's escalating rhetoric and hints of possible action against Nicolas Maduro, while noting official silence on troop movements and growing legal concerns over an undeclared military campaign. Another story was the Supreme Court's decision to block President Trump's attempt to deploy the National Guard in Chicago. The Washington Post highlights the court's decision that Trump likely lacked legal authority, rejecting his claim of broad, unchecked power to federalize troops for immigration enforcement. It also notes that the decision keeps the deployment frozen while lawsuits continue and could shape similar cases nationwide. The Washington Post also revealed in an exclusive how Israel has quietly intervened in post-Assad Syria to limit the power of President Ahmad al-Shara, whom Israeli officials view as an untrustworthy former Islamist militant. Drawing on interviews with Israeli, Western and also Druze sources, the piece details covert Israeli support for Syrian Druze militias, including weapons, intelligence, medical aid and also monthly cash payments. The piece explains that the goal, according to officials, is to prevent a strong hostile central government from consolidating power near Israel's border. It concludes that while Israel has recently scaled back lethal aid and entered talks with Damascus, it continues non-lethal support to the Druze, underscoring tensions with Washington, which backs Shara as a stabilizing force. And we'll end with Politico, which reviews explosive claims by former Netanyahu aide that in the immediate aftermath of the October 7th Hamas attack, the Prime Minister focused on avoiding blame rather than accepting responsibility. The piece quotes the former aide saying Netanyahu asked him to craft messages to deflect media scrutiny and remove any reference to responsibility, describing the leader as panicked. It also notes that Netanyahu's office dismisses the allegations as self-serving lies. That's it for today. Thanks for watching the dailies, only on Arabiya English.
Peace at any cost? The US says Ukraine is losing the war and should accept a deal. The EU argues that would be walking into a Russian trap. Shuttle diplomacy to end the conflict continues, but is Kyiv running out of leverage? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up soon on Counterpoints.
They seized our homes and refused to leave them.
We launched the attack and destroyed the enemy's capabilities.
There is a security concern, and this concern is related to Al-Shabaab.
I opened the car window and saw my legs severed.
She disappeared for a while and came back pregnant in the camp.
We achieved major victories. We defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
It is very important that we see more embassies opening in Mogadishu.
If they give us the chance, we will return here tomorrow.
Somalia faces major challenges, with more than 60% of its population affected by nearly 2 decades of ongoing clashes with Al-Shabaab. The Kawarai militia, as Somalis call it, seeks to overthrow the government and establish its own rule.
There is a security concern. and this concern is linked to Al-Shabaab, which is not only an extremist movement that uses violence to achieve its goals, but also a movement that runs parallel to the state and tries to impose a complete alternative reality in parts of this country.
واقعا كاملا في أجزاء من هذه الدولة.
Al-Shabaab was founded in 2004, and its first public appearance under its current name came in 2006 on the ruins of a state that had been torn apart and exhausted by civil wars. In that same year, the United States designated it a terrorist organization. It served as the military wing of the Islamic Courts Union, which had consolidated its control over Mogadishu and the south of the country, becoming a major force through a system of Sharia court. In 2007, the movement split from the Union, which had refused to remain silent in the face of Ethiopian intervention, having become a magnet for many extremist currents with backing from Eritrea.
We are dealing with a Somali phenomenon that naturally crosses borders, receives support from abroad, and works to strengthen and cultivate its ties with other terrorist groups. Yet it has a distinctly Somali character. They say it is largely self-funded and entrenches its presence. Militarily, it constantly wages hit-and-run attacks and exploits clan disputes. And it exploits the lack of coordination between the central government and the regions, attacking weak positions.
The movement's current emir is Ahmed Diriye, known as Abu Ubada al-Somali, succeeding Ahmed Abdi, known as Mukhtar Abdul Rahman Abu Zubair, who was killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2014. 2 years earlier, the movement had pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda, revealing an even more brutal face.
When the explosion happened, I heard that I had lost my leg. I saw thick smoke rising beneath me. I couldn't believe I was the target. I opened the car window and saw my severed leg. I panicked at the horror of what I saw. I jumped out of the car and crawled 4 or 5 steps. Nearby, there was an army checkpoint on the road leading to the airport. It is a heavily guarded area. I heard intense gunfire. Then the first soldier came toward me. I identified myself as a journalist because they thought I was the suicide bomber. After that, the soldiers took me to the hospital. The damage done to me is visible, but I did not bow to their intimidation and threats. I did not stop my work or my education, and I believe I defeated them. I did not give in to what they were demanding of me.
It was a bloody period after which the Somali army entered. A new phase of decisive, intensive field operations targeting the rebels' strongholds.
Battles between Al-Shabaab and the state keep recurring. In the past, we would leave our homes and then come back. But now, the fighting methods have changed because Al-Shabaab fighters seized our homes and refused to leave them, so the state brought in its artillery and began shelling them.
This approach began under former President Sharif. Sheikh Ahmed continued under President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud during his first term, and then under his successor, Mohamed Abdullahi Mohamed, known as Farmayo. The year 2022 marked a decisive turning point in the fight against terrorism, when the government, with the support of the CLA African Union mission, dealt heavy blows to the extremists.
Since the arrival of President Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud to power in May 2022, the state declared a war against those outside the law. Major campaign in which the state prevailed and the rebels suffered heavy defeats. We drove them out of many areas they used to control. When we speak of a distance of 30 kilometers from Mogadishu, we mean the towns of Balad and Basra. We also pushed them away from the Haradhir area, 8 kilometers from Mogadishu. We can say that the Somali state now controls around 90 to 95% of the territory.
Al-Shabaab bases its strategy on choosing cities in strategic locations to serve as its strongholds. The latest area to be liberated from its grip was the town of Baria. About 60 kilometers from Mogadishu, the town served as a forward base for the group's fighters, from which they planned and managed operations against the capital and its surroundings.
Baria is an important area. First, it is agricultural land. Second, it is close to the towns of Maro and Afgoy all the way to Marca, which makes it strategically important for the enemy. The terrorists try to move closer to the area, disrupt people's lives, and control the road leading to Mogadishu. Securing Baria is part of the operation. The military operation we called Silent Storm. The town has a strategic location, allowing us to monitor movements in the surrounding areas, on both sides.
Clashes have changed the face of the town after it spent a period behind the front lines. Motionless bodies bear witness to a fierce struggle, and hope is renewed for residents to return to their homes again.
Shabab fighters came and ordered all the residents to leave. They told them they did not want to see any of them here. All our people want to return to their homes. If they give us the chance, we will come back here tomorrow.
There is no current danger. What remains is to comb the area carefully, clear the mines they planted, and search for any remnants that could still harm people. Once we finish this important process, we will allow people to return to their homes. We will continue and move on to other areas, including Oudale.
Somali clans have also stepped in after growing fed up with the extortion payments imposed on them by force. A tribal uprising was a decisive factor in tipping the balance of the confrontation, drawing on its intimate knowledge of the terrain and the fighters' movements.
Those we call the Kawari, or outlaws, who controlled southern Somalia, are from the Al-Shabaab group, based in the south of Withdrawal, and then near in Puntland all the way to the far end of Jubaland, where Ras Kamboni is located, an Islamist military front. In the north, specifically, in the Golis Mountains and in Al-Miskat, ISIS is present. We have achieved major victories. With the help of the Puntland army and people, we have defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
The escalation peaked in March 2025, when there was an attempt to target President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud's convoy with a roadside landmine near the presidential palace. This bloody approach is not limited to striking state institutions and symbols. It targets anyone who opposes the movement's extremist ideology.
They wanted to silence me, to make me keep quiet. They were targeting public figures, so that ordinary people would feel despair when they saw one or two such people killed, among public figures to terrorize society and destabilize the state. They want to frighten the people. Personally, I did not feel fear and did not leave my country as other journalists did. We stayed and continued talking about them. They will come to an end. One day...
Illegal, taxes, smuggling, kidnapping and extortion, money laundering and external support. This is how the movement funds its terrorist activities, providing it with around $100 million a year, according to the U.S. Treasury Department.
هذا التمويل ممتد ويساعده في
This funding is sustained, and it is aided by a kind of pragmatism in dealing with clans, sometimes trying to win them over, sometimes standing against them, and terrorizing those clans, dealing with them in ways that avoid direct confrontations. Addressing this requires a great deal of work, not only from Somali society, but from the Somali state and from the country's brothers and partners.
We have put in place an economic program to combat the Al-Shabaab terrorist movement, and we established a financial intelligence center to fight terrorist groups economically. We have succeeded in tightening the economic noose around them and cutting off their financial support. According to the latest reports, we have managed to close 575 accounts linked to the movement and have frozen 21 bank accounts.
International and regional alliances have stepped in and tightened the noose around these groups through ongoing operations to drive them out of their positions, mainly in the south and center of the country.
Neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti have helped us. They have been part of the African Union peacekeeping mission since 26, as well as Uganda, one of the African countries supporting us. These states have joined us at every stage of the fight against terrorism. Their soldiers are part of the PIA, African Union forces. Without their efforts on Somalia's security, terrorism would also have reached neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Somalia itself is deeply interconnected with its neighboring states.
The movement has lost much of its influence after the renewed pressure on it, combined with intensive U.S. airstrikes, and a series of defections has also thrown it into disarray and undermined its organizational structure.
I broke away from Al-Shabaab after a long ordeal. Their only goal is destruction and sabotage. They show no mercy to the weak, and life among them was harsh and difficult. I surrendered to the government. I want to live a dignified life, and pledged to fight them alongside the government forces and defend the country against those who kill people.
I used to think they represented Islam, and that anyone who opposed their ideas was a disbeliever. I even joined them and believed in their ideology. But their brutal killing of innocents and my inability to bear it pushed me to flee, especially after they ordered me to carry out a brutal killing operation. Before carrying it out, I decided to escape.
Mogadishu, which used to fall asleep to the sound of explosions and wake up to security fears and bullet marks on the walls, has now begun to regain its long-forgotten features. A cautious calm prevails under constant vigilance. Security checkpoints are everywhere, with heavy concrete barriers at the city's intersections. Military patrols monitor all entry points closely. A daily inspection routine is still present on every corner. Zoba Street, which witnessed the deadliest terrorist attacks in the capital's history in October 2017, and October 2022 is now entering a new phase of construction and development in an effort to restore the security that years of violence have taken away. Bakara Market, one of the largest markets in the Horn of Africa and the center of economic life in Somalia. For years, it was an open battlefield between warlords, Al-Shabaab fighters, and peacekeeping forces. The place's memory takes us back to 1992, when the state of chaos and social fragmentation prompted the United Nations to intervene militarily under U.S. leadership in what was then called Operation Restore Hope.
Today, I informed Secretary General Boutros Ghali that America will respond to the call. I have given Secretary Cheney the order to deploy a substantial American force to Somalia.
The clashes in and around Bakara Market escalated, and the market gained worldwide notoriety, especially after the events of October 3, 1993, the Battle of Mogadishu, when General Mohammed Farah Aidid's forces shot down 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters and dragged the bodies of their crew through the area.
This past weekend, we all reacted with anger and horror when an armed Somali gang desecrated the bodies of our American soldiers and paraded an American pilot as a captive. These tragic events raise difficult questions about our efforts in Somalia. Why are we still there?
The fierce battles left 19 American soldiers dead, after which U.S. forces withdrew from Somalia in 1994. Today, with tighter security and an increased police presence inside, the market is seeing a noticeable recovery for both consumers and traders.
Anyone who knows Bakara Market knows well that it has gone through major problems. In the past, there were serious obstacles related to security, the economy, and commercial competition. These challenges plunged us into a cycle of fear, killings and bombings, and hardship. There were huge explosions in nearby areas that caused many problems for our people. Thank God, there is a big difference between what we went through in the past and where we are today.
The relative stabilization of conditions has boosted commercial activity and extended to livestock markets, the backbone of Somalia's economy for centuries, the main source of livelihood for most of its people.
This market was established in 2005. Large numbers of goats and sheep are brought here. Trade is going well. Prices rise at times and fall at others. A sheep costs between $250 and $300, and a goat between $120 and $160. The market receives around 6,000 head of sheep each month, and during the Eid periods the number rises to about 60 or 70,000 head.
Ada International Airport, named after the country's first president, is regaining its air traffic after being destroyed following the overthrow of Siad Barre's regime.
We have here 23 domestic flights a day to local airports, and we also have 17 international flights. We work with Interpol, which makes it easier for us to identify all those on watch lists. We are keen to arrest criminals. and those working with organizations such as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Al-Shabaab. It has also become easier for us because we have a system known as the Fraud Detection Unit, FDU, which allows us to detect forged passports and visas and catch forgers.
The airport is one of the most heavily guarded sites in the capital, particularly in the Green Zone. It is a strategic hub for the government and international organizations, which makes it a target.
We facilitate the arrival and movement of our international partners here, but dealing with Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and ISIS is very difficult at times, because they can easily change their names and alter their records. Sometimes there are people who work with them and try to bring them into the country so that they can operate here more easily.
Mogadishu Port, the maritime heart of the capital, and the country's economic gateway to the Indian Ocean, is regaining its competitive position among Africa's major ports despite past setbacks.
Last year in Mogadishu, port became the second-best port in sub-Saharan Africa. The first was also Somalia's Berbera port, and we are trying to reach first place this year. Last year's estimates indicated that more than 400 ships arrived here. And as conditions improve and peace returns to Somalia, many business people have begun to benefit, not only in imports but also in exports, for example, to Kenya, Asia, and Arab countries. This is very positive for our business community. We have also put in place an advanced system under which all incoming ships undergo thorough inspections. Everything entering through our ports is checked. Everything entering through our ports is checked. And we have one of the most modern scanning devices in the region.
Directing domestic and foreign investment into infrastructure is an important step to boost an economy that faces major challenges such as poverty and youth unemployment exceeding 70%.
In Somalia, young people make up about 75% of the population, and their ages range from 18 to 50 years old, which means that we have an overall promising human capital. Even in terms of technology, we are developing significantly compared to neighboring countries. We have very good internet, so it is expected that the government will raise the economic growth rate to about 5 to 6%. As for average annual income per capita, it used to be around $300 and is now close to $600 to $700, which in itself is a clear improvement. The country has also launched a Vision 2060, under which we hope to raise average daily income per person from $2 to $5.
In addition to the traditional engines of development, new promising sectors are emerging, bringing fresh opportunities for investment and growth.
We still have great hopes of finding oil and gas, and exploration has already begun. So we are currently very optimistic economically. Our GDP growth rate is about 3 to 4%. We have 4 main sectors driving economic development: livestock, agriculture, fishing, and now we have started entering the oil and gas sector, which gives us substantial and diversified potential to drive our economic growth.
Despite the fragility of the economic recovery indicators, they have encouraged Somali investor Abdinur Gutel to establish his project in the heart of Makkah al-Mukarramah Street, which was once the scene of bloody bombings.
Somalia is our country. We were working here before this project was set up. We see it as a social duty. If we don't do it, no one else will. That's why we wanted to invest in Somalia. To create jobs for Somali youth who used to risk their lives at sea to migrate to Europe and other countries. We have hired many of them, and people from the wider community. And we have also created a platform where all Somali companies can showcase their products and services for the Somali people.
Economic momentum has been strengthened by Somalia's accession to the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa and the East African Community. This step falls within a broader trend of economic diplomacy, which requires diplomatic openness that brings the country back onto the international stage.
It is very important for us to see more embassies opening in Mogadishu. We are working on this every day with our international partners, and going forward, we look forward to opening more embassies and missions. Diplomatic missions in Mogadishu. We work closely in line with our strategic vision at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to open more diplomatic missions around the world, especially in countries with which we have good and strong ties.
A political approach that runs up against various obstacles. In an unusual scene, on the side of the road, the pavements turn into spaces to display and sell the shilling, Somalia's local currency. Bundles of banknotes that reflect high levels of inflation, which forced the government to adopt the dollar as an alternative currency alongside the emergence of electronic payment systems. Somalia's location has had a major impact on its political and economic makeup, past and present, making it a constant focal point of competition between great powers.
Its geographic position is clear: the Gulf of Aden, Bab al-Mandeb, and a coastline of 3,330 kilometers, the second longest coast in Africa. In sea lands of great importance, you are talking about a country emerging from conflict that has entered a zone of intense international competition, with multiple regional states competing over control of the maritime gateways in Africa and beyond. Naturally, this location puts it in the eye of these storms. The second, and very important, point for Somalia is that it forms the first line of contact in this part of the Horn of Africa and the Arab world in the fight against terrorism.
The same strategic location takes us back to a pivotal era in Somalia's history, when its unique geography in the Horn of Africa drew the interest of the major colonial powers, which redrew its borders according to their interests. After independence, Somalis began the journey of building a unified state, but successive conflicts threw Arab, African Somalia back into a spiral of fragmentation.
The most prosperous era in Somalia's history was when the country gained independence from British and Italian colonial rule and later united into a single entity, the Somali Republic, on 1 July 1960 until January 1975. Since that date, Somalia's trajectory began to decline sharply after the military regime executed 10 Somali elders who opposed the regime's so-called family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. Who opposed what the regime called the family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature that gave women greater equality with men. After that, Somalia entered the 1977 war with Ethiopia, a war that gradually led to the weakening of the Somali state and to its eventual collapse.
Following these deep divisions, international and Arab efforts emerged to bring the parties together and overcome political and security complexities.
During the collapse of President Siad Barre's government, may he rest in peace, and up to the establishment of the first transitional government in 2004, the Arab League had an envoy, and from that, time on, we began trying to calm tempers between the Somali parties. In 2006, we held negotiations in Khartoum between the Somali transitional government and the Islamic courts. In 2008, we opened an Arab League mission during some of the darkest times when Somali society and its government were suffering from rampant violence.
As internal fighting worsened, federalism emerged as a political option for bringing people together, granting the region's broad self-rule within a unified state, producing 6 states, the most recent of which is the northeastern state, a direction rejected by Somaliland in the north of the country, which unilaterally declared secession in 1991. Today, this African country stands in the middle, seeking a delicate balance between its internal obligations and the pressures of geopolitics.
From a geopolitical perspective, our core vision is to work closely with all our partners, including our neighbors, because every challenge we face. As a government, we see as an opportunity to cooperate with states that are serious about working with us on the basis of respect for our sovereignty, our unity, and our national and international interests.
In the outskirts of the city, tin shack neighborhoods appear as a forced refuge for thousands of families fleeing conflict zones. Most live on limited means amid a total absence of infrastructure and basic services. A fragile social fabric further burdened by an extreme climate. It struck local community, stability, and left nearly 4 million people suffering from food insecurity out of a population of 19 million. In another part of Somalia's map, among these tents, are stories that led thousands of families to join the Mamis displacement camp in the Danail area. Hassan Ibrahim was one of those who left Baidoa in south-central Somalia during a mass displacement of more than 700,000 people.
I left my area because of drought, hunger, and problems. We've been here for 4 years. We have nowhere to go and cannot find good work. I used to farm and herd livestock. My wife, my children, and I fled after our animals died because the pastures dried up. We came here suffering from many problems.
We've been here for 2 years. We came from Lower Shabelle. My younger sister, Lula, lost her eyesight. We took her to the hospital. But the treatment was very expensive. They asked for a large amount, around $700 or $800, which we cannot possibly afford. Our father went to the countryside looking for work, and our mother works as a porter in Bakara market. Sometimes she earns money, and sometimes she doesn't. We can only have dinner when she gets paid. This is our situation.
Forced movements with different causes, yet all meet at one point, the struggle for survival.
The number of people here is large. They came from the regions of Middle Shabelle and Lower Shabelle, from places like Bay and Bakul, and all the areas beyond Afgoy, Kurioli, and Shalambud. Water shortages and clashes pushed them to come to this camp. Last week I was told that one woman suffered a psychological breakdown because of the fighting. She disappeared for a while and returned pregnant to the camp. There are also some wounded who were hit by gunfire.
Here there is both one thing and its opposite. In a striking shift in migration routes, Somalia has gone from being a source of refugees to a destination for those fleeing crises. Crises no less complex than the reality of this Arab African country.
During the war in Syria, there was a lot of chaos. After I graduated in 2017 or 2018, work conditions were bad, few job opportunities, difficulty starting your own business, and many hardships. Also because of the military situation, we had compulsory service, so I was forced to work abroad. I contacted friends who were already in Somalia. They encouraged me and said job opportunities were good. The climate was good, life was comfortable, and there were no problems at all. And now I am bound by a contract with the group here, and I'm comfortable. And of course, I'm thinking of returning, now that Assad is gone.
أنا يمنية أعيش في الصومال وصار لي من 2021.
I am Yemeni. I've been living in Somalia since 2021. I was in Turkey with my father when I met my husband there, and it happened that I returned to Somalia because of my husband's job. He's an engineer here. I came in 2021 and started a project. The project was a simple idea with a big dream. I love that Somalia is truly a country worth investing in, and I advise anyone to invest here. So I wanted to start a home-based project with simple handmade touches.
بديت أفتح مشروع من البيت بلمسات يد بسيطة.
Somalia today stands at a crossroads between the legacy of old conflicts and a serious opportunity to rebuild beyond the era of state collapse. Somalia's story may shift again given the current situation, and as the model of direct elections appears on the horizon, promising new rules with no war and no division.
Peace at any cost? The US says Ukraine is losing the war and should accept a deal. The EU argues that would be walking into a Russian trap. Shuttle diplomacy to end the conflict continues, but is Kyiv running out of leverage? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up soon on Counterpoints.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. That marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France. Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the DUC Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the State of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the State of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
Are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Peace at any cost? The US says Ukraine is losing the war and should accept a deal. The EU argues that would be walking into a Russian trap. Shuttle diplomacy to end the conflict continues, but is Kyiv running out of leverage? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and you're watching Counterpoints. President Donald Trump likes strong leaders. He likes winners. So his latest comments about Ukraine's leader must have struck the fear of God in Volodymyr Zelenskyy.
You're going to have to get on the ball and start accepting things, you know, when you're losing, because you're losing.
Do you think Ukraine has lost this war?
Well, they've lost territory long before I got here.
He's losing. Losing territory, losing soldiers, and it seems losing US support. This puts President Zelenskyy in a very precarious position as peace negotiations drag on.
Things which are very important for today, I think unity between Europe and Ukraine, and also unity between Europe, Ukraine and the United States. There are some things which we can't manage without Americans, things which we can't manage without Europe, and that's why we need to make some important decisions.
The EU needs to make some important decisions too. Cracks are starting to show in the bloc's support primarily over defence spending and the use of frozen Russian assets to fund the war. Coming up on the show, we'll ask, is it time for Zelenskyy to accept defeat and make a deal? If war fatigue is taking its toll on European support, and if US-EU unity is at risk if they continue to pursue opposing outcomes. Joining the show is Bijan Kian, former US government official who has worked across various US administrations, including President Donald Trump's. Sergei Markov is back with us, Director of the Institute of Political Studies and former public spokesman for Russian President Vladimir Putin. And Tobias Elwood rounds out our panel, a former British Defence Minister and past head of the UK Parliament's Defence Select Committee. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being with us. In a recent sit-down interview, US President Donald Trump was blunt and you could say brutal. He said Volodymyr Zelenskyy needs to start accepting things. He said he believes Ukraine is losing the war and that Russia is in a stronger negotiating position. The Trump administration has made no secret of the fact it's frustrated with the lack of progress and the endless talks, and it seems no longer interested in maintaining the status quo. Bijan, let's start with you. Is it time for President Zelenskyy to accept defeat and make a deal?
Well, Melinda, let me just say my understanding of President Trump's position. He speaks from a position that he wants to end this war. And I think the Europeans also want to end this war with a different view. And, it makes sense to end this war. 3.5 years, hundreds of thousands of people, it doesn't matter on which side, dead. So President Trump is determined to end this war, and he's using all the diplomatic power that he can exert to make this happen in an alignment with our European partners, very important. So where we are today, I believe, looking at this from a very, very, objective point of view, if there is such a point of view out there, is it possible? Everybody needs to drop the low-cost concessions. For example, Russia is acting just like a superpower acts, asking for everything, saying, I want everything. I want your military to be capped. I want no military equipment in any measure, tanks, nothing. And I want to keep all the territory and I want more. Well, that is something that's not going to work out. I'm sure that the United States and Russia have made some understandings on this, or President Trump would have said Russia would be okay with it. Ukraine wants to also keep everything, and they need to take a look at what's a low-cost item they can drop and move on. For example, just accept demilitarize, stay on DMZ, and then, instead of accepting concessions, just buy some time and accept the demilitarized zones as they are. Instead of saying, no, I want Crimea back, I want Donetsk back, I want Donbass back. It's 7,000 kilometers that has to be recognized. President Putin, I don't think, can go back and say, we went through all these casualties and we got nothing. So everybody has to drop the expectations to a low-cost level, make it possible to end the war. And as long as that's allowed, there is hope that the war would be ended.
Okay. Tobias, I'm going to ask you next because, Sergei, I know what your answer to that question is going to be, so I'm going to come to you at the end. Tobias, do you agree with Bijan? And do you think that accepting defeat would embolden President Putin?
Well, I agree that we want the war to end, but the question is on what terms? War is horrible. I'm a former soldier. It is violent. It's destructive. People die. But the idea that you then rush to a peace deal, assuming that everybody's then simply going to go home and accept that, that's the big question. Who's going to provide the guarantees for peace? America has already made it clear that it's not interested in providing European security. It's stepping back, not just from Ukraine, but from Europe as a whole. That's leaving the West, the rest of Europe, to look at that. And what assurance do we get that Russia is not going to advance its geopolitical objectives beyond Ukraine? I'm sorry to say, but Russia cannot be trusted. Russia cannot be trusted that it won't simply use the pause to rearm, regroup, and do this all over again. And this is the fundamental difference between American and European thinking. Trump is very concerned about the war. He's made that clear. But when you dig deeper, he's actually more interested in securing a minerals deal with Russia, befriending Russia. That came out in the national security strategy, rather than looking at the prospects of peace for Europe, which means standing up for Ukraine's sovereignty. The idea that in today's day and age, we allow the bully to gain traction, to keep a fifth of another country that it's invaded, and then pretend everything's okay and we can all go home, really ignores how global instability is growing, how global order is crumbling. We want America to show leadership. Trump promised that. And Europe has been very, very patient with the American president in trying to secure a deal to get people around the table. But that 28-point plan, which I think you've referenced already, was just a copy of what Russia's asking list was. And it was never going to be acceptable. And what we see today, to conclude my thoughts here, is America has decided to step back. Europe's now got to step up because Russia is not going to change its advances, its interests in expanding its influence across Eastern Europe.
I just want to pick up on one thing before I turn this over to Sergei.
If I may just say something real quickly, Tobias, does Europe have the support of Europeans? Do you have the ability to continue $183 billion? How far is Europe willing to fuel the fire of war on the premise that we have to be fair to Ukraine? Well, President Trump reduced the 28 points to 20 points, removed all those things. What low-cost concessions can Europe here tactically, not strategically, make to reduce the suffering now instead of winning political warfare?
Yeah, you make a very powerful point. And right now, there is not the appetite to lean in. The question is, like 1938, whether we're going to have to do it anyway, whether we put this fire out in Ukraine before it spreads. Because I'm afraid today, Britain is being attacked constantly by Russia. We have Russian ships prodding our undersea cables. We have Russian naval vessels coming into our maritime space. We have cybersecurity attacks on a daily, weekly basis. We have disinformation campaigns. We've even had assassinations on our territory as well. That's happening today. And if Russia is able to claim any sort of victory, that will continue right across Europe. That's the bigger picture. I'm afraid America, and I understand the American people don't see, and therefore they want to back away from it. But we're left to pick up the mess. So you're right in saying right now we're perhaps going to struggle, but we'll find out the hard way, because there will be something seismic, something bigger, an acute event which will make us realize that, boy, we're going to have to upgrade our defense posture and stand up to Russia. Otherwise, Russia will not stop.
All right, well, let's bring Russia in then. Bijan, I'm just going to interrupt you there for a moment.
Europe could have done a lot to not escalate the war. We have to be mindful of that as well.
We're going to come. We're absolutely going to come to that point a little bit further in our discussion. We are going to come to that, to Europe and its role a little bit later. But I want to absolutely bring Sergei in here to get, well, Russia's right of reply. First of all, Sergei, is Russia untrustworthy, as Tobias said, and is Russia attacking Britain today, right now?
Of course, Russia not attacking Britain. It's military hysteria which used by British government just for domestic political purposes, not to allow to the British
Your ships are in territorial waters.
With Farage Nigel to come to power. We know that British Donald Trump, mostly popular British politician right now, popularity of current British government is almost zero. Previous British governments who also took part in this war against Russia and put Britain risk to the risk of nuclear war, it also was almost zero. So it's used for the domestic, I would say, quite dirty political purposes. And the British position as well politician of European Union, very contradictory. It's very clear for everybody. Look, on one hand they're saying, Russian army too weak and not able to crush Ukrainian army. On another hand, they say, look, Russian army is going to attack NATO great coalition. But it's as clear as contradiction. And also, another contradiction, Russian leaders many times told, please, Europeans, stay out of Ukrainian crisis. And on another hand, by saying this, you think that Vladimir Putin is sending Russian navies and troops and drones to British territory. What for? To provoke Great Britain to take part in Ukrainian war. I'm very sorry. Why? To support this clear lie, clear propagandistic lie with one goal, to continue to fight against Russia by life of poor Ukrainian people. It's about Great
Let me ask this question.
Sir,
does Russia want to end the war? Does Russia want to end the war? Does Russia want to end the war?
Russia want to end the war because for us, Ukrainians, they are Russians. Kiev,
how long can Russia
open the
this
history
war?
Textbook of the school, you will know that Kiev was Russian capital during 3 centuries, and Ukraine was part of the Russia during more than 1,000 years. For us, it's civil war. For us, Ukraine is occupied part of the Russia, which by Western countries and so on. That's why we want to stop this war as soon as possible. And about security of Ukraine, of course, it's a very important issue. Of course, but the answer is very simple. Ukraine, between 1991 and 2014, when Ukraine was democratic, independent country, not with neo-colonial current repressive Russophobic regime, Ukraine had zero security problems with Russia. So let's back Ukraine to democracy.
Okay. The world is not afraid of Ukraine attacking Russia.
Okay, just a moment. Just a moment, Sergei. Sergei, just hold that thought for a moment. I'm going to bring our other two guests in. First of all, we need to point out that Ukraine absolutely would argue that they are not Russia. They have a distinct language, they have their own culture, and they claim their right to sovereignty. So when Russia says it wants to end the war... So, but I'm going to bring Tobias back in here. And Tobias, what do you make of that argument from Sergei that Europe can't have it both ways? Europe can't say that Russia isn't big enough, strong enough to win against Ukraine. Look at how well Ukraine's doing. And then turn around and say, oh, well, now Russia's going to threaten NATO and it's attacking the UK. Which one is it? Is it a successful military power or is it a threat?
Well, firstly, we're moving from the operational, in other words, what's happening on the battleground and who might or might not win, to the bigger geopolitical question as to whether Russia is right to invade another country. And in the 21st century, where we are today, it's not right for another country to invade a sovereign state and think it can get away with it. Much as they might be the stronger one, we have to stand up to tyranny. We have to stand up to dictators that choose to do that. Or where does our world go? And Ukraine absolutely has every right to defend itself, and the rest of Europe has every right to therefore support Ukraine. Now, there is a bigger question about what NATO should be doing if Russia feels threatened by that. That's certainly for the agreement. That's for the details. That's for the long-term plan. But what we're seeing right now is what happens to the territory that actually belongs to Ukraine that Russia is now claiming. And the point I said at the very beginning is if Russia gets away with this, where does it go next? What will it try and actually do, hoping to then get another peace deal, another chunk of Europe? And that's the concern of all European capitals at the moment, is where does this end? And the perhaps naivety of Washington in not appreciating that if we don't put this fire out, there's probably going to come another time where America looks to Europe for support in perhaps another war, another intervention, another challenge. And we're going to be massively distracted because of what's going on here. Because, of course, behind Russia sits North Korea with its troops coming in, sits Iran with its support, and, of course, China. This is the geopolitical splintering that we're seeing. And I'm really sorry, and I say this as someone who's born in the United States, I have an American passport, that I'm really sorry that America is taking a step back from its interests of the global stage in supporting the very global order it helped write after the Second World War.
Mm-hmm. Bijan, what do you make of that?
I'm very sorry. Are you really right? Sure that Donald Trump is naive politician, New York real estate businessman during many years, show business, who comes through the second time on the to the presidential position after he was crashed after first round. Do you really believe that he is naive? I'm sorry.
Bijan, what do you think?
Asking me that question.
Let me just respond.
Let's say for the American.
Sergei, by asking a question, Tobias, thank you. By responding to Sergei, let's, first of all, analysts don't have to agree. When leaders agree on things, things move forward. So it's okay for us to disagree. But do you think Russia is intent on ending the war? Is it in the best interest of Russia to end the war now? Or do you think Russia is intent on continuing the war? Do you agree with President Trump when he says, I think Russia will be okay with my now 20th? See, the purpose I was putting emphasis on this is that United States has already compromised from 28 to 20 points, removing, to Tobias's point, making sure that Ukraine's right. See, Russia is the aggressor. The world does not look at Ukraine as a threat. The world looks at Russia as a threat. And I think, Sergei, you and I can agree on that in a New York second. So what we need to do to understand the intention of Russia, is Russia intent on ending the war? Because if Russia is not intent on ending the war, this would go on forever. From the indications of demands on wanting everything and not compromising. For example, says no heavy weapons. Well, how about to drop that a little bit? Maybe just enough to be able to suffice the fear of Russia, because Russia is the aggressor. The world does not think Ukraine is the aggressor. The world is not worried about containing Ukraine. The world is concerned about containing Russia. So if we understand that, is Russia intent on ending the war? Is my question to you, Sergei, and to Tobias about the naivete of, obviously you have different views than President Trump does. That's respected. And Europe has some very valid points. What concerns me is I have skepticism on Europe's motivations. Now, Europe feels left out and wants to do something. Europe is feeling Trump is the culprit. If Trump is not there, Europe would have a stronger position. I think politics are changing, Tobias, and there is a lasting relationship across the Atlantic that is important to Washington, that is important to Europe, and it must be maintained. I would like to see a less politicized, most pragmatic, you're a former Minister of Defense for United Kingdom. I went to school there, so I have a lot of love for, the British. I'm a product of British education. So I want to see things come to an aligned position where politics is out of it. This is not about campaigns and elections. And my fear is Europe wants a better, more like Biden, like Obama, friendlier. We go along and get along. But that was not the position that served world peace. Look what happened. But look at Trump's report card. Azerbaijan, Armenia, I honestly didn't think that Azerbaijan and Armenia can come together under any circumstances ever. I'm from that neighborhood. I know. So let's be reasonable. Let's drop low-cost concessions and say, look, we could give this up, pause this, if we're not interested in the endless forever wars. That's what my position is. And where I anchor my thoughts is stop the fatalities, stop the carnage. This is not good. I've seen wars, and I'm sure you've all seen wars. Wars are not good. Wars are not good. They must be ended by diplomacy. Strong diplomacy requires concessions on low cost. Let's turn the talk to that and encourage everyone to come to an end. 3.5 years, hundreds of thousands of dead and wounded. It's enough.
You bring up Europe, so let me move on to that next section of our debate so we can keep things moving through on time here. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy has been on a bit of a European charm offensive at the moment. The UK, then to Belgium, most recently to Italy. He's certainly trying to shore up support, and it's a timely move, because there have been some fractures of late within the bloc. One of them, particularly being Belgium, doesn't want to sign on to a plan to use frozen Russian assets to fund the continued war effort. Tobias, are cracks starting to show in EU support for Kyiv?
It's an important question. And going back, linking it with the last sort of section of our discussion, we have looked to America for leadership, and Donald Trump set the bar high when he said he was going to end the war within 48 hours. And as the most powerful nation in the West, we do look to America's statecraft to help us resolve some of these challenges. Of course, we don't want wars, but that 28-point plan was capitulation. And it was also, and I say this, you look back at Kissinger, at Holbrooke, and these big players that have helped secure peace deals. This was amateur by any standards. And to exclude Europe from that deal has now meant today, quite rightly, that President Zelenskyy and other European leaders are having to look carefully as to what our fresh strategy is, which is out without America. And you point to a big question, because there's the lethality that we need to slide across the table. That needs to improve. And then there's the money. And those frozen assets that sit in Belgium need to be released so we can actually keep Ukraine in the fight. I suspect we're going to get to a better place, partly because of now the reality check of America stepping back. But we're not there yet, and that's no doubt why you raised the question.
So, Tobias, I have a question for you. Are you ready? Is Europe ready to take at least partial shared responsibility together with President Obama and President Biden in losing Crimea? Do you take any responsibility? Do you say to yourself, we could have, together with Washington, we could have stopped the escalation and not losing Crimea, which is a very, very big prior to 2014. Does Europe take any responsibility for that, Tobias?
Yeah, I think that's a fair argument to say, but you can go back further than that. You get an indication. We're talking about Ukraine. Look what happened in Georgia. Look what's happened, with Russia's approach to its relationship with Europe. The bottom line here is that Russia does not want a working economy that's embracing the EU standards, the European Union, on its borders, because then Putin would then have to suffer the indignity of explaining to his own people why Russia is such a basket case. Belarus does a great job of saying, look, that's what is what Russia is like. But Ukraine was poised to become successful, to go the way of Poland. And of course, because of various pressures, it's been denied the opportunity to do that. But you point back at important junctures where in the past we could have done a lot more. But hesitance, this Cold War statecraft of looking our adversaries in the eye, knowing how to push back without losing control of the escalatory ladder, we've lost that. We've completely lost that. And we do need to rekindle it, because otherwise, I'm afraid there will be war in Europe soon.
Let me bring in Sergei here, because I want to get the Russian perspective.
When you don't like his policies, but somewhere inside you like his policies.
Bijan, I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. I want to bring in Sergei to get some response to this. How does it feel, Sergei, in Moscow, sitting back and watching two of the traditional allies, the US and the UK, maybe being at loggerheads with each other, seeing division in Europe, the Belgian Prime Minister not wanting to take the interest from the Russian frozen assets to use to fund Ukraine's war. Is Europe playing into your hands here?
Europe, big coalition of almost, I think, 500 million people with big economy, with big engineering, technological schools. I'm sure that Europe, after some problems, will recover itself for sure. And of course, when we see the split between European Union and Britain on one hand and United States on the other hand, we like, because if they united, they overthrown last democratic elected president of Ukraine, imposed neo-colonial repressive regime to Ukrainian people, and prohibited Russian language, started political repression against people in Ukraine who believe that Russia and Ukraine should be friendly. They started political repression against Orthodox Church.
Okay, but if we go back onto the topic at hand, Sergei, rather than another history lesson, let's keep to the topic at hand. I want your comments on how you are seeing the European response to this.
Is main reason of the war.
Okay, but that's not the question we're asking, because the main reason for the war has been argued ad infinitum. Now we need to look at what's happening now and what's happening with these discussions going forward. How does Moscow assess the situation within Europe? Is Moscow looking at the divisions within European countries and thinking, aha, we can exploit this, and now we're going to push harder on the negotiations?
Yeah, as we understand, now it's not just split between United States and Europe. It's also split between two big political forces. One of them is globalist, which is more rely on the interests of the big global corporations, and so-called deep state or Euro bureaucracy in European case. It's on the one hand, they want to continue the war. And another say is different populist democratic forces, which come to power in United States and which can come to power in Britain and France and Germany, and they want peace. We want to have negotiation with those European politicians who want peace. This is Marine Le Pen, this is Alternative for Germany, this is Farage Nigel, this is Orban, and so on. And these European politicians should take part in peace negotiation. But those who want to destroy the peace, as Boris Johnson destroyed Istanbul peace deal, why they should take part in the peace negotiation? If they enemies of peace, it's our approach. We want to have dialogue and cooperation with everybody who want to have dialogue with us. But those who say that, oh, you're enemies of the world, you should be crushed, and Russia, those who told that Russian ladies should be prohibited, Orthodox Church should be prohibited. We're sorry, we don't want to talk with you.
Okay, Bijan, let me bring you...
enemy.
Let me bring you back in, Bijan, because in the recent interview that President Trump did in Washington, he was particularly scathing of his European counterparts, accusing European leaders of being weak and of being all talk and no action. Is he right?
Well, you know, you can criticize President Trump for the way he speaks all day long, but you would have a harder time going to the crux of the matter and ask yourself a question. You know, I've lived the reality life, and reality life asks some hard questions. And the question that I asked Tobias, who very kindly and generously took my question, was, you know, what could Europe have done before 2014 to take a position very similar to the position they're taking now? In fact, very reasonably, to stop the escalation. So, was Europe weak? Yes, Europe was weak, not by standards of President Trump alone, but by Europe's own standards, as proven by the stance today by the distinguished minister. So I would say, yes, it is wise of you, Tobias, to accept shared responsibility by not acting. But, you know, we're all subject to that. We cannot look back and rewrite history. What happened, happened. That's why I'll say let's all take responsibility for what we've done, what we've said. Don't call President Trump naive when you don't like his ideas that actually match your own. You call him what it is. He is tough, he's rough, he exercises all the power the President of the United States has in every which way. And guess what? That's exactly like what President Putin does. He says, look, I don't have to be popular to you. I have to be popular to my people. And as long as he's popular to his people, he will do whatever. And that's precisely what makes Europe, not just Europe, the world, be concerned. What security guarantee? I would say Russia knows that they cannot continue this. I'll answer the question myself. Russia would have fatigue. Look at the dead, look at the wounded. It's not going to happen. The oligarchs are not going to sell it for it. You and I both know exactly how things work. The military, the oligarch, the executive branch, all tied up together. For Europe, ask for low concessions. Don't go head to head with President Trump. You're not going to win. Look at his record. You cannot win. This is not something you can win. Europe should ask for, concessions that are low cost. It's okay. Just go along. 28 points, reduced to 20 points, showing definitely goodwill. There is some goodwill that needs to come from Europe now. I would say Russia, I don't know if what President Trump says about Russia would be okay with it, exactly what that means, or when he says, look, your analysts, your advisors, President Zelenskyy, are okay with our points, and you need to read them. I don't know if he's actually stating the facts or is the way he talks. What I do know is Europe and Ukraine need to take what they can to end the war. That is possible. It should be done. And I think it can be done. All it takes is take politics out of it. Takes your preferences for the next year's elections or midterm election or anything out of it. I do smell it, and it should be removed. This is not a game against Trump. This is about ending a war. That's what I like to see in our discussions.
Okay. That leads me on perfectly to our final section here about US-EU relations and how they go forward with these negotiations, because divisions between the US and Europe appears in some quarters to be widening. We had Germany's leader, Friedrich Merz, saying he's sceptical of the US peace proposal, and in return, the US president, as we've been discussing, called EU leaders weak. There's growing concern amongst the bloc that Washington and Moscow will cut a deal that may not be in Europe or Ukraine's best interest. And it's again the latest example of the Trump administration, what some are criticising, the shunning of allies in favour of traditional adversaries. Tobias, Could this be a turning point in US-EU relations? Could it go from traditional allies to a more adversarial position?
Yeah, I think that is the profound question for the moment. I see a 2025 being a confirmation of the demise of our global order. You know, the world is safer when there's a geopolitical anchor. And that anchor has been the United States for a number of decades, backed by countries such as Britain. So nations prepared to lead, to restrain aggressors, to uphold international law and rally with allies. And since 1945, that mantle has very much belonged to the United States. But Washington's willingness to firstly side with Russia over Ukraine, to trust Moscow's promises and undermine Ukrainian sovereignty, signals something profound. America is stepping back from its global responsibilities. That's what that national security strategy confirms. It's creating a dangerous vacuum, and adversaries will fill it. And America will be weaker for it. I make that very clear, which is why I call Trump naive. As globalization suffers, more countries will align with China. Global economy will then be threatened. And that, I'm afraid, is where we are today. So to see this release of this publication, this national security strategy, it makes it official. America is embarking on a seismic ideological shift in global engagement, becoming more isolationist. And America, this is our closest secured ally that we're talking about. It deeply concerns us that we're now left alone with other nations, like-minded nations, to defend global order.
Sergei, do you think that there is a huge shift? Is the US now considering Russia not as a rival, as maybe an ally? Is this an opportunity for these two great powers to work together and not against each other?
Yes, and this new strategic security of national, I forgot the specific name of this, new strategy, national strategy of the United States will be regarded very positively in Russia, because Trump really say, we want to stop this war in Ukraine, and because some more discussion between Europe and the United States, it's also positive for Russia. And they see that Russia is more opportunity, but not a rival. I think it's very much applaud. I think you know that Americans, they are champions of the Western world. Americans first who made democracy, in fact, in the Western world much more before Europeans. Americans are those who come to the religious freedom much more early compared with Europeans. And Americans now try to save democracy, because from my point of view, now most of the European governments, they are not quite democratic already. But Americans try to recover. And Americans, they are less ideologized and more idealistic, but at the same time realistic. That's why when Americans understood we cannot crush Russia. So let's start talking and finding compromise with them. But Europeans stay to be in the old time after the collapse of Soviet Union and after the finishing Cold War. The Europeans still believe that Russia is a loser. That's why we can defeat Russia. No. Take your Americans as example. Please go to the table for negotiation how we can stop this awful war in UK and how we can build new security of Europe. Stop making Russia as your enemy.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, Tobias, I can see you want to jump in there. Go ahead. We're almost out of time, so I'll let you have a say, and then we'll give Bijan a word.
First, it's astonishing hearing our Russian friends speak of democracy when there are not free and fair elections in Russia, that Putin has changed the constitution in order to stay in power. And let me make it really, really clear, sir, that there is no objective in Europe to crush Russia. Please let's use that language. What we want to do is stand up to Russian aggression. If Russia was peaceful, wants to engage economically and security-wise, then that it will be an open door. But until that moment
Europe
happens,
Europe has
then I'm
a
afraid
role.
Russia
Europe has
is
a role,
seen
Tobias.
as an adversary.
You
John?
complain about
if you
world order.
don't regard Russia as an enemy, please say Russian language should be official governmental language in Ukraine. Second, official government Ukraine. Please say that political repression against Orthodox Church should be stopped in Ukraine. Please say that thousands of political prisoners...
Thank you, Sergei. We're not going to go back over the reasons for the war, so I'll just hand it over to Bijan. Go ahead, Bijan.
Let me finish. First of all, I can hear Tobias loud and clear as he is worried about the changing world order. Well, for a moment, let's not argue against each other. Let's just find out what we can find on the Venn diagram that would bring us closer to this. If we accept, which we did, that prior to 2014, this world order should have acted in such a way to stop the escalation, and you bear shared responsibility, Europe, with President Obama and President Biden policies weak. Without a doubt, this is not my humble opinion. The world has agreed on that. Weak, because you did not do what you could do. Today, I believe you're doing... See, if that was an overtone moment, I think we have another overtone moment here, which we should welcome. And that is to realize that maybe the world order does need to be adjusted. The old organizations are not effective. And if you want to criticize President Trump, you could do that all day long. But look at his record. Look at the way Europe has acted. I think the Chancellor Merkel is rethinking their policies in Germany about strengthening Europe's defenses. I believe Europe is thinking about that. I believe the Belgian Prime Minister has a point in saying, look, if you want to put $183 billion into this, push for corruption reforms. Push for that. If Russia wants to say, okay, I will work on this, also agree on making the system more reliable, we cannot have. See, everybody has something to give up safely to come to the end of this war. And that's what I mean by a shift, a sudden shift. It's okay. Sometimes these overturn moments are necessary in politics and diplomacy to end wars.
Tobias, do you want to jump in there?
Can I come back on that, or is there time?
Yes, please do.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but there is a seismic ideological shift in what Trump is doing. It's announced, he just gave an interview in America saying that he's going to invest in right-wing parties across Europe unless European countries are more subservient to working with the America First project.
We're trying to end the war, and we're worried about politics.
How can you not get into politics when the leader of the free world makes statements like that? It is dangerous and it is wrong. We don't make comments about America and what goes on domestically. You've got a lot of challenges there.
I think Europe doesn't get a high grade in the past years when it comes to the Ukrainian war. I'm sorry, I have to be honest here. And
you made that point.
Europe didn't play right.
Sir, you made that point.
I think it's an important point.
Many times.
That won't go away. It won't go away.
You can make it again if you like, but we will go around the block here. I'm making it very, very clear that America is dialing back from its interests. We're going to see it reduce its military footprint. So you're saying Europe should have done more. NATO was set up for a transatlantic alliance, which includes if something happens in the Atlantic, the Pacific, or indeed in Europe. That's what it was for. Please let me finish. Okay? So when America says we're not having anything to do with you anymore, that's a reality check. We will handle it. But it's not the American way, and it isn't in the spirit of why NATO, indeed the United Nations, and all these other organizations, which America is also dialing back from, were created in the first place.
Bijan?
No, I agree with a lot of things that Tobias and Sergei are putting forward. I don't agree with all of the things they say because I have 2 points. My beef is with this. Depoliticize the discussion on ending the Ukraine war. Don't bring all these other side issues of what Trump said. And I believe there is an opportunity here. There's an opportunity that is real. It requires cleansing of the argument, the goal of ending the war, of all these politics.
But if President Trump is the one making these political statements, how can you then say we need to depoliticize the negotiations? Because President Trump is saying them too.
Don't take every banter as policy. That is not the case.
But he's still saying...
Well, that's not leadership. That isn't leadership if we have to dissect.
Don't react to it.
Yeah, it's not leadership if we have to dissect what the American president says.
That has not happened yet. You're reacting to what Trump says. React to what is at the table. React to ending war with strategies that are practical. We all know what works. Let's take what works and not the
this
ideal.
Is appeasement. This is Chamberlain talk. This you're talking like Chamberlain.
Temporarily, tactically, let's do it. That's what I would say. If
you're talking like Chamberlain. End the war.
Temporarily for the essential.
Tobias, quick word.
And as I say, that's exactly what Chamberlain would say in 1938. End the war, sign a deal, let's hope it all works out, and let's go home, not realizing that war is coming to us.
Okay. We have about 2 minutes left before I lose you. Sergei, I want to go to you. Sergei, very, very briefly, will this war end before 2026 or in 2026? Are we at the end of this war?
Yes, it will. This war will be over in 2026, and this war will be stopped after Russia will take a real big city, and after Ukrainian army appear to be in the big military crisis.
Okay, all right. Bijan, will this war end before 2026 or in 2026? Are we at the end?
It will end. The war will end because it makes sense for it to end. And no, it would not be peace in our times. Chamberlain's famous. No, it will not be. People are aware. They know. I think Europe knows what they can give up. Low-cost concessions. I think Russia knows what they can give up. Low-cost concessions. I think professionals, leaders will come to that agreement because it makes sense.
Okay.
I hear everyone wanting to end the war.
Tobias, is it going to end by 2026, in 2026?
No, it won't. It's going to progressively escalate in the grey zone area, and Europe itself will be in a deeper form of conflict in the next 5 years.
Gentlemen, I wish we had more time, but we're going to have to leave it there. I appreciate all of your views. Bijan Kian, businessman and former US government official.
Thank you, Melinda.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being with us. Worked with various administrations, including President Trump. Sergei Markov, thank you for being with us. Director of the Institute of Political Studies. And, of course, Tobias Ellwood, former British Defence Minister and past head of the UK Parliament's Defence Select Committee. Gentlemen, thanks for being on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning into this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to catch us on YouTube, Al Arabiya English, and across X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Geneva, A true gem of Switzerland, Geneva. Full of history, architecture, and sights, Geneva is a worthy place to visit. The amazing European city is best known for Lake Geneva, of course. The Jet d'eau water jet should definitely be on top of your list. The jet of water from the lake can go so high and is considered the emblem of the city of Geneva. Go to the pier, get close to the water jet, and you'll feel the powerful pressure of water projected into the air. Geneva Lake is a central focus of the city. It is surrounded by a panoramic view of the mountains with great promenades too. Throughout the year, many boat trips travel to give tourists a view of the city's lakeside. The buildings and, of course, the Jet d'eau water jet are terrific sights to see from afar. Next up is the Old Town. As Switzerland's biggest historical city and the home of the Reformation movement, there is so much to be uncovered here. Every corner of Geneva's cobbled streets, you will find Swiss shops and cafes that are worth dropping by. The town square is an active area and was originally a Roman forum. Not to be missed is the St. Peter's Cathedral. You'll find it at the very heart of Old Town. See its architectural beauty and think of how it took over 400 years to build. Now, the cathedral stands to almost 1,000 years old. St. Peter's Cathedral is also known for the archaeological museum you'll find in its basement and the panoramic views you can catch glimpses of from the North Tower. Want more views from the top? Try Mont Slieve. It's a mountain right outside the city where you'll see Geneva in its entirety. For a dose of the green scene in the city, the Parc des Bastions is where you should be. It's a pretty tree-lined park that dates from way back in the 1700s. It was home to the Reformation Wall, which commemorates the main founders of the Protestant faith, including John Calvin. More history? Head over to the Geneva Museums, the cultural and historical place to be. The Musée des Arts d'Extrême-Orient is home to art from Japan and China, and it is renowned internationally. Other notable stops are the Museum of Natural History, the Barbier-Mueller Museum, and the Museum of Art and History. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
I am Catalina Marchand d'Abreu, and you're watching Arabiya English. As fighting continues in eastern Ukraine, peace talks and ceasefire proposals keep stalling over one key issue: the control of the Donbas. Here's why it matters. The Donbas, made up of Donetsk and Luhansk, was once Ukraine's industrial heartland, rich in coal, factories, and key transport networks. But its importance goes far beyond economics. Since 2014, parts of the Donbas have been controlled by Russian-backed forces, turning it into a frontline even before Russia's 2022 full-scale invasion. For Russia, the Donbas is politically, militarily, and symbolically central, a core part of Putin's goals and a justification for the war. Holding it also strengthens Russia's grip on occupied territory. For Ukraine, Donbas is vital to national identity, defense, and future recovery, a region that carries deep personal significance for millions of Ukrainians. As Ukrainian leaders say, surrendering it would reward Russian aggression and leave the country more vulnerable to future attacks. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy argues that it is domestically impossible, as surrendering the region would be unconstitutional and opposed by roughly 75% of Ukrainians. As long as both sides see the Donbas as non-negotiable, it remains not just a battlefield, but the biggest obstacle to peace.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Jerusalem, an ancient city going back to more than 3,000 years. Jerusalem. It is one of the rare places that is layered with hundreds of years of history, while also being a bustling modern city. A visit to Jerusalem offers you world-class cuisine, plenty of religious and historical landmarks, and yes, archaeological relics. Also known as the Western Wall or Kotel, the Wailing Wall is the holiest place in Judaism. Millions of tourists arrive here each year to pray. The ancient wall is believed to be the last remnant of the second temple built by Solomon. Another religious site is the Golden Dome at the center of the Temple Mount, which can be seen from around the city. It is the third holiest site in Sunni Islam. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre is considered the most important pilgrimage site for Christians for centuries. But it will also be appreciated by art lovers and history buffs. Its interiors are designed with amazing mosaics. Israel Museum is the country's largest cultural institution. The place is most famous for housing the original Dead Sea Scrolls. Jerusalem's Yad Vashem is the world's largest Holocaust museum. It was built in honor of the millions of Jews who perished during World War II. The expansive 45-acre complex is Israel's second most visited site after the Western Wall. The Eucalyptus restaurant is great for a culinary escape. It combines Middle Eastern food in a fusion of nationalities and wonderful local ingredients. The Jaffa Road is ideal for a place to relax, hang out, and enjoy a good time. It runs through the heart of the new city. Both picturesque and arty, it is great to stroll down and cut off into the shopping and dining areas hidden behind it. In the streets around Zion Square are a buzz of bars and local hangouts, where you can sip on local Gold Star beer and people watch for hours. The Shuk, or Jerusalem's large open-air market, is a great place to find produce, meat products, and the like at great deals. A great deal of cafes and boutiques can be found here, making it a great place to wander. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. and we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Australia enforces a world-first social media ban for under 16, sparking mixed reactions from teens and parents. Zelenskyy insists Ukraine is ready for elections, pushing back after Trump accused Kyiv of using the war to avoid them. And Trump hits the campaign trail with fiery attacks and bold claims on the economy. Now, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has hailed his country's move to ban social media for children under 16 as world-leading as the law came into force today. Many teenagers took various platforms to bid farewell and mourn the loss of access to them. It could be the first of many crackdowns as more countries look to rein in big tech in other parts of the world. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who joins us from Surrey. Isabel and Dr. Ellie, great to have you on the show with me this evening. Dr. Ellie, I'm going to speak to you first about this ban on social media. We've spoken about it before ourselves. You've, of course, got family members living in Australia. So how's it going?
They're no longer teenagers, so I escaped it by a bit. My son is 17, almost 18. But definitely, I think the feeling is that it is a world-leading step. It is a pioneering step. The whole world is watching and looking to learn on what's going to happen and how it's going to happen and how efficient it is and so on. Now, practically speaking, it is a trial phase. And in that trial phase, it's not a complete, perfect implementation. There are some hiccups, there are some issues, there are some unclarities, and definitely the efficiency is not 100%. On the other hand, we know for a fact that some kids have already found a way around it, and they are already enjoying their social media normally, if I may say, or at least through different ways. But again, I think looking at it all together, I think it's a very positive step. For me as a parent, I strongly encourage and believe in it. And I know the vibe among most of the parents around at least family members and friends and so on do feel that it was a step in the right direction and that the government is helping them in controlling what could be very difficult to control without such a law among their children.
And I know that I'm going to bring Isabel into this conversation, but we've spoken before, and I'm not a big fan of this ban, and I've made that clear many times before, and I'm also not a parent, so that's something that Isabel and you understand a lot better than me. But one of my criticisms of this ban is dating websites are excluded from this ban, as well as gaming platforms, as are AI chatbots, which have recently made headlines for allegedly encouraging children to get involved in really dark scenarios and self-harm. And Isabel, you're a parent, of course. You know, what do you make of this ban? And in many ways, I think there have been critics to it because it's been so rushed and it's difficult to implement on a large scale.
I think from what you're saying, your main objection to it is that there are other workarounds, that there are other sites that are causing harm. And the response to that surely would be to tighten the loopholes, not to say that the ban isn't worthwhile. Now, I'm not somebody who's in favour of banning things. I take a pretty liberal view that most adults should be able to choose within reason, as long as it's not going to harm anybody else, what they want to do. But we're not talking about adults. We're talking about under 16s. We know all the evidence has mounted up in recent years about the frontal cortex not being developed in the brain until actually as late as the mid-20s, and that affects your ability to evaluate risk, it affects your ability to make a judgment call. And so, you know, the Australians have come out with this groundbreaking policy, which is to stop these, what they describe as predatory algorithms, from being accessible to children. Now, who have I heard speaking out against that today? Elon Musk. Well, Elon Musk's own children in the large part are estranged from him. He's not somebody I'd even probably trust with my own children. So whether or not we should be trusting, you know, the future of a whole swathes of society to him, I don't agree. But experts that I hear from, Jonathan Haidt, who's a leading expert from the United States on this, thinks it's a fantastic move today. Now, you can argue whether or not, you know, we're all spending too much time on our screens and it's the way of the world. And, you know, I'm not trying to suggest we all go back to Enid Blyton days where we're climbing trees. You know, I embrace technology and I can see that the future for even our young people is very much rolled up in it. And, you know, there's this survey out today showing how much more time we're all spending online, and it's increased in the UK up by 30 minutes even since COVID times. But my argument would be, you know, as adults, we can't even really regulate this. I, you know, myself am guilty of, instead of using that extra 30 minutes a day, reading a couple of chapters of my book to help me get to sleep, I find myself doom scrolling and losing track of time. Where does the time go? What are we displacing that time for? Not only do I think it's bad for productivity, but it's actually the opposite of productive. You know, it's destructive. So I welcome the ban. I think that, you know, a lot of countries will follow suit. Certainly my son's school, he's 10 years old. So in this country, it's year 5. For Christmas, all of the parents in his class are reinvesting in landlines, and we're all swapping telephone numbers and hoping to introduce phoning each other to ask for play dates and preventing the dreaded phones for as long as possible. But, you know, parents have been calling out for these sorts of measures, and big tech has not been in their favour. And by the way, you only have to watch what was that film that came out on Netflix a few years ago, The Social Dilemma? Nobody in Silicon Valley will let their kids anywhere near social media. I think that says it all.
I do believe that several countries are going to follow the same track. We already know that there is already a draft in Denmark setting the age even at 15, not 16, because, of course, it's linked to maturity age and legal maturity age. And again, if it is successful, I hope it will trigger a general trend that would really find ways to protect the children from harmful abuse or harmful targeting in that sense.
But Dr. Ellie, you're a professor yourself. You work with children. You know them well, maybe a little bit older than the age of 16. But a lot of people have been arguing that instead of doing this outright ban like Australia have done, is it not educating children how to navigate social media? And Isabel, I know that the UK also put that into some new legislation that they have brought out in the UK. They're implementing these age control rules and trying to, you know, encourage teachers.
Definitely.
And I don't know if we also should be doing that in schools too, because my worry is I don't have children. I have a 15-year-old nephew, and the future of jobs now is so different. It isn't the future of jobs that we were looking at. It's the future in the technology space, in the AI space. So isn't it a better way to do it in schools, maybe?
It's definitely needed and urgent to do it in schools, but it does not negate the ban. I think the ban sets the parameter, the framework of what should be completely not allowed. But then you'd still need to rely on heavy education. And we have to keep in mind that the education is not only, because things are moving on so fast. So now, not only about social media, but now about AI, about fake news, about all these, about algorithms, how they function. All of these stuff, they need to, relevant to age, of course, start to learn about them. And also the educational system need to learn how to adapt to all these things. Now, keep in mind that we are not banning kids from the internet, because the internet is now an integral part of their life, their research, their studies, all of this. So they are still exposed to a lot, some of it negative and some of it positive, yes. But we don't want to go all the way in a slippery slope to start banning everything. I agree with you on that. But definitely education goes hand in hand with the basic framework that the governments are responsible to put to protect the most vulnerable, which are children under 16 or under a certain age.
It's a really interesting conversation to have. Isabel and Dr. Ellie, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there now as we move on to another story. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says the country is ready for elections, pushing back after President Trump again claimed Kyiv was using the war to avoid holding them. Zelenskyy says he's asking the US and European partners to help guarantee security so a vote could be held within 60 to 90 days. Isabel, how much of a knee-jerk reaction is this to Trump's recent comments? Because obviously all of us saw that Politico interview that he did yesterday calling on Ukraine to hold elections.
Yeah, I think there is a knee-jerk element to it. I think the interview that Donald Trump gave to Politico was deeply alarming, not just to Ukraine, who see increasingly the rhetoric coming out of Washington as being directly out of Moscow. You know, this, what they're talking about, the ceasefire deadline of Christmas, well, it sounds like, you know, the Russian demands are very much trumping the wish, you know, the sovereign desires of Ukraine. But, yeah, the reality is President Zelenskyy is going to be in a very difficult position to come up with the goods and do an election in 60 to 90 days, as he said he would. Number one, he said he would need American and European support and security, not only to hold the line against the Russians, but to make sure that this was possible. Now, firstly, I point out that today we've heard from the German national security spokesperson saying that given this national security strategy that we've heard coming out of the States, they don't even consider that not only do they consider America to now be a disruptor in Europe, but they actually couldn't rule out American interference in German elections. So if the Germans are saying that about a Western country, a previous ally, could Ukraine even depend on America to help them conduct free and fair elections? I'd also point out that just the practicalities of having an active war going on. You know, how on earth would the Ukrainians who are now in Russian-occupied Ukrainian territory cast a vote? How would the Ukrainian soldiers on the front line be freed up in order to do that? And how would we ensure that those Ukrainians, and let's not forget there are millions of them living abroad because they fled the barbaric and terrifying bombardment of their country, how would they be guaranteed that their votes would be counted as well without interference from Russia, who we know have this track record of cyber interference in elections? So it's fraught with problems. And I do think it's a bit rich that, you know, we've heard Trump in that Politico interview coming out and saying, well, you know, you can hardly call Ukraine a democracy anymore. Well, you know what? The Americans didn't say that about Great Britain when Winston Churchill remained beyond his term, because we were at war, and that was enshrined in our constitution, unwritten though it is. And the same situation in Ukraine, because martial law was activated when Ukraine was invaded. Yes, we see Zelensky's time in power has expired, but you know, he is adamant that, and I think it's universally accepted by most people, that it's not the time for an election now. Indeed, even Ukrainians are saying they don't want an election now, and it is the central tenet of democracy, isn't it, that a country has to be free to choose its own path and its own destiny. So what Trump thinks is one thing, but you know, I also would like to hear him criticising Putin and his lack of democracy there, because we only have to ask what happened to Alexei Navalny to see what he does to people who oppose him politically.
And I think that a lot of people will be thinking exactly the same thing as you, Isabel. And Dr. Ellie, I just want to bring you some breaking news line we are getting through from Zelenskyy on this very topic. Zelenskyy says he's discussed means of holding elections with Ukrainian parliament. But as Isabel just pointed out there, how many difficulties they'll have to overcome to hold a free and fair election where every Ukrainian citizen is able to vote. If they live abroad, if they're fighting on the front line, it's a very difficult task. But I think if elections are held in Ukraine by hook or by crook, because it almost seems impossible at this stage, will Zelenskyy actually win that vote?
Let me just take it a step backwards, and I say I agree on all what you're saying and Isabel is saying, and I agree on the principle of it, but we should not simply give in for the fact that any country at war does not hold elections.
But that's sort of been the status quo for years, especially in Europe.
Well, we've seen countries all around the world being pressured by the international community to hold regular elections because they are the foundation of democracy. A leader like Zelenskyy, who won elections not by a landslide, has taken the country in such a direction that I think he needs to go back to the Ukrainian people and ask them, do they still want his leadership? Do they still want the way that he is going? We definitely have seen a lot of resentments. We definitely have seen a lot of corruption within his inner circle. We've definitely know for a fact that the Ukrainian people is so fed up and so tired of this war. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't vote for him. He might still win, of course. He might decide not to run altogether. But again, let the Ukrainian people decide, even if it's not 100% for all the Ukrainians, even if it's not 100% organized. I am in favor of holding an election, and there's not a conflict on every piece of the land of the Ukraine. Definitely there is a special circumstance in the east that could be dealt with, like so many occupied countries have dealt with it. It is not an excuse not to hold elections and not to renew the trust of the Ukrainian people, be it in this leader or in a new leader.
And it's quite interesting because I think, you know, there was a corruption scandal that did hit Zelenskyy's government and lawmakers, and we saw people very close to Zelenskyy himself have to resign from their position. And I have been hearing a lot of people talking about how there is now discontent and criticism of the Ukrainian government, especially because the energy infrastructure has been hit so hard, and part of where that money was coming from in the corruption was they were creaming off the top of the energy companies. So now people are seeing that their lights aren't coming on, but that their lawmakers did make a lot of money instead of investing back into the energy system in Ukraine. So the country's definitely facing some problem, Isabel.
Yes, it is, and it's bound to be. And let's not forget also that, Russia is trying to infiltrate people close to Zelenskyy to not only destabilize him, perhaps make allegations of corruption there, but also we saw the FSB trying to take him hostage through two of the Ukrainian colonels, and now they've been charged with treason. And, that's not the first attempt in recent years on Zelenskyy's life. And what he has done is put himself at huge risk, at huge personal cost. His children have been underground in a bunker for many years. I'm sure he'd quite like to wash his hands of the whole thing and is in a living nightmare, not least because his closest ally is now completely undependable and effectively trying to negotiate with a madman who seems to have the ear of an authoritarian, which is a terrifying scenario. There is bound to be dissent. People have lost lives, people have lost livelihoods, people have lost territory. It's not his fault, but we see leaders get blamed for these things. But that being said, I do think we should remember that probably if Zelenskyy could, he would walk away. And I think that will be one of the reasons why he was first to come out today and say, do you know what, I can do it in 60 to 90 days, because he wants to be seen not only to be in favour of democracy, but to put his money where his mouth is, and fair play to him.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if that election happens, because as we spoke about, the practicalities of organising one during wartime is said to be very difficult. But thank you for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And Donald Trump has returned to the campaign trail, aiming to reclaim the economic narrative amid criticism of his handling of inflation. He attacked immigrants and revived old controversial remarks about certain countries, while dismissing concerns about rising prices as a hoax. The president also targeted Democratic figures and touted tariffs and farm bailouts as proof of his economic success. Take a listen.
They gave you the highest inflation in history, and we're bringing those prices down rapidly. Lower prices, bigger paychecks. You're getting lower prices, bigger paychecks, but they use the word affordability, and that's their only word. They say affordability, and everyone says, oh, that must mean Trump has high prices. No, our prices are coming down tremendously from the highest prices in the history of our country.
So before we get into his affordability chat, I just want to bring you some news. In the last few minutes, the Federal Reserve has cut by a quarter basis point, which was widely expected by analysts. So I think Donald Trump will be happy with that. Instead, we must remember inflation is running at 2.9%, near 3% above the Fed's preferred rate of 2%. So it's difficult to see where we're going with this, but a cut's happened by the Fed. It's their last meeting of the year. We know Jerome Powell's on thin ice when it comes to Donald Trump. But anyway, good news for lots of people in America with that rate cut happening. But let's talk a little bit about Trump and hitting the campaign trail again. I haven't seen him do a rally like that for a little while. Sure. Is it a sign that Republicans are possibly concerned now because the midterms aren't that far away?
Definitely they are concerned, and definitely they are not doing well. Polling for them is down, support for them is down. We've seen that in the past elections, in the recent elections, and it's going to get worse by the time of the start of the campaigns of the midterm elections in less than a year now. I think they are aware of this, and I think the bigger problems they have is that the Republican Party have almost been reduced to the Trump Party, and that there's very little anyone in the Republican Party can actually do to start to bring the support back up again. That's why he had to take it. He had to do that kind of rally, and definitely he will do more of this as we come closer to that stage. Now, speaking about the economics, definitely the economic has become the most important issue for the American people. Definitely the situation is not as good as he promised it would be, and is not good in general. And this is probably the Americans would vote for this based on this before anything else. And that's why I think he's also trying to bring in migrants again and illegal migration, because it's a hot topic, because it could bring people back closer to the Republican Party. But for a fact, the tariffs, the policies that he's using will definitely make things worse before they start to get better. Even if all of it works as he wants it to, we will see a period of a worse situation before things start to get down. Will this happen before the midterm elections? This is the big question.
And I also think you touched on something there. Cost of living strains have been thrust into focus, and that's due to the recent local elections that we did see, like you did mention, with the Democrats winning races in New York, New Jersey and Virginia, and all their campaigns were actually focused on the economy.
Sure.
And that is clearly what people in America are now worried about. But Isabel, does Donald Trump still have the power to really command a crowd, or do you think he's kind of got out of touch with what America wants? Because I think a lot of criticism has been on the fact that he's been focused on foreign policy so heavily.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was just me, but did you think that his response there from the crowd was a little bit muted compared to his usual rallies? They didn't seem as fired up. And, you know, he campaigned on this ticket of trying to make America affordable again, and then he appeared to be mocking affordability as an issue. I mean, he is deeply out of touch. Everything in his home is gold-plated. All he's done is, you know, stick gold things into the White House. The average American was hoping that he was going to make life more affordable, and now he's saying it's a hoax. He's he's denying that inflation is even a problem. And Americans, you know, his core, his base, are a little bit baffled. And we have to remember, he's on thin ground. He's in his second term. It's the traditional lame duck territory. He's coming up to his first year in power, which means there's limited time that he can continue to blame his legacy from his predecessor. How long is it going to take him to sort out the economy after Biden? And also, he's alienating some of his MAGA base through the Epstein files. We saw the attack dog there. I always forget her name.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. They've fallen out, and she's, you know, giving interviews to CNN of all people now. And you know, if you know where she leads, others will follow. So his base will be very much giving him a second chance if they are devoted. But, you know, he's on thin ground. I think he faces annihilation, to be honest, at the midterms. And the fact that Miami and his home turf of Florida have just elected a Democratic mayor for the first time in 28 years, I think it has rattled Republicans. They are worried. And as I said on the previous story, and I agree with Dr. Ellie, you know, he has become bigger than the Republican Party. I mean, even his team negotiating the ceasefire with Ukraine are not the elected officials. You know, it's not Marco Rubio who's doing the back and forth with Zelenskyy and Putin, but it's his mate who does deals, and he's a property developer, Stephen Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. So, you know, the Republicans know that he's not a true Republican, probably, given that he also used to be a Democrat himself. So, yeah, it's coming home to roost. I think it's going to be a difficult couple of years now for Trump, but he feels good when he's on the stage. He can give it all the hyperbole. Whether or not people believe it anymore remains to be seen.
I think what still feels like is in his corner, something that still goes for him, is the fact that there is no viable alternative from the Democratic Party. In terms of policies, in terms of economic policies. And we've seen the Democratic Party go even further left towards socialism, which
Mamdani, which has been the big question about Zohran Mamdani.
And Bernie Sanders. This will not fly in the US. The people would still choose Trump, in spite of all his craziness, than socialism per se. So unless the Democratic Party really presents a platform that gives better solution than what they have done even under Obama, even under Biden, then Trump could still have people in his corner, and he could still make it for the midterm.
What I find fascinating about the economy in America right now is we're talking about inflation running at 2.9%. It's still a lot lower than some of the big European countries and a lot of other countries around the world. They have recovered pretty well. They are a juggernaut of an economy. We can't forget that. Yes, there's pressure on food prices and energy prices in America. We could argue we're having that in Europe too. But the fascinating thing is, even despite tariffs, the stock market in the States is so hot. We've been seeing the stock market outperforming itself this year on more than one occasion. And I do think Donald Trump has that in his corner. People are still investing in American companies, and the tech, AI companies, NVIDIA, so much is doing so well that it's really difficult in some ways how hard it is to argue on the economy when the stock market is doing well. And I think that is what Donald Trump is going to campaign on going forward.
We have to also remember the number of foreign direct investment he's bringing in, be it from the Gulf or other countries. I think, again, his policy might not be the best. It's not solid economics, but it goes in the right direction. Because what was happening in the US was really not...
Well, Bidenomics was a complete disaster, but it's a really interesting conversation to have at the moment about the economy.
Yes, but I think what we're talking about when you talk about the stock markets and, you know, when you talk about the foreign investment, who is feeling the benefit of that? Now, we know that the personal wealth of the Trump family has increased dramatically in those in his inner circle since he's come into power. There may well soon come a point where people feel like this is outright, blatant, broad daylight corruption. And that's not going to wash with ordinary Americans, even those who are on the right, because they feel as though they're not getting the benefits of any of that. And you don't have to be a socialist to call out corruption and unfairness. You know, it's quite extraordinary what we're seeing, just in terms of the Paramount, Warner Brothers, all the various, you know, aggressive takeovers being pitched, the personal involvement of the Trump family. When it's understood in a granular sense by ordinary Americans, I think they're in very, very dodgy terrain.
And it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that Paramount-Warner Brothers deal, because Jared Kushner is apparently involved in that too. So time will tell.
It benefits extraordinarily.
Yes, exactly. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And all tourists travelling to the United States could soon have their social media accounts checked if they require entry into the country. It's under new plans being considered by the country's border force. Visitors would need to provide their social media history from the last 5 years. Isabel, we're on the Donald Trump theme tonight. Quite clearly. I just want to ask you what you make of these plans and how does it differ from the current system in the States that we are seeing?
Well, I mean, what do I make of it? I was thinking back to when I applied for a visa to travel to China and I got denied just purely based on my occupation as a journalist, and they didn't ask any more questions. It was just a hard no. Is that the way America is going to go? Who knows? You know, I've only been to America. I'm no expert on ESTAs, I think they're called, which these 90-day permission to travel within the country. But I've been to America for 24 hours. I went for a job interview, got the job, and then decided actually to stay and work here in the UK. But my understanding is at the moment you can get a 90-day ESTA, and that is going to be extended to a 2-year ESTA. But the grounds for being granted that is you have to hand over your social media for 5 years, plus all your current and previous email addresses, personal home addresses, your names, personal details of your family members, their dates of birth. Now, my question is why? Like, what are they looking for? And what is their definition in the parameters of terrorism, if that is what it is? Because at the moment, you know, are they looking for somebody who might have been critical of Donald Trump? Will they be denied access to the country? You know, what is their definition? Is it going to be prescribed terrorist organizations? Because again, the United States haven't got a history like we do in Europe of having these kind of extremist terrorist incidents. And it would be my argument that they need to spend much more time and energy trying to protect their own citizens from the risk from within of people through gun crime than this imagined threat from foreigners coming in. You know, is it just xenophobia? And also, let's not forget, they have some big international events coming up down the road. We've got the men's World Cup football being hosted in the States next year. We've got the Olympics coming up in LA in 2028. Are they going to go through all of the countries of the world's previous 5 years of social media posts? And I, you know, we're talking here as well about the possibility of biometrics being requested, DNA, irises, facial recognition. I mean, it becomes all a little bit authoritarian for my taste. And I just come back to the question time and again, what is it that they're looking for? What are their grounds for denying you an ESTA? I find it worrying.
Dr. Ellie, I don't know what you think, but I would tend to lean to what Isabel is saying here, because it's very difficult, 5 years of social media, more background on your family. America has a huge tourism industry. We were talking about the economy stuttering and struggling. Now he's going to, tighten the rope on that even more. I mean, is this just a little bit of a disaster waiting to happen?
Listen, I agree on that, the fact that it is not clear and it is a bit extreme. And of course, under Trump, you worry about what legal oversight it is going to have and all of this based on what we're seeing with ICE and other things that he's doing. But let me go back to the essence of it. We have the tendency to feel that getting a visa to a certain country is a right for us, and we should not be denied, and we should, the world is all open and open access and so on. We have to keep reminding ourselves that it is a sovereign right of every state to judge who will they allow in and who will they refuse entry for. We've seen Australia refuse the visa for few people who they thought will create some discord in society, and this was enough of a reason for them to refuse the visa. I think it is good to remind ourselves that it is the right of every state to do so. I would say it is the duty of every state to do so. I was thinking also, as we were discussing before, that even when recruiting someone to any job, now we check his social media. So why not check his social media if he's coming into a different country? Why not see if he has supported any extremist rhetorics before? Why not see if he has been aggressively anti-American or anti-democracy or whatever? Definitely, there's always the slippery slope potential. That's why we need the legal oversight for it. That's why we need clarity of it. But again, the essence of it, I wouldn't disagree. It's not xenophobia. It is part of protecting your country. And I will link this also to the national security plan that Trump issued a few days ago, in which he criticized severely the Europeans for not protecting their societies and simply letting everybody in a way that threatened even the fabric, the social fabric of the European Union. Regardless of, again, what that competition looks like or what he's aiming to do in Europe, I think the basic foundation of it is valid.
And he was very furious about the way that Europe has and is handling its immigration scenario there. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Isabel and Dr. Ellie have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Dr. Ellie, we're staying on the theme of the US, and the US Health Secretary has been showing off his pull-up skills. Tell us a little bit more.
Well, it goes in the same direction that we've been speaking about, but again, for I think Kennedy specifically.
There he is.
Yes, here you go.
He's going for it.
That's amazing. You have to appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's impressive. And put it in context, this is a guy who has built all his political career on making America healthy again. He has very serious issues with the way drugs have been given to children, the way food, diet, lack of sports, all of these issues. And again, once again, I find myself completely agreeing with that kind of thinking, that it is part of the state's duty to encourage any kind of potential healthy behavior, including sports, including this. Now, should the minister be doing that? That's a different thing. Should we putting such bars or any other, sports equipment in airports? Why not? If it's there, if you have a couple of hours to kill, why not?
Why not?
Go ahead and do it. I can't do any pull-ups.
You can't do any pull-ups?
No.
Well, Isabel, he's 71. He did
71 years.
Really
That's
good.
Really impressive.
Yeah, how many pull-ups can you do, Isabel? And do you think it's good to see your lawmaker going for it on the pole there?
Yeah, hats off to him. I think it's about the only time you'll ever hear me say that. This is the guy who has linked autism with paracetamol and stopped people from taking vaccines. He spouted a lot of unscientific nonsense. So that's the only compliment I will give him. We do know that exercise is good for you. So well done. He's worked that one out.
Yeah, he has worked that one out. But there's been a lot of criticism of this pull-up that he's done, because you should always get your chin
come on, don't get technical on us, Leigh.
No.
We know you're the sports guru,
yes,
but no.
So,
how many can you do? This is the question.
Do you know what? I reckon, I was thinking about it now, I haven't tried for a while, but I reckon I could probably do 2 or 3, no more than that.
I believe you.
Yeah, but I reckon I could still do a couple. But I'm not sure, but I haven't tried for a long time.
Different kinds of sports, like teaching for several hours or marking papers for several hours.
I couldn't do any of that.
Unfortunately. I'm in the wrong business.
I think if you ask the gym bros of the world, they'll be like, the chin needs to be higher, but we're going to give it to him because why not? And Isabel, yours is absolutely fascinating, your story. It's about the science of monogamy, which I find really interesting.
Yes, so how monogamous are humans in a league table with other species? This is a groundbreaking world first where they look at sibling, what was the phrase they used? Whether or not they are the proportion of full sibling to part sibling as a measure of monogamy. And they compared 100 human different societies with 34 animal species. And they found overall that irrespective of religion or where in the world humans come from, we have a monogamy tendency of around 66%. We are in the Premier League of species that like to live monogamously. Above us are beavers at 70%. And right at the top are the very sweet Californian mice, who are ultimately the most faithful you could ever imagine. Now, the science behind this is that if you are a species or a society that has a high proportion of full siblings, then that is deemed to mean that you are in sort of a monogamous relationship. If there are lots of half siblings, then there's promiscuity or polygamy going on. Now, the naughtiest, most promiscuous animals are, would you believe, our closest cousins, the primates, at around 4%. And dolphins as well aren't much for sticking together for life. But you know what? It's a bit entertaining and I think really fascinating as well, published in the Royal Society today.
Yeah, I absolutely love the story. And I love the fact that it's California deer mouse. Deer mice. How sweet.
100%.
So lovely.
Amazing. But then surprising to see black bears, killer whales, baboons, monkeys and dolphins all below 5%.
Yeah. I know baboons are naughty. You know, they've got a lot of business going on, you know?
But what you also notice is that these really sort of animals that live, gosh, I can't think of the term. Gosh, it's all escaping me tonight. But when you live collaboratively, there's a proper...
collectively or socially.
In packs or in communities, So meerkats, wild dogs, they have a really high proportion of monogamy. So what does that tell us about, collaborative society? It leads to monogamy. Fascinating, all of it. Anyway, Cambridge University did the science. They're much more erudite at expressing it than me.
But it's really interesting. But when I first saw this, and before you explained to me how it was done, I thought that all the humans who said they were 66% monogamous were lying. I was like, they must have been asked when their partner was there. But actually, now you've explained it, it's definitely more accurate. And I shouldn't be so cynical.
No, but this is this is what makes a couple's relationship special, because the tendency is not 100% to be monogamous, especially the psyche of a human being.
So they've got to
then if you're willing to do the effort and to commit, this is the value of a couple.
And to commit to keep working on it.
Definitely.
Isn't it? That's the whole point to it. But thank you so much. That was a great conversation. Thanks to our guest, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who's joined us all the way from Surrey. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, we're going to be taking a look back at the year in US politics and asking our panel of guests, how did 2025 shape up? Hello and thank you very much indeed for joining us. Now, with 2025 fast drawing to a close, today we're going to look back at some of the main political developments of the year. Well, President Donald Trump himself has also been reflecting on the first 10 months of his second term in the White House. In a pre-holiday address, the president framed 2025 as a turnaround year for the United States, outlining his main accomplishments and promising that the economy would be even stronger next year. But for the setbacks and the challenges facing the United States, notably high prices, crime and immigration, President Trump laid blame squarely on his predecessor, President Joe Biden.
I've restored American strength, settled 8 wars in 10 months, destroyed the Iran nuclear threat, and ended the war in Gaza, bringing for the first time in 3,000 years peace to the Middle East, and secured the release of the hostages, both living and dead. Here at home, we're bringing our economy back from the brink of ruin. The last administration and their allies in Congress looted our treasury for trillions of dollars, driving up prices and everything at levels never seen before. I am bringing those high prices down and bringing them down very fast.
President Trump speaking there in his holiday address. Well, to discuss the year, we're joined today by Angie Wong, Republican strategist, who joins us from Miami, Florida. Welcome to the program, Angie. Great to have you with us. We're also joined by Greg Swenson, chair of Republicans Overseas, who joins us from Washington. Great to have you with us as well. Both familiar faces on Al Arabiya English. We speak to you both often. Now, let me start by asking you, Angie, why don't we start with you? President Trump's pre-holiday address, what are people saying about what point President Trump was seeking to make when he gave that address, looking back on the year?
Well, President Trump wanted to tout all of his accomplishments because, well, the media here doesn't like it. They just like the scandals. Look, President Trump started this second term with a sense of urgency. He was governing with a sense of urgency. He hit the ground running come January 2025, and he hasn't stopped since. He's been just running, and harder to basically turn around the Biden administration that he inherited, and also the Biden economy. He's flipped the geopolitics upside down, and now it seems as though America has respect again. I think that's what he wanted to do, and he also realized that he only had about 100 to 200 days to get it done, all really quickly before the knives came out, and that's what we're seeing in Washington today. So he wanted to give the address yesterday to the nation to reassure Americans that things are okay, things are on the up. And that's what he touted. He touted a closed border. He touted inflation slowing down. And he's also touting that he is making deals with every big agency he can and big corporation he can to lower prices for all Americans.
Okay, and we're going to be talking about prices because that's a really key issue, isn't it? And Greg, since you're in Washington, and Angie mentioned that the knives are out there in Washington, I mean, what evidence is there the knives are out? And also, let me ask you, what do you think the tone was that President Trump was trying to strike last night?
Yeah, I think the president in many ways is kicking off the midterm election year of 2026. There were some disappointments with the off-year elections in this past November. And I think that in many respects, the communications were often, there's no lack of communications. There's a lot of transparency, but I do think they didn't focus enough on the economy, and the Democrats did a good job of highlighting affordability. That's the new trendy word here in the U.S. And affordability is an issue. And it's thanks to Joe Biden that we have this affordability crisis. But the Democrats did a great job of ignoring that or avoiding that in November, and managed to get people to vote for them because they were proposing that they would fix the affordability crisis, which is hysterical to consider that they caused it and left President Trump to fix it. So I think that the president was wise to get out, at the beginning of the midterm year, and highlight the fact that he is fixing the affordability crisis. He will fix the economy. It does take time, but the policies that he put in place, especially with the big, beautiful bill, will work. Tax reform, deregulation, and liberation of the energy sector and the private sector in general. It worked for him in his first term. It worked for Reagan. It worked for John Kennedy. So I'm pretty confident it will work again.
Okay, what about the knives being out? Are you seeing any knives out there in Washington?
Absolutely. I mean, look, the mainstream, many people still get their information from the mainstream media here in the U.S., and they've always hated President Trump. They typically hate Republicans in general. So it's really a tough battle to fight. I've always advised, get over it. There's a liberal bias. Of course, there always has been, but the bias, it's really changed from a liberal bias to liberal activism. And as Angie pointed out, they only talk about the scandals or they create the scandals rather than focusing on the accomplishments of this administration, which have been significant. So, good for him for, he's always been, one to speak directly to the people and avoid the knives of the mainstream media and just go right through it. And that's what he did last night. So good for him.
Angie, are there any knives within the GOP itself, metaphorically speaking? I mean, we've read, reports and we've heard, anecdotes suggesting there are some splits between traditional conservative Republicans and MAGA populists. Do you think too much is being made of those splits, or what are your thoughts?
No, I think it's very real. I mean, if we're going to have a frank conversation about the GOP, there are some divides, and mainly because very early on, Trump demands an absolute kind of mindset when you are with him. And I think that's exactly right, because remember, his first administration, he brought in a lot of establishment GOPs into the cabinet, and they messed around with him and caused him a lot of time in his first administration. This time around, he knows how to do it better. He brought in loyalists versus those with more experience, mainly because they are on the same wavelength, and they knew how to work with him and get things done really quickly. But, talking about knives, yeah, I mean, I'm certainly seeing the divide. We can't not see it. You certainly saw it in Indiana recently when they voted no on the new Republican districting map. You're starting to see it with Marjorie Taylor Greene and other people who are deflecting from the MAGA crowd. We're hearing of more retirements coming up next year. So all of this is worrying me, because we've known for a long time, Tom, and we've spoken about this, that the MAGA brand, well, it's not that stylish anymore. And I think there's going to be a new iteration of that. And hopefully that falls in some of, what other GOPers want as well, whether that's more traditionalist or more modern. We can debate that later on. But Trump can't demand an absolutist mindset anymore, because he realizes he's going to have to work with all spectrum of those within the Republican Party in order to get the numbers passed. Because look, the House has a razor-thin majority right now. The Senate, John Thune's not pushing through all of those things that all the bills that Trump needs passed to get the America First agenda going. So he's going to have to learn how to, negotiate and work with everybody. And everyone's got different terms, because they know they can. They know the margins are that slim. And hopefully in the midterms we'll win more. But for now, he's going to have to make some concessions. It's not an absolutism mindset.
Sure. And Greg, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene, that's one notable name that sprung to mind, and Angie just mentioned her there. I mean, does President Trump need to be worried if she's not quite as on side as she used to be?
I'm not sure. I think without President Trump or without their partnership, she's not going to draw a big audience. And so you've got, the MTGs of the world on the right, then you have the so-called moderate or establishment Republicans in the center. But that's in many ways been a failure. That whole movement, the Lincoln Project back in 2020, turned out to be mostly, consultants and lobbyists and Democrats that were creating that. So I think there's probably more noise about this potential split in the party. I don't think the party of George W. Bush and John McCain and Mitt Romney, I don't think they're coming back. I think it's a permanent shift. And so, whether depending on who the heir is to the MAGA movement, I think I don't imagine it's going back to the country club Republican.
Right, but we are ending the year with a slightly worrying rating. The latest Reuters Ipsos poll, I don't know if you believe them, I don't know if you look at them, shows that President Trump's approval rating is at the lowest level of his second term in office. 39% of US adults approving of his job performance. Angie, is that something that the GOP and President Trump's inner sanctum need to be worried about?
Well, I certainly am not worried about it because these polls, I've seen numbers anywhere in the 30s to the 40s. I mean, they're still a lot better than when the previous administration, like Biden, was at this very time of his presidency. So I'm not really relying on the numbers as much as I am on what's to come and what President Trump is trying to accomplish. Look, the first 11 months of his presidency has been nothing but just hard work, determination, and making the impossible possible. He's, certainly put a pause on a lot of the world conflicts, and he's going after terrorist groups. He's doing things domestically. I mean, this man doesn't sleep, right? So I think a lot of it just has to take time for it to come to fruition, where you and I can see the accomplishments really affect whether it's our pocketbooks, our, national security or otherwise. But, I think President Trump's frustrated that more and more Americans are not feeling, I guess, the benefits of all the hard work just yet. And, I'm very optimistic. I think by quarter 2, quarter 3 of next year, we're going to start seeing the real effects of the tariffs. We're going to start seeing more and more of the effects of what it means to stop some of the terrorist groups that President Trump is trying to cut pipelines for, and other good things that the Trump administration is doing. But it does need more time and, just clear runway in order for that to happen. Hopefully it happens before the midterms.
Right. And Greg, I mean, just listening to the president's pre-holiday address, all 18 minutes of it, I mean, there wasn't much in there about international relations, even though that has been quite a dominant feature of his first year of the second term. Do you think there was a conscious decision made, right, time to get back to these so-called kitchen table issues ahead of the midterms?
Without a doubt, Tom. Great question or great comment. And that's absolutely the case. He didn't mention foreign policy at all. I think one small reference to the Middle East. But, what he's done has been fantastic for world peace. He's an anti-war president. He's a peace president. But that's not what people vote for. The reality is in America, people vote on economic issues and pocketbook issues. So, yeah, there's clearly a shift. And I think, back to the polls, remember 45 years ago, Ronald Reagan was polling at 35 in January of 1983. And less than 2 years later, he won 49 states. So, this is a turnaround in the making, but economic policy usually takes 9 to 12 months to really see any effects from it. We're seeing some good things so far, but I think the president was wise to highlight the fact that, we have a turnaround coming and just be patient.
Right. And Angie, the president was probably thinking back, wasn't he, to the off-season elections and electoral races that happened in the last couple of months. I mean, not to mention New York, where Mamdani came out as the city mayor. But in all of those races, it sounds like, the economy, this issue of affordability that we've already talked about, really were the main weapons and the drums that the Democrats were beating in those electoral campaigns. We're going to see more of this next year, aren't we?
Absolutely. And whoever owns the messaging on affordability will win the midterms in 2026. That is what all Americans care about. It affects every single person, everything from the healthcare insurance all the way down to grocery bills to insurance, everything like that. So President Trump understands that. Right after Zoran Mamdani won the New York mayoralship, the very next morning, President Trump went to a senatorial breakfast and started using the word affordability. And now he's even calling himself the affordability president. He's named Scott Bessent the affordability czar. He is going to do everything he can between now and November 2026 to lower prices and make sure that you and I actually feel the effects of that. Right now, the American consumer doesn't actually see it or feel it. And I think that is critical here, is whether or not you and I feel secure in our savings, whether or not you and I are buried under debt, and whether or not this administration can do something about it. Because right now, the American dream is getting harder and harder to attain. And if you do try to attain it, you are signing up for a lifetime full of debt. So I think President Trump wants to address that, because young voters can't jump in without signing their lives away to the 30-year mortgage or to a college degree that, spends decades paying off a college loan, or even getting a car, things like that. So these are real issues that I think the federal government can take care of. And I know President Trump would love to do that, especially for young Americans.
Greg, just looking back at the year, do you think the Zoran Mamdani electoral win in New York was a bit of a pivotal moment? Because in the campaign, President Trump was, not particularly, let's say, complimentary about Mayor-elect Mamdani. But then they had that Oval Office meeting, and they seemed to get along pretty well. And I'm wondering, just listening to what Angie was saying as well, whether perhaps a bit of the Mamdani effect rubbed off on President Trump. Do you think that there's an argument there?
Yeah, there is, because, they are similar in a certain way in the fact that they both ran on sort of a populist message, and Mamdani, he embraced the affordability issue and took it head on. And, his solutions are quite different than what President Trump's solutions are. President Trump wants to fix that problem by liberating the private sector, which he did in the first term quite successfully. And you had a fantastic increase in real wages. Wages adjusted for inflation were fantastic in the first term. Real wages adjusted for inflation were down in the Biden years. So wages went down 4% under Biden. So the average American lost buying power to the tune of $3,300 a year. And now we've recovered $1,200 in real wage increases this year, but that's a long way to go. We've only recovered around a third of the losses suffered under the Biden administration. So I think the Democrats were quite cheeky to avoid that topic during the campaign in November. They did it well, sort of sidestepped that they caused it, and they all voted for the bill, the bills that increased government spending, that caused the inflation, that really hurt the private sector and hurt real wages. So look, I think the president, again, is wise to focus on that. Reaching out to Mamdani was a smart move. That, New York is still an important city. And also remember that, he only got 50% of the vote, right? And it was basically a Democrat election. Only 10% of the voters were Republicans in New York in November. So I don't see it as a massive shift toward the progressive left. We've already had a progressive mayor in New York in the form of the mayor from 2014 to 21. That was a disaster for New York. So I don't think it could get much worse. We've had the same thing in Chicago with Brandon Johnson. So we've already experienced the downside of these progressive left mayors. And I'm seeing Mamdani already pivot. He's in many ways embraced free market capitalism by his visit to the bodega last week, and he's already looking and sounding like Milton Friedman more than Vladimir, than a communist or a Marxist. So I think that's going to work out, and I don't think the Democrats will shift. There is that split in the party, no doubt about it. You had the same thing in Seattle with the mayoral race there, but the other winners, New Jersey, Virginia, they sort of moved to the center and focused on affordability without going, to totally Marxist. So I don't think that's as big a deal as we thought in November.
Yeah, it's something I never thought I would hear people saying, that President Trump and Zoran Mamdani have stuff in common. But now we're talking about it. I mean, let's face it, they can both draw quite a crowd. Now, Angie, let me turn back to you, because one of the other big points that President Trump made in that holiday address, and one of the big issues and themes throughout these last 10, 11 months, has been the issue of immigration. On that score, I mean, would you say President Trump has delivered?
Oh, I think he has more than delivered. Look, on day one, he had Tom Holman, the border czar, shut down the borders. Now we're getting single digits crossing every single day versus the millions that were crossing every month illegally into the U.S. So I think that has been on the scorecard at least an A, if not A minus. The only reason why I give the minus is because the closed border kind of the PR of it was not done very well, and certainly in communities like mine in Miami, people don't like to see that, you know, relatives deported. And I think there's been a lot of fear mongering, especially amongst the Democrat and Latino communities, that are stirring up trouble, especially for ICE agents. And we've been seeing that around the U.S. for several months now. There's been, I guess they call it protests, I call it violence. But there's been a lot of that kind of naughtiness happening, and it doesn't work well. And certainly we've lost a few Latino voters because of that. But for the most part, a secure border means that we have a secure economy and that I feel safer at home. There's that sense that President Trump has delivered on the secure border. So I think that's been a really nice thing. I just want to get back to the point where, you know, just a year ago, we had Joe Biden in office. Imagine if he gave a national speech like that. You and I would be having a very different conversation to see whether or not he could even make it through an 18-minute speech, right, without fumbling entirely. So I think President Trump gave a great, strong speech, although I didn't see anything new come from the speech. I was hoping for some surprises, but it just seems like he was just had a very disciplined message to say, this is what I've done, this is what I'm going to continue to do, and let's get it done, because he wants a full 4-year presidency without any interruptions, and that's what the GOP has to deliver for him, is a House majority and a Senate majority. That way he can fully realize the America First agenda.
Okay, so you're saying results speak for themselves, but the optics and the comms perhaps could have done with a bit more work. Greg, would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, I think so. Look, even though this administration is completely, perhaps the most transparent administration ever and great communicators, I do think they took their eye away from the messaging on the economy and on affordability, and the Democrats embraced it. So, you know, again, good for the Democrats for doing that and ignoring the fact that they caused it. But I do think you've seen a major change since early November. You know, they've come out of the gates really focused on it. You'll see a lot more of the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. You'll see a lot more of him talking about affordability, and it will work. I mean, the liberation of the energy sector especially, but also tax reform and general deregulation, well, it always ends up helping real wages. It helps the average working person in America, unlike low interest rates and reckless government spending, which just really helps the rich get richer with asset inflation. So I'm pretty excited about 2026, and we should start to see the results. We're already starting to see it, but I think you'll see some significant real wage growth in the next year.
And on the issue of immigration, Greg, I mean, do you feel like perhaps there have been some PR disasters on this particular issue? I mean, for example, you know, perhaps castigating a certain community like the people of Somalia. I mean, has that gone down well? And do people say that perhaps that doesn't serve the interest of uniting a pretty divided country?
Yeah, I think there's some merit to that. And I do think that the messaging has to be really delicate because, again, the mainstream media is always going to be against anything the president does. But he's also reflecting the concerns that people have. And in cities like Chicago, where I live, you know, it's really difficult. Women can't go out after dark, period. Like it's unless they're in an Uber or you know, maybe not even driving their own car. It's really dangerous. And part of the reason for that is the mass migration crisis, illegal migration crisis, with all the unemployed illegal migrants running around Chicago. And then, of course, the mayor and the governor pushing back against the administration. So, yeah, it's a difficult optic. But I do think that the concern about crime, especially from illegal migrants, is probably more significant than the bad optics of ICE, the immigration enforcement people removing illegal migrants. I mean, if you look at, Laken Riley getting killed at the University of Georgia, that's just a classic example of reckless policy where an illegal migrant was arrested in New York and given that New York is a so-called sanctuary city, he was released the next day by another Soros-backed DA that chose to reduce his felony to a misdemeanor. He takes a bus to Georgia, another sanctuary city, or sanctuary city in sense of Athens, Georgia, where the university is. So those are examples that people look at, and I think the president feels compelled to do something about it, regardless of the optics.
Okay, let's pivot across to foreign policy. As we've said, not much mention of foreign policy in the pre-holiday address, but there has been no shortage of foreign policy activity from this administration during these last 10 or 11 months. Angie, I mean, out of all of the foreign policy issues, and we've talked about them a lot on this channel, Ukraine, Gaza, Syria, the situation regarding Greenland, the brewing situation off the coast of Venezuela. What stands out for you as being perhaps the most significant, perhaps the most, the greatest accomplishment for the Trump administration?
Well, there's been so many. I mean, there was the Gaza Phase 1 celebration where where President Trump skipped over the UN and brought in all his foreign leader friends to celebrate in Egypt. I thought that was a great celebration. Although it was a great optics, there was really no strategic reset. And I think that is kind of my overall assessment of his entire foreign policy strategy, is that there were a lot of great starts, but nothing has really been finished. Nothing has really stuck. I mean, take Ukraine, Russia, for example, right? There's been a lot of talks, a lot of optics, a lot of airplanes flown over Putin's head in Alaska, but ultimately, no results just yet. And we don't actually see an end game. Even President Trump, or rather Don Jr., has come out to say, well, we may step away from that because there is no end game in some of these wars and some of these world conflicts. They just keep going on and on. We saw it with Thailand recently, right, where they started up again. So, I feel like President Trump might be spending a lot of time trying to solve these issues and find world peace, which, I congratulate him on. But, yesterday's message was directly to the Americans because it was an American audience. But more importantly, because the people who voted for him and voted him in last November wants to see results domestically. So I think he needs to go back and, re-engage with Americans again. But I do hope that he's, able to bring a lot of the world conflicts and a lot of these talks. I know Russia's delegation's coming to Miami this weekend to further talk with perhaps shutting it down with Ukraine. We don't know. Everyone's always optimistic, but then there's always a pause. But that's how it works with a lot of these conflicts.
Right. And just, looking back, Greg, so many, as Angie said, so many foreign policy issues have sort of presented themselves in President Trump's inbox. And he's tried to tackle a great number of them. And do you agree with Angie's assessment that perhaps results not too many to speak of yet? And perhaps, do you think there's a case of perhaps too many irons at the fire at once?
Well, I think the president is able to delegate a lot of that. And I think his team has done a great job, starting with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. But I do think we all agree that the pivot back to domestic issues is absolutely necessary, because it's important to his legacy and to his, but more importantly, to his voters. And I think it's all about the midterms. And as Angie pointed out, whoever fixes whoever can claim that issue and claim to have fixed the problem is going to win here. And the Republicans and the president have a great opportunity in that area. So I think it's a natural pivot away from foreign policy. I think he can be proud of what he's done so far. And I do think that, that the highlight perhaps is the Israel-Gaza settlement. And again, there's going to be bumps in the road there. We're seeing it already with Hamas. But generally speaking, I think the president can be really proud of what he and his team have done. But it is time to pivot back to domestic issues, no doubt.
I mean, one of the perhaps most enduring images of 2025 geopolitically was that Oval Office showdown between Presidents Trump and Zelenskyy. I mean, Angie, does that stand out for you as perhaps being one of the most unforgettable moments?
Yeah, I was thinking back. So I was at, there's a bar in Trump Tower where there's a huge photo of Kim Jong-un shaking Donald Trump's hand at the DMZ. And I'm wondering what that image is going to be like for his second administration. It may be that Oval Office showdown. I thought that was great. Zelenskyy, we've been writing him blank checks for years. And it was time that we stopped because something's got to happen. We were not there to forever take care of him and his country. So, I would like to see a resolution on that quicker, maybe even by next year. Even if we don't end the war there, I don't like to see Americans writing blank checks to another country over and over again. And I think President Trump has tried to ask EU and NATO members to, foot the bill. And he did do that. There was an increase of 5% in defense spending from each one of the allies, which hopefully then goes and supplies, whether it's to support the Ukraine war or other methods. I think that was a good first step. But I think all of this, right, is to push the ownership on everyone else. It can't just be the United States taking care of everybody anymore. And I think for far too long, our previous presidents have allowed this. For whatever reasons, whether national security, diplomatic relations, whatnot. But President Trump saying, hey, no more. Let's everyone take their own fair share if we're all going to play together well. And I loved seeing the shifts of global alliances. You could see what's going on there. NATO and the UN, they're kind of in the background now. President Trump just said, well, what have you been doing for the last few decades? We've been financing you and you've delivered nothing. So I think he's kind of like rethinking how that's going to work. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he does with NATO and the UN in the coming years. I think that the moment for 2025 was certainly Zelenskyy in the Oval Office. And I hope he learned his lesson from that.
Okay, Greg, do you think President Trump's perhaps been a bit harsh on President Zelenskyy, given that his country was invaded by a hostile country and, he's not the aggressor here, is he?
No, but I don't think he blames Zelenskyy. It's obviously Putin is the wild card here, but the president just wants to stop the killing. So however he can get to that point, he'll exploit both sides to get an end to this war. But remember, he was very good to Zelenskyy. The first 40 minutes of that meeting was very productive. It was only the last 13 minutes that went south. And that's on Zelenskyy because he just kept pushing the envelope with both the president and the vice president. And that's when it went south, was only after minute 40. And I do think that, that was a good moment for Zelenskyy in the long run, because I think he had to understand that he can't just keep begging for money or assuming that the U.S. would just keep writing these blank checks and not be a little thankful for it. So I think that was an important moment. I think Zelenskyy has handled the relationship very well since then. And I think, again, the wild card here is Putin, but the president will, I think, continue to try to end the conflict and just stop the body bags from piling up.
Okay, so we've talked about how President Trump inherited some major geopolitical hot potatoes in the form of Ukraine and the conflict in Gaza. Yeah. He's also sort of made gestures towards, indications that he may be eyeing up new conflicts, notably Venezuela, and possibly annexing Greenland. That's one of the things he said quite early on as well. I mean, he was voted, wasn't he, Angie, to stop old wars and not start any new ones. How's this going to go down, do you think, with his support base?
I think we've forgotten about that one. But look, the Venezuelan thing, the messaging needs to be much, much clearer. Most Americans are very confused as to why the U.S. is going after Venezuela right now. I think President Trump needs to come out in the forefront and say, look, we need to cut off the oil pipelines, which is the money that is financing a lot of the terrorist groups, as well as a lot of the world conflicts that we're seeing right now. That message has not really trickled down to the American public. We don't know why drug boats are being blown up, other than we didn't want drugs coming into our country. But I think if President Trump and the administration tells us, look, they're financing terror, and gives us evidence, then we would be supportive of all the efforts going in, especially bringing in all the military aircrafts and closing down the Venezuelan airspace and things like that. We want to understand that. So far, that message has not been made clear to Americans, and I was really hoping he would address that last night, but I think he skipped over that. But remember who our Secretary of State is. It's Marco Rubio, right? He's very, very familiar, coming as a boy growing up in Miami. He's very familiar with what's happened with Venezuela. We've had a huge migration of Venezuelans moving into Miami and South Florida for the past few years because of the Maduro regime. And I've, having been saturated in that community for many years now, I do understand that there is a desire, and certainly Latinos are very happy to see that the Maduro regime is getting squeezed, and that the economy there is getting squeezed because it's possibly linked to terrorist groups.
Just briefly, Greg, your thoughts on that issue, starting new wars in the form, okay, let's put Greenland to one side, but Venezuela. I mean, how's that going to go down if he starts a war there?
Yeah, on the surface, it seems to be in contradiction to, his general philosophy, which is not to start regime change wars, not to have any boots on the ground. But I do think that Venezuela is different. You've got a renewal of the Monroe Doctrine. You're hearing a lot about that from Secretary of State Rubio, who, by the way, is the son of Cuban immigrants. So there's been, he's had some experience with these communist regimes. So there's a renewal of the Monroe Doctrine. Venezuela, unlike Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya, is in our sphere of influence. It's in our hemisphere. So it's important to make that distinction. And secondly, the other big difference between Venezuela and the forever wars of the last 2 decades is that they are really ready and ripe for democracy. They've had elections. You've got obviously, Maduro stole that election. I mean, he lost, by 70 to 30 by most measures, by most assumptions. So I do think that they're ready for democracy. It's not like we're imposing some system, democracy in this case, on a country that's just not ready for it and probably will never be ready for it. Afghanistan comes to mind. So I do think that's, there are differences between this conflict and other conflicts.
Okay, we've got about 60 seconds left. And just to wrap up, I mean, there were some notable foreign trips undertaken by President Trump these last 11 months. I mean, the ones that spring to mind, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, the Vatican. What stood out for you, Angie? Which trip did you think perhaps was the most impactful, most exciting?
Oh, for me, it was certainly his Asia trips. I thought him going to Japan and then meeting Xi Jinping in Korea, I thought those were very notable because guess what? These are our allies. These, President Trump touts them as our friends as well. We do, then they're our major trade partners. So I think it was good to keep up those relations, if not just the optics of it, because as much as we would love to have America be completely independent, we are somewhat dependent on our Asian neighbors. So it's good to keep up the trade relations there. So that was very notable for me in 2025.
Okay, Greg, your notable trips of 2025 for the president?
Yeah, I mean, for sure the pivot to Asia, and that's important and part of the general strategy. But I thought the trip to Saudi was important. You look at the foreign direct investment coming from both the Saudis and the Emiratis, and then, of course, compare it to the Biden trips where, Joe Biden was very critical of our allies. He got off on the wrong foot with both the UK, Israel, and Saudi Arabia. And then 2 years later, when energy prices were really high, he went to Saudi to beg MBS to pump more oil, and of course MBS declined. And so I think you can see the notable difference between the relationship with the President Trump and the Saudis and the Emiratis versus President Biden.
Okay, Greg, you've had the last word. We're out of time. Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas, thank you very much indeed to you. Thank you as well to Angie Wong, Republican strategist. Thank you both very much indeed for joining us for this look back on the year in US politics. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again next year with more exclusive interviews. Until then, do stay with us here on Al Arabiya English.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Al Arabiya English with me, Michal Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Game. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Cyril Gane this weekend. Cyril Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, I think that he has reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the inspiration, all of it. He's the one that asked me, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. He's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
it's a big issue. But you know, that's going to be Secret Service, and you know, there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the ellipse across the street, there'll be, you know, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes, he's speculating. Yes, he wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and you know, he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, you know, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's always an honor. I love the guy, and yeah, I mean, when he calls, you know, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend to me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but yeah, I listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting at the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that. I mean, it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, you know, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, there's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana.
Even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
Welcome to the metropolis. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Istanbul, definitely a glory of the world. Istanbul bridges two continents, marries civilizations that highlights the best of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires. Take a look and see. Perhaps the most popular among tourists is taking the Bosphorus cruise in Istanbul. They say a trip to the city won't be complete without taking this route. It provides a majestic overview of the city, taking both European and Asian shores. You'll see century-old places and mansions to marvel at. There are also several options of cruises to take for your convenience. The Hagia Sophia is definitely a sight to see too. It's a splendid church-turned-mosque-turned-museum that's considered one of the world's greatest architectural treasures. Also head over to the Archaeology Museum in Istanbul. It is considered one of the city's hidden gems, displaying one of the world's richest collections of classical antiquities. Here, you'll find the marvelous sarcophagus of Alexander the Great, depicting important phases of his life, the blue-tiled Karaman Marab, the beautiful tiled pavilion, and the Treaty of Kadesh, which is known as the world's earliest surviving peace treaty. When it comes to shopping, Istanbul has its Grand Bazaar. You can go bargain hunting to your heart's delight. It is over 500 years old, but still one of the largest covered bazaars in the world. Locals visit the place every day to shop and bargain like pros. The Grand Bazaar is also known for its carpets, leather, ceramic, jewelry, plus souvenirs you can bring home. Not to be missed are the local markets that will allow you a taste of different cultures of continents. Turkey's kitchen is in fact known to be the richest of all. Their dishes are known to be made with only fresh produce. Plus, you can buy the ingredients firsthand at the local markets. Then, of course, you can't miss the Galata Tower. It is one other way to see the best of the city. You'll get a 360-degree panoramic view of Istanbul. Its very high tower also has a restaurant and cafe for you to dine in at the 9th floor. Feel free to enjoy the view and the food too. Definitely a great way to see, experience, and absorb the beauty that is Istanbul. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
The government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do. I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Hi, I'm Micheál Prendergast for Arabiya English, here in London for a special interview with former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We discuss the Israel-Gaza peace deal, President Trump's role in proceedings. We also talk about Keir Starmer's leadership in the UK, the rise of reform and Nigel Farage, and whether Boris sees a return to frontline politics in the future. Mr. Johnson, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start off with the news story that has dominated the world over the past 2 years, and that's the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump has said the war is over. What is your assessment of Trump's role in the conflict?
Well, I think it's an astonishing piece of good news. And today, as we're talking, Micheál, I think the hostages are coming out or have come out. I don't know how many are out now, but last time I looked, I think about 14 of them, of the remaining 20, were out. And I think it must be a moment of great joy and relief for people in Israel, but also for people in Gaza, because it means an end to the horrifying bombardments. It means we're on the road to peace. And this is a very unfashionable thing to say in London or in Europe or wherever in liberal circles, but I really pay credit to Donald Trump. I give him credit. I think he has worked unbelievably hard. He's exerted American pressure obviously on Hamas, because he said to them, look, if you don't sign this thing, you're going to get wiped out. But also he's put the hard word on Bibi Netanyahu. And, because it wasn't easy for Netanyahu, because he's got these guys in his coalition, the ultra right-wing nationalists, who don't support the agreement. But Netanyahu has had the courage to go ahead and do a deal anyway. So it's a very, very hopeful moment. It's not the end of the story, of course not. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of what will be a tortuous process, and there's lots of difficult points that need to be agreed. And the most difficult, Hamas need to come to the understanding that really and truly it's over for them as an armed group. It's over for them in the government of Gaza, but they get an amnesty. They get peace. They're not going to be pursued. They're not going to be killed. That's it. They're able to live out their lives. And Israel needs to understand, and the government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives.
A Hamas official has recently thanked Donald Trump for his role, but they have downplayed the role of Tony Blair, saying he's not welcome. What is your take on that assessment?
I understand that Hamas don't want a role for Tony in the government of Gaza, in the Peace Council. I think it's called the Council for Peace in Gaza. I've seen that. Look, I think that that's not the end of the world. Tony Blair's a grown-up. He's actually, I think, to be fair, he has worked very hard on this deal, and he should get a lot of praise for helping to put it together, Tony Blair. I don't think it's the end of the world if he's not there in the Peace Council, but there needs to be some body, right? There needs to be some structure that can help deliver confidence to people in Gaza that it's going to be a stable, secure environment where they can bring up their kids, they can have homes, there'll be job opportunities. There needs to be some sort of governance system that's very positive now about Gaza and that isn't Hamas. And so you need something.
Obviously, there's been an enormous amount of speculation online around the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that Donald Trump deserves this?
I do, and I think that he has applied the force of his personality and the power of his office to move mountains and to get this thing done. I don't know if you've ever met him, but you can see what you see is what you get. The great thing about Donald Trump is his public persona and his real political persona are completely united. They are the same thing. He's very lucky. He speaks from the heart, and it's unmediated by calculation. He just said it, and he's very effective. And he obviously worked to get this thing done, and others as well, Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and I think a lot of people played an important part in this. But the Nobel Prize he didn't get it this year, and it's not. I think.
Will he get it next year?
Here's how he can make it absolutely nailed on. Okay, so the Norwegians are maybe a bit sniffy. The Norwegian Nobel Prize Committee were maybe a bit reserved about giving it to him
with gritted teeth.
Well, I think the trouble is that there's been such a big public campaign. They're not used to that. They're not used to people sort of asking for it. They're used to having the pleasure of giving it. So I think the way and don't forget that these guys won't be naturally Trump supporters. These people on this committee, they tend to give the prize to left liberal people, one kind or another. But the way to make this thing nailed on for Trump, he can win the prize, several Nobel Prizes for peace, if he applies to Vladimir Putin the same pressure that he's put on Hamas. He needs to step up the pressure on Putin, and and we all do. We've got to. The war in Gaza has been terrible, but the war in Ukraine has killed exponentially more people.
We will come on to that later.
Yes, forgive me. But that's my tip for how the president can win the prize. Nailed on.
And what about Tony Blair? Is he deserving of the accolade?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not close enough to the whole thing to know. My feeling is that the Americans have been decisive in this. Because in the end, look, America calls the shots with Israel because America is the ultimate financial backer of Israel's defense. And I think when the guys in Hamas looked at, what Trump was supporting, he'd come in with Israel to bomb all those Iranian facilities. They looked at what had happened to Hezbollah. I think that they thought this guy's serious. So when he says he's going to wipe us out, they believed it. And so for that reason, I think that that's where the prize belongs. It belongs with the Americans. and with Trump, you know, definitely. And you know, this is going to shock. Do you see it? You're in central London now. We're in central London. I don't see any kids out on the streets of central London demonstrating, you know, support for Trump or joy at the end of the Gaza conflict. I mean, they were demonstrating every day.
Why is that?
They were demonstrating every day when it was on, but now that it's over, well, they're curiously silent.
Why
is there no jubilation? Why aren't they out there saying, thank you, Donald, thank you, Trump? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Trump is a good... I'll tell you why. Because they're all lefties. And because Trump is somebody that they disapprove of. And that's the reason. And Trump is not politically correct. And I'm afraid that's the problem. So, and also, you know what? It had got to the stage where these demonstrations, and they're still going on against Israel. They're not about Gaza. They're not about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which they should be. They're about hatred of Israel, and they've become partly to do with hatred of Jewish people, and it's been very ugly to watch. Very, very ugly. But now that's over, I hope.
The UK under Keir Starmer has recently recognised the state of Palestine. This is a step you chose not to take while in power. What do you think of Keir Starmer's decision?
I think it's completely vacuous. I think it's trivial. I think it wouldn't, you know, it made no difference. It didn't give the Palestinians anything worthwhile. It didn't give the people growing up in Gaza anything worthwhile. You know, recognition of a state should only really happen under the terms of the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which we sign up to in Britain. When you know the boundaries of the entity, you know, and you know that you have a secure government and a recognized system of government, and you don't have either of those in the case of Palestine. So it was premature. I mean, it should happen eventually, but it's premature now and has achieved nothing.
Bridget Phillipson, the UK Education Secretary, has said the UK has played a pivotal role in securing the peace deal. Mike Huckabee, the American ambassador to Israel, has said she is delusional. What's your take?
Well, I think Mike Huckabee is almost certainly right there. I don't think that the Labour government had any purchase on the matter, you know, because they'd lost all their credit with Israel. You know, Britain has been a long-standing ally and supporter of Israel. But, you know, the UK, sadly, under Labour, had taken a different policy, had sided with you know, had allowed these very obnoxious protests to take place in London, had taken steps to stop supporting Israel financially, militarily, and so we had no purchase with Israel, but we didn't have any influence with Hamas either. I don't think, not that I know of. So you know, the UK had not a lot to say, but which is strange really, because the UK, you know, we were the origins of the problem. I mean, if you look at the mandate that we had for
the Balfour Declaration,
well, all that, yes, we fulfilled one half of the Balfour Declaration, but not the other half.
Given the scale,
we created a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, but we didn't do anything to protect the rights, or not enough to protect the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. And I hope that what's going to happen now is that we will finally sort out that second objective. And the great thing about what Trump has done is that the surrounding Arab states are now going to be involved in that process. So it's immensely positive.
Given the scale of the casualties in Gaza, are the ICC justified in pursuing Benjamin Netanyahu for a criminal trial?
I don't think so. I really don't, and I'll be very candid with you. I think that any Prime Minister of Israel would have had to do something to stop an attack like October the 7th happening again. You know, suppose it had happened in the UK, right? Suppose we'd had pro rata with a population of 60 million and 69 million, whatever we are. That would have been 8 or 9,000 people, men, women, and children being tortured, killed, raped, whatever. With their screams all over British news, day after day. Hundreds of hostages taken. Imagine what the House of Commons is going to do in those circumstances. Imagine what the British Parliament would do. Would they allow that to happen? Would they allow the organisation that did that to stay in power? No way. No way. He had to do something. And so, no, I don't think that the ICC is right. You know, I think it's a political gesture. Again, it achieves nothing. The Americans don't even recognize the ICC, as far as I know. They don't even recognize its jurisdiction.
I'd like to get your thoughts on the UK's role in the rebuild of Gaza.
I hope that the UK will play a big role in rebuilding Gaza, and I hope that there will be, you know, whether Tony Blair is there or not, that there's got to be some way of giving confidence to investors in Gaza, and there will be. I mean, it's got to be a Palestinian-run place, but without Hamas, and we've got to help that happen, and we've got to help trigger business investment. That's the best solution. I'll tell you a terrible, you know, in 2005, when all the Israeli settlers were pulled out, right, of Gaza, what happened was that a lot of aid money went in, quite rightly, and lots of businesses were set up, and lots of and some leisure facilities, right, like cafes and places where you could ride ponies and stuff. And there was a place called Crazy Water Park they set up in Gaza. And maybe our viewers can check this out if I've got this wrong, because I might have got this wrong, but this is what I was told. Crazy Water Park. And it was one of those places where you can go. I've got lots of little kids, and I've got lots of kids, but you know, have you ever been to a water park with the slides and stuff? And you go and you get stuck in the slides. Something that's very humiliating, but you plop into these pools. It's great fun. Okay, people go to these things. They love them. You take your family. They built one in Gaza, but Hamas, he freaked out because the women were going around without their headscarves on, and they were smoking in a public place. The women and there were men and women in bathing costumes. Well, of course you're going to be in a bathing costume. It's called Crazy Water Park, right? You're not going to wear a suit. It's ridiculous. But Hamas, in I think 2010, it had been running for a year or so. They came in the middle of the night, 40 guys in balaclava, in masks. They burnt down Crazy Water Park, right? Because it was religiously offensive. I mean, honestly, give me a break. You know, whoever is running Gaza has got to be, I mean, yes, you must be sensitive to people's religious feelings. Of course. But you've also got to have a bit of realism and compassion for the human race. We want to have fun. People want to take their families to Crazy Water Park, right? I'm pro Crazy Water Park. I'm anti-Hamas. That is my position. And I want the government of Gaza to be like that. And I think it can be. And I think it can be. I really believe that it can be a wonderful, but it'll be an Arab solution. It's got to be a Palestinian solution, but with help and with help
without Hamas.
But without Hamas, without the you know, the factional fighting, the zealotry, the ruthlessness, the cruelty. You know, we need to move on.
Moving on to UK politics now. What has been your assessment of Keir Starmer's premiership?
You seriously asking me this question? He was my opponent. He's terrible. I mean, you know, he's making it. Look, I mean, Britain's a wonderful country, okay? Nothing I say should in any way prejudice people's desire to come to London, have a wonderful time. I used to be mayor of the city for 8 years, as well as prime minister. It's a wonderful country. It's a great place to be. But it's sad at the moment because Starmer doesn't know what to do. And he's making huge economic mistakes. He's taking too much in tax from businesses. He's driving people overseas. I haven't seen this since the 1970s. When I was a kid, people were fleeing in the 70s under Labour. People were fleeing London. You remember? Well, you were far too young. You see, it's tragic. And now it's happening again. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen this for 50 years. People leaving the country because of a Labour government.
And him as a leader.
Well,
you spent a lot of time at the dispatch box. You argued with him.
He's a human bollard. He's just like you know what? He pretends to be very much holier than thou. He pretends to be righteous, but he took all these free suits, free spectacles. Imagine that. £8,000 spectacles he took from some Labour donor. It was a scandal. Free shoes, free everything. Ridiculous. And he gets pushed around. So I don't like what's happening with this China stuff. I'm not a Sinophobe, right? China's an amazing country. It's very important. China's a part of our lives. Every country. Saudi Arabia, every country has important business relations with China, and so does the UK. But you don't let China push you around. And then we did this thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a couple of parliamentary researchers were accused of spying. And they've been, the case against them has been dropped. It looks like pressure from China. And we did this, I don't know if you saw it, we did this terrible deal on the Chagos Islands. Did you see this thing? We didn't sell the Chagos Islands. We gave them away, and we spent like £37 billion over the next 40 years or so, over a long. But it's a huge sum of money to expiate our guilt for having owned them in the first place. It's just mad. Why did we do this? It's completely incomprehensible unless you think that China has been pushing behind the scenes, because China and Mauritius are very close.
Do you see China?
So China has been, and so it's very weak of Starmer to give in to this kind of pressure. Very, very weak.
Do you see China as a real threat to the UK?
Well, I think it's very, very important to have a balanced approach. And as I said, China is a massively important economic partner. We sell lots of stuff to China. We have a certain amount of Chinese investment in the UK. That's great. But what you don't want is to be in a position where China calls the shots. No way. And so when it comes to British nuclear power or British 5G mobile telephony or whatever, you can't have China running it.
Labour were very critical of your government scandals, yet Angela Rayner has had to resign over questionable tax dealings. What is your take on that, and is this hypocrisy?
Well, I think as I said to you before, I think there are a bunch of hypocrites. But worse, because, a lot of the things they do are far, far worse than anything that happened in my government. So it's just weird. It's very peculiar. But the worst thing is their their economic policies, and they're not showing the kind of leadership that the country needs at the moment.
Do they need a new leader? Andy Burnham is waiting in the wings.
There might be somebody even worse than Starmer.
Andy Burnham, what's your take on him?
Nice chap. He kind of looks like he's wearing mascara the whole time. You notice he's a very nice guy. He's all right. I always got on very well with Andy. he was a. I think being a mayor of Manchester suits him, and he's good campaigner for his own city. That's a very, very important thing. I don't know whether he would be an improvement on Starmer. I can't comment on that. I think, you know, the risk of changing Starmer's, you might get something worse. Really, Starmer is pretty bad. What we have to do, the international markets have got to say make it clear to Rachel Reeves and Starmer, look, Britain is a great economy. You've got to curb public spending. You've got to curb welfare. You've got to get the budget back in order. But you can't keep putting up taxes and driving business away, because then you won't get any growth, and then they're in a doom loop now because of what they did in 2024. You know, they put up taxes so much that business lost confidence and growth died, and so the tax revenues fell so much that they haven't got enough to pay for their commitments to the doctors, the nurses, to all the public sector. So the only thing they can do is it's November. It's next month, November the 26th. They're going to come back to the public and say we need more tax, which is going to be a vicious circle, and they're going to send the doom loop spiraling down. Do you see what I mean? So they need to get out of that doom loop, out of that nightmare, and into a virtuous circle of encouraging investment, encouraging productivity growth, moving people out of the state sector into the private sector. I mean, one thing that really encourages me is AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Absolutely.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. It's so nice. ChatGPT.
What do you use it for? What do you use it for?
Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer, but ChatGPT always says, "Oh, your question's so clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight," and I love it. And it's so, and I think I see great promise in this technology because, you know, we're all simple. We're human beings. Looking after the elderly costs an absolute fortune. Looking after the people with disabilities, everything, the welfare thing. If you have automated systems that can engage with people and say, "Oh, Mrs. Miggins, it's time for your pill. You need to do this. Do you need any help with your shopping? I can get you somebody." Oh, you know, suddenly you're going to be able to bring the costs down of the welfare system. You're going to bring the cost down of the healthcare system, and look at something like HS2. HS2, which is the big railway, which we had to cancel. The disaster. We were now only going to Birmingham. We've already got a train to Birmingham. We don't need to have another huge high-speed train to Birmingham. We need to go to Manchester. We need to go all the way up the country.
Is this not a bipartisan? Yeah.
No. Let me just finish my point because it's an original point. If HS2 costs £100 billion, right? 100 billion roughly to build this high-speed railway. Most of the cost of that is going on lawyers and environmental impact assessments and planning applications and all sorts of stuff that is not actually digging tunnels or putting railway lines or building trains. It's all about legal nonsense, most of it, like 50% at least. So much of that can be done by AI. You don't need this stuff anymore. You can massively accelerate the legal processes. So what I'm saying is, the UK should be. We are the world leader in AI. One of the world leaders. I mean, we have fantastic. We should be using that lead to cut the cost of government. And if you cut the cost of government, then you can put that money back into the pockets of people and stimulate growth. And that's the way to get out of or one of the ways to get out of the doom loop.
Regarding tax, it was Margaret Thatcher who said that this is her 100th birthday today. She said, the problem with socialists is they eventually run out of other people's money. Is that still the case today?
Yes. I mean, they're getting, well, I mean, as I say, it's a great country. Don't worry, always invest in Britain. But, you know, they're getting to this. So long-term government gilt yields, so that's the cost of borrowing for Britain, is the highest it's been for 30 years. And that means that people are, so the markets are saying, we doubt more than we did your ability to pay us. And that's bad. Britain's never defaulted in all of our, the 1,000-year history.
What would Thatcher make of the UK now?
I think she'd think some things were pretty amazing, and I think she'd be disappointed with others. I think there's a lack of conviction, and there's a lack of self-belief, and we've kind of got into a sort of moral confusion about some things, you know.
Such as?
Well, such as Ukraine, you know, where some people don't see how. It's kind of like back in the 80s when you had some people defending the Soviet Union, and some people now actually defend Putin, and it's crazy.
Staying with UK politics and moving on to Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they're soaring in the polls. What do you make of them?
I think that there's I would say that my own party, the Conservative Party, should be the natural beneficiary of Labour's unpopularity. We should be doing much, much better. I think, you know, honestly, this won't surprise your viewers, and I'm going to be, you've got to forgive me, but I think we had a huge, I was elected with a huge mandate with 44% of the vote. I had 44% of the vote in, which is a record, you know, as high as it's been for 4 years in 2019. And I think it was a mistake for us to change horses when we did, and then we lost big time in 24, and we just haven't recovered our forward momentum.
Do you think it's just desserts after they ousted you?
I think Kemi is doing a very good job, and she's excellent. But I think there's a lot of disenchantment. I think the voters are very cheesed off. They think the Tories just descended into factional squabbling. Labour's hopeless. Let's try these new guys. Now, I think the problem with the new guys is that, well, I mean, there are lots of problems. But, you know, I think their economic prospectus is no good, and I think they're not much good on Russia, Ukraine either.
Do you think Nigel Farage could become the Prime Minister of the UK?
I mean, I know there's such speculation. I think it's unlikely. I think he has a very big hill to climb to get there. It's clear that the best bet is for the Tory party. It's a long way to go till the election, sadly. I mean, because we should try and get rid of Labour as fast as possible. But the best bet is for the Tory party to get their act together and recover. Kemi's very good. She gave a great speech at the party conference.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. All about helping young people to buy their own home. Brilliant. That's what we want. Young people feel cut out of things because they can't get property. Tories help them. Tories win when we help young people get property.
David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, he called Nigel Farage a fascist. Is that fair?
Look, I mean, I think that there's far too much sort of pointless name calling in. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't see that. What I do see is too much of Putin apologizing for Putin, and an unclear economic strategy. I also worry that, you know, I'm not certain what the real agenda is for the UK. What's the growth agenda? I don't see it. You need a growth agenda. You need to do some of the things I was talking about. You need to be cutting spending. You need to be cutting taxes. You need to be stimulating investment, using technology. That's what we should be doing.
And across Europe, is uncontrolled illegal migration Is that driving the political zeitgeist? Is it driving it to the right?
Yes, but thankfully in the UK, we took back control of full legal control of immigration. So when I was one of the first things that I did when I was in 2019, 2020, we had this huge battle to come out of the EU. And the rules of the EU say that if you want to come from another EU country into Britain, you can. And not only that, but you can have a job, you can do whatever you want, you can get benefits. That's what the EU says. And so that meant 450 million people could come to the UK with nothing to stop them. So we took back control of our borders in the sense that if we want to, we can have zero legal immigration. Zero. You say, no, sorry, you want to come to the UK? No. The more difficult, the thing that really annoys people is the sight of illegal immigration. And that is a real nightmare because you've got people crossing the channel illegally and coming to the country, and that needs to end. And we had a brilliant plan to do that when I was Prime Minister. We were going to, so just before I sadly left office, we had a plan called the Rwanda plan, which was basically these guys were going to arrive in their boats across the channel from France and find that Kent was twinned with Kigali, and we were going to hit them before they even got to find their way to the accommodation. They would be back to Africa, Central West Africa.
What stopped that plan?
Lawyers for too long. But there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And I think one of the mistakes we made was not waiting until we'd got it working before calling the election. But I was out of office then. But we should have. That was the thing. It's a brilliant idea, and as soon as people started hearing about it in the camps in Calais, they started thinking, "Oh my God!" and they stopped coming in such numbers.
Reform and Nigel Farage are suggesting that the UK should leave the European Commission on Human Rights, the ECHR. What's your opinion on that?
It's not the only thing. It's not a silver bullet. Leaving the ECHR I think it's a good thing to do, a respectable thing to do now, but it's not the only thing you need to do. I mean, there are various things you need to do.
The UK must leave it.
It should do, yeah. I mean, it's because it's become a very different beast from what it was. It's now, it's Strasbourg. The Strasbourg court is much more adventurous in trying to, and much more political than it was 30 years ago. So yes, get out of that. But then there are various. I think we've more or less got it. So the problem we had with Rwanda was that the left-wing lawyers all said, well, you can't send people to Rwanda because Rwanda is a frightening place where they had a genocide in recent memory, and what if the human rights of people are abused in Rwanda? So we had to show laboriously that wasn't true, and that Rwanda was. It's true now. Rwanda is actually a very well-run country, and it was still, but because of the courts continually finding small objections, just trivial things about. I can't even remember what it was. We had to pass a law, which was basically the Rwanda is safe law. And it said, Rwanda, great place, in the view of the British Parliament. And so that trumped the judicial objections.
Did you visit Rwanda?
Yeah, I have done. Yeah. Have you been there?
No.
It's great. It's unbelievably clean. I think you probably get severely punished for dropping chewing gum in the street quite properly, but it's beautiful.
Could quitting the ECHR that will interfere with the Good Friday Agreement? Do you think that leaving the ECHR will push towards Irish reunification?
Oh, I don't think so. No, I don't think that's. I don't think that follows at all. I think there's been a Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom since before the Convention on Human Rights, before the ECHR, before, I think things will go on.
And of course,
I mean, as long as that's the will.
Yes, of course, in the Good Friday Agreement, it says there has to be identical levels of laws, both economically and socially. Hence, leaving the ECHR, it may and it will cause issues within the Good Friday Agreement.
I think that what we would say is that people's rights were going to be protected in the UK, whatever happened in all parts of the UK, and that people in Northern Ireland would not be in any way disadvantaged by comparison with people in the rest of the island of Ireland. So, people in this country really do have their rights protected. I don't think that the ECHR makes any difference, and I think it'd be pretty easy to show that. I mean, the convention is written into British law anyway.
Moving on to the Conservatives now, your own party. We just had the Conservative Party conference. Kemi Badenoch, she spoke passionately. What did you make of her performance?
Outstanding. I told you already. I think she had a great conference, great announcement of the cut in stamp duty, something for everybody who is hoping to buy a home. Stamp duty is a terrible tax, freezing up the property market. Great news.
A rather simple question now. Do you miss frontline politics, and how are you filling your days now?
I'm very, very happy. I mean, I'm very honoured to come on your show, obviously, but I'm very happy. I got a lot on my plate. I got 4 children of 5 and under. I've got, it's a lot of work. I've got to try and pay for my wife's kitchen. I've got to do all sorts. It's a full-time job. I'm writing a lot. I'm drawing and painting and doing. I've got lots of stuff to do. So I'm very happy. I'm frustrated by the way Labour is taking things. So I want the Tories to come back.
President Trump made a miraculous return to politics, as did Winston Churchill, who is one of your great idols.
Yes.
I'm not a betting man, Boris, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we shall see you back in frontline politics.
Well, look, I mean, I think I've compared it before to being reincarnated as an olive, or it's about as likely, or being blinded by a champagne cork. It is statistically possible. You can get lost or locked in a disused fridge. Or,
not impossible.
It's statistically, I mean, anything can happen. But water can flow uphill. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I'm looking at. I want my party to come back and to get organised. That's the best solution.
And if it continues to go in the opposite direction, would you feel duty bound?
It will. I think it'll. I think. You know what I think? The idea. I think the people will be they will get their act together.
You've won every election as well that you've ever fought. So is it a case that if you're called for, you wouldn't come back?
I think that the Tory party would be they will recover of their own. They've got lots of talent. They've got ideas now. They're being grown up about their policies. We need the reform, this great bubble. It's like a pumpkin or a squash or gourd, one of those things that has been inflated with drips of water for a prize for a marrow. Have you ever seen that? When maybe my grandmother used to grow prize marrows and squashes and things, and they were always filled with water, so they exploded. That's what's going to happen to reforms. It's going to blow up.
With the Tories down, Labour are wobbling, Reform are rising. Do you rule out a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform?
Well, neither of them seem to want such an arrangement. So if there is, it's it's one of those romances that is taking a long time to get going.
Moving on to free speech in the UK, there's been growing concern about the restrictions on free speech. We've seen the Irish comedian Graham Linehan, or the writer of Father Ted. He was arrested at Heathrow by 5 officers for tweets regarding the trans community.
I saw that. He's the guy who wrote Father Ted. Yeah, look, I think this whole thing's gone a bit crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, this thing didn't even exist. This whole trans thing. You know, nobody told us that this was. I don't remember any discussion of this. And now you can't say anything that's, you know,
offensive.
I think everybody just needs to calm down, and I think, yes, people should be polite, but people should also grow a bit of a thicker skin. You know, there's too much policing of tweets. But what we mustn't do is start to say that things like the Father Ted guy being persecuted for his tweets, it's not as bad. It's not the same as what's happening in Russia. It's not the same as what's happening in China. I mean, Russia, you literally have journalists shot. You have thousands and thousands of people locked up. If you're an opponent of Putin, you get poisoned or you get sent to a concentration camp. That doesn't happen in Britain, right? And so we've got to a stage where we're sort of making a false equivalence between ourselves and other countries, and that's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Elon Musk is very vocal on this matter. He has tweeted out numerous times in regards to the UK, make 1984 fiction again. What do you think of his sentiments, and what do you think of Elon Musk?
He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I mean, I know him a bit, and I've talked to him. He's actually a brilliant guy, amazing guy. And you know, look, there's a point. What he says about and what people say about free speech is correct. There is an issue, and we have to be vigilant in support of free speech. And you know, people should not be jailed for one single tweet that they delete almost immediately. But you can't compare that with North Korea, where if you say something that the regime doesn't like, you get strapped in front of an anti-aircraft gun and blown to smithereens. You know, that's different, right? So let's keep the moral difference.
And just staying with Elon Musk, do you think he was perhaps caught off guard? He didn't expect the political backlash he received for coming out and supporting Trump in the way he did, or entering frontline politics?
He obviously believed in it. I think he tried his best with Doge, but I think sometimes business people do find politics quite frustrating, because if you're a big businessman and a big leader, you're used to being able to tell people, you do this, and then it gets done. In politics, it's not quite like that. It's more, you know, there's...
How is it?
You've got to know where all the kind of, you know, the groups are. You've got to know who's going to push back. You've got to be quite an operator. And I think...
It seems wildly inefficient.
Yes, it is. It is. And I think, you know, I think the whole Doge thing was a good idea. We should do it here.
Moving on to a topic that's very close to your heart is the war in Ukraine. During your time as Prime Minister, you were the first world leader to visit Ukraine. You led what's now dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. What, in your mind, does peace ultimately look like in Ukraine?
I hope that peace will look like, I mean, I don't know what the exact geography of Ukraine will be. I hope that Russia will get out of as much as possible. They can be persuaded to withdraw as much as possible. I mean, they have it's pointless holding on to this land. They'll have to spend a huge amount of money remediating it, investing in it. They're better off out of it. But I hope it will involve a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine. That's the most important thing. And I think it will. And the faster we get to that solution, the better. And we need to speed up, because this war's been going on for 3.5 years. And as Donald Trump rightly says, too many people are being killed, and it can end. It should end. And I would do several things to bring it to an end as fast as possible. I would, number one, I would take that. There's $300 billion of Putin's money frozen in a bank account called Euroclear in Brussels. Maybe the biggest chunk is in that bank account. That money could be taken, unfrozen, and given to the Ukrainians in advance as a down payment on the bill the Russians will have to pay for reparations, and that would be huge. That's a serious amount of money for Ukraine, 150, 200 billion, so 300 billion. So that would sort them out for at least 2 years, right? Putin would look at that and he'd think, oh God, I got to keep fighting for 2 more years. And Putin's economy is not looking good right now. Number two, the weapons that the Ukrainians have, they should be given the permissions to send those weapons to take out the Russian bases. Now, Putin's bombing Ukrainian cities every night with drones, with missiles. They're coming from these bases in Russia. The Ukrainians should have the permission to take out those bases and do more to take out the Russian oil refineries. Number three, I think that we need to be doing more to crack down on the shadow fleet. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them, or something should happen to them to stop this. I wouldn't. It must stay within the law. You tell people on board the boats that their time's up, they must get off, but then we should stop this. Then you've got to be tougher on the countries that are keeping Putin going by buying his oil. They're funding his war machine. And Trump has shown the way. Other countries need to do the same. For the fifth thing, you talk about the coalition of the willing. What is this argument fundamentally about? Fundamentally, the question is Ukraine part of a Russian empire, a Russian sphere of influence? Is it basically controlled from Moscow? Or is it a free country, a free democracy that can do what it wants? And so the coalition of the willing, the European ground forces, they should go now. They should go now to Ukraine. They should go to Kyiv.
Boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground now. In the safe parts of Ukraine. Most of you, I go there quite a lot. I'm sure you do. Most of Ukraine is perfectly safe to visit, right?
And what if those troops were targeted or hit by a missile? Does that risk escalation?
No. Well, you could say the same about anybody who goes to Ukraine. So send them there, doing backup, doing logistics, doing training, stuff like that, away from the front line. Under no circumstances are these guys going to be fighting, shooting against Russians. Never. That's not going to happen. So given that that is never going to happen, there's no reason why they can't go now. And the reason for sending them now is because that shows to Putin our answer to the question, what is Ukraine? We're saying Ukrainians decide now and forever who their alliances are with, which foreign troops come onto their soil, and not Moscow. Do you see what I mean? So the boots on the ground is an opportunity to clear up the ambiguity. Ukraine has suffered for too long, since 91 when it was created. It has suffered from this ambiguity. The Ukrainians want to be free. They want to be independent.
President Trump, he recently met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Do you think, in the same way as he's done in Gaza, is Trump capable of brokering a peace in Ukraine?
Yes, if he does the things that I've mentioned, and he can, and if also I think he needs to, so like he did with Hamas and with Netanyahu, he needs to show to Putin that Trump wants Ukraine to be free. And I think once Putin understands that that's what America's real objective is, they will find a way through. They will sort it out.
There are some corners of the world, particularly online, that say perhaps a Russian victory may be inevitable simply due to the size comparison of the countries. How do you respond to that?
But Russia is losing. I mean, honestly, they've been saying that Ukraine is going to be conquered for 3 years, and Russia has still taken less than 20% of Ukrainian territory, and half of Russia's oil refineries are now out of action, quite a big proportion, 30-40% are out of action. They have terrible problems, and this is Ukraine doing this to them. They need a way out of this thing. They're not going to conquer the whole of Ukraine. They need a solution, and it'd be the best thing for Putin. Putin, he controls the media. He can say, "I've won." He can say, "I've cleared all the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's it. Voila. And no more Nazis." I mean, there never were any Nazis, but you can say that. And get the thing over with. I think Trump is in a position to put pressure on Putin. I really do.
I'll just end at
and other people have got to back. But the Europeans, we've all got to support Trump in exerting more pressure. America can't do it on its own.
And I'd just like to end our time, Boris, with a quote about legacy from your great idol, Sir Winston Churchill. He said, "History shall be kind to me, for I intend to write it." What will be the legacy of Boris Johnson?
I'm proud of having given my country back, or helped to give my country back, its constitutional legal independence. That was the thing I was elected to do. I think that it was also important that we, because of that freedom, we were able to vaccinate people. I know you may worry about vaccinations, but we vaccinated people more quickly than any other European country, more than virtually any other country in the world. And so we came out of lockdowns faster. I'm also proud that the UK was able to work to ensure the freedom of another European country, and that Ukraine was not crushed. It's the battle, the fight is still not over, but at least we helped to avert a catastrophe in the first few weeks and months. I think there's a few other things, but it's quite enough to be going on with. I think constitutional legal independence is important.
Boris Johnson, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today with me, Micheál Prendergast. And today, we have a special debate on Netanyahu's threat to reoccupy Gaza amid a worsening humanitarian crisis. And joining me on this is Cenk Uygur, host of the Young Turks, and Rabbi Shmuley Botek, who describes himself as America's rabbi. Let's dive in. Thanks so much for your time, gentlemen. I'd like to start with you, Rabbi. Is Israel using starvation as a weapon of war, or is Hamas blocking aid as Israel claims?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me on, and it's nice to debate my adversary and maybe one day friend, Cenk. I would ask Cenk at the beginning of this debate, let's try to have a somewhat civilized debate. In the last debate that we did, he called me a Nazi, bulging sinews from his neck, and let's just try to keep this a little bit civil. I'm not a Nazi, and if that's the way this is going to go, I will fight you, but it's the detriment to the audience. So let me address the question. Israel is not only not using starvation as a tactic of war, Israel is the first country in history to actually provide food, water, and all the necessities to its enemy. Remember that the Palestinian people, who are innocent, but they still elected Hamas as their representative. Since then, they've been suppressed by Hamas. Israel has delivered 2 million tons of food. That is the equivalent of what the Allies delivered in the Berlin airlift under President Truman between 1947 and 1951, when Stalin cut off all land routes into West Berlin. It is being hijacked by Hamas. There are videos of Hamas shooting the people who gathered at the distribution points. Hamas is taking 80% of the food for their fighters. 2 million tons of food. Where the hell did it go? Then you have the other issue, that the United Nations is refusing to allow the IDF to escort them and protect them militarily. The UN hates Israel. We know that so many of the employees of the UN were actually on the Hamas payroll. They were actually terrorists who participated in the October 7th massacres. And they're insisting that only the blue police of Hamas, which are the terrorists, escort them in. So you have all this food rotting. There was a Wall Street Journal, a firsthand report of a reporter who said there's crushed carrots, there's crushed peas, all these baby formulas that are sitting and baking in the sun, as the UN says to the IDF, you cannot distribute it. Now, why is that? Because the more of our innocent Palestinian brothers die in Gaza, the more people like Cenk can falsely accuse me. How disgusting is that? Of being a Nazi. I'm in Budapest right now, where 600,000 Jews were killed by the Nazis. And you know what, Cenk? You owe me a frickin' apology. And if you were human in the slightest, you would finally deliver it. Because the name of your show is Young Turks, who perpetrated the Armenian genocide. It's like my calling my show the Gestapo or the SS. That's disgusting, and you should be ashamed. And one more thing. The New York Times now admits that they lied on their front page. They put a picture of an emaciated, starving Palestinian child 1 week ago on Wednesday on their front page. Later, they were forced to admit the child had muscular dystrophy. He was born with a muscle disorder. That's why he's emaciated. There was a picture of his brother right next to him, which the UN cropped out. He is completely normal. There's a picture of his mother holding her. She is completely normal. There is no starvation in Gaza except for the starvation of Hamas stealing the food. Finally, we know there is starvation in Gaza of Jews who are truly emaciated and were forced by Hamas to dig their own graves in Gaza. Cenk has his show named after a group that killed 3 million people in the true genocide. Cenk, you're an embarrassment. Change the damn name of your show. Thank you very much.
Allow Cenk to respond now.
Yeah. All right. So these days, Israel is split into two. So there's some folks who are truly horrified to find out that this was not about self-defense, that this was about the occupation of Gaza, to murder as many Palestinians as possible, move them out, ethnically cleanse them, starve them, and take Gaza. So the people who discovered that, including, by the way, hundreds of military officials in the IDF, and the former head of Shin Bet and 2 former Israeli prime ministers are all speaking out and saying, oh, my God, we didn't know that Netanyahu and these monsters running the Israeli government were going to do this. And now the Israeli government has admitted they are going for a, quote, full conquest of Gaza. So we were right all along. It was never about self-defense. It was always about slaughtering the Palestinians and taking their land, which unfortunately is the history of Israel. So, of course, everything that Rabbi Shmuley said is a lie, because if an Israeli supporter of this current Israeli government is talking, they're lying. So he says, oh, my God, there's no problem of food in Gaza. Well, 196 people have starved. 193, and 96 of them are children. So we're supposed to ignore our eyes and ears. We're supposed to ignore those pictures. And so this is what they always do with the one case, right? In the beginning of the war, there was a bomb that landed on a hospital, and Israel was like, I can't believe it. How could anybody say that we would ever hit a hospital? It is it's a mistaken reporting, and it's all anti-Semitic and blah, 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 and blood label, and we're the victims. And then they destroyed almost every hospital in Gaza. So they say, oh, there's one kid who already had a pre-existing condition, so it was okay to starve him to death. Well, how about the other 95 kids? How about the other 192 people that starved to death? So they keep telling us lies, thinking that we're going to believe it when we could all see it. I mean, it's actually a super stupid strategy. It makes the rest of the world hate them even more. 61,000 dead now at a bare minimum in Palestine. Over 30,000 women and children, now approaching 40,000, a stadium full of murdered innocent civilians. Israel has now killed 50 times this number of civilians as Hamas. That makes them 50 times the terrorists. If you think they didn't intend it, American doctors come back and say, there's 5-year-olds, there's children. I mean, not one or two, a lot of them with sniper shots to the head, to the chest. They definitely intended. Now, what's amazing and interesting, and that's why, look, I don't want hatred to spread, because that doesn't solve anything, okay? I want there to be peace, but Israel's government is saying, no, we don't want peace. So their absurd offer in the ceasefire talks was, give us back all the hostages, we'll give you a couple of weeks break, then we'll go back to starving and bombing you, and we're going to conquer Gaza. Well, that's not a peace offer. That's a slap in the face. Okay, hold on. You spoke for about half an hour. Let me finish.
No. You're into monologues.
What?
You're never into response.
All right, that's all the Israelis have. Interruptions.
You spoke.
Okay.
Now.
You're just lying, as always. They said it's a conquest.
Stop.
So, Rabbi Shmuley, you know that they said it's a conquest, right?
I do not hold an Israeli passport. I'm an American. Now, let me go back. Now, notice that Cenk did not.
I said Israeli supporters.
Note that you said Israeli. We can go back and tape. You lie all the time, but it's on frickin' tape and it'll air tonight. Now listen to me. Number one.
I don't really care. You support the Nazis of the current Israeli regime. So what do I care which particular Nazi you support?
I want everyone to notice. Number one, Cenk did not respond to the fact that his show is named after the Young Turks, who every historian on earth agrees.
He's trying to distract you because he's supporting a genocide.
3 million people.
He supports starving children to death.
After a true genocide, and he won't even change the name, which is an abomination.
Rabbi Shmuley, you know your beloved Israel is murdering children right now. Does it not cost you any conscience? Don't you feel guilty at all?
I am going to respond with fact because Cenk is an utter ignoramus. I'm going to respond. He says that Israel decided to attack Gaza because it wanted land. Cenk, there was something called October 7th. Israel withdrew from Gaza 20 years ago.
They're taking the land, aren't they, Rabbi?
Don't interrupt me.
They're taking the land, just like I said they would.
It is the 20th anniversary of Israel's withdrawal. Today, exactly. Today. I'll tell you something else. And Israel withdrew. By the way, in your ignorance, you don't even know that Netanyahu at the time was savaged by his political base for voting for the withdrawal from Gaza. The Israeli army sent its soldiers in to destroy Jewish houses, to remove Jewish. You are just such an ignoramus. It's embarrassing. Go back and look at the videotapes on CNN.
Rabbi, nobody believes you. You can yell and scream all you want. We have eyes and ears.
The point is, you are ignorant of history in a way that is shocking that anyone puts you on the air. Israel withdrew from Gaza in 2005. Exactly today this is the 20th anniversary today, August 6th. I'll tell you something else, which this is the anniversary of. Today is and Netanyahu voted for that withdrawal. Israel did not want any of the land in Gaza. They voluntarily withdrew. They were then savage.
Israel didn't want any land. They just happened to steal all of it.
They were then savagely attacked with women having their breasts cut off and terrorists playing baseball with them.
Israel has done 50 times worse.
You want dead Jews. That's what you pray for day and night.
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
Die.
That's total lie.
Jews like I have
it's
never
liar
seen
by a genocide-supporting freak.
You are an anti-Semite to your core.
No one cares what you say. No one cares about your insults. You're going to call me an anti-Semite. Ooh. No one cares, you genocidal freak.
You're an ignoramus. Now, stop. I'm a freak. Listen to your disgusting put-downs.
You're supporting the murder and starvation of children, and you don't think you're a freak?
Now, let me tell you. Now, listen to what Cenk is saying. Cenk is saying that Israel killed 60 times the people of those who were attacked on October 7th. So for him, by the way, that's a lie, because even if we accept the Hamas ministry numbers of 60,000, they don't distinguish between combatants and civilians. Even according to Hamas, Israel has a 1-to-1 civilian to combatant ratio. That compares to the British in the Second World War of 1 to 5. The British killed 5 civilians. for everyone. The Americans
none of this is true.
The Americans killed 4 Japanese for every civilians for every one fighter. And guess what, Jake? Today is August 6th, 2025. It's the exact 80th anniversary of Harry Truman dropping an atomic bomb on a place called Hiroshima. That killed 150,000 in one instant. You know how many died in Pearl Harbor? 2,300. So you must say that Truman, based on him having killed 50 times the number, was a Nazi as well. So just say it. Harry Truman was a Nazi. If you at least say that now, that Truman, FDR, and Churchill were Nazis, I will at least say, honestly, that you're at least true to your word, you're consistent. Say it. Truman, Churchill, FDR were Nazis.
Can I ever talk?
You won't say it.
Can I ever
talk? You
talk?
won't say it.
Okay, so let's know for the record that...
Allow Cenk to respond.
80% of the time.
80 years
Allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi.
150,000 people today. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Was he a Nazi?
Okay. By the way, this is a classic debating trick of Israeli supporters. Filibuster, talk over the other guests, try to drive them crazy, say nothing but lies.
That's what you do. That's what you do.
See, here he is doing it again.
You call me a freak and a Nazi, etc.
You see that?
Ad hominem.
I told you.
You have no vocabulary.
You right as we speak.
Rabbi, allow Cenk to finish.
And I'm not going to take
Allow Cenk to finish, Rabbi.
I'm not going to call Jews Nazis anymore, you anti-Semite. Yes.
Allow Cenk to respond. Allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi.
Rabbi, I laugh in your face at your stupid insults. Nobody cares anymore when you use that stupid trick of calling people anti-Semites because they're anti-genocide, because they're anti the murder of Palestinian children. Okay, so here's the reality. Right now, Israel has murdered 1,400 people trying to seek food. Totally defenseless, innocent Palestinians trying to prevent the starvation of their children. And Israel has slaughtered 1,400 of them. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar, an American Special Forces operative who went there, confirms he couldn't believe it. They're just murdering children right in front of everyone that did absolutely nothing wrong. And their main defenses are, well, it might be a genocide, but it's not a Holocaust. We could have killed them all. We're so nice. We didn't murder all the Palestinians. We haven't murdered all their children yet. We're so nice. And look, we didn't drop a nuclear bomb like Truman did. So and that incinerated babies and grandmothers, etc. We could, but we haven't. Actually, that's not entirely true. The number of bombs that they've dropped in Gaza is the equivalent of 6 nuclear bombs. And the idea that they're not intending to murder, here we go again.
He's this guy,
here we go again.
Makes things up.
So there's no point in debating Israeli supporters because they're genocidal maniacs who never stop talking and who never stop lying.
Okay, gentlemen, I want to move on to the next question.
Wait, one second. What is the megatonnage of a singular nuclear bomb? Do you even know? You don't know. What is the megatonnage?
You know who explained that, Rabbi? I can answer it.
Fat boy, little boy dropped on Hiroshima. What was the megatonnage? Go ahead. You don't know, do you? You're such an ignoramus. You just make things up.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. I know the megatonnage.
You asked me a question and you won't let me answer it.
So
all he does is talk. Yap, lie. Israel loves genocide and he loves the murder of innocent Palestinian children. That's why he's yapping away like a monster.
I want to move on to the next question, gentlemen. Gentlemen, please. I have to move on to the next question. I'm going to direct this at Cenk.
He said that
hang on, Rabbi, please.
Killed 14 places. I need to know. Name one place.
This is why I don't talk. This is why I don't do interviews with Rabbi Shmuley. He never shuts up.
Name one place in Gaza that Israel killed the 280 people. Name just one location. Go ahead. Name the city.
So
name the place in Gaza.
the top Holocaust.
Was it Jabalia? Was it Gaza City?
Can I say?
Allow Cenk to finish, Rabbi.
Say the name. Go ahead. Say the name.
Okay. The top Holocaust historian in America, who's an American Israeli citizen, dual citizen, who was a former IDF soldier. This guy's never going to let. There's no point in this.
What is the name?
Rabbi, please. Rabbi, please.
Okay. The top Holocaust historian.
That was my point. He doesn't
Will
know.
you shut up?
He cannot name a single place. He cannot name a single place.
I want to move on to the next question. Please.
Ignoramus. Nothing is based on fact.
Rabbi, please. I want to move on to the next question, and I want to direct it at Cenk.
He doesn't know the cities. You are an ignoramus. You don't know history.
Rabbi, please. I want to move on to the next question. I'm moving on now. Rabbi, I'm moving on to the next question.
Just cut his mic. He's pointless. In fact, you should get him off.
Okay, Cenk. I'm going to direct this at you.
Baboon, just yell and scream. I love killing Palestinian children.
Both of you, please. I'm moving on to the next question. I'm directing it at Cenk. We've seen a lot of horrendous footage of people being shot, attempted to get food in Gaza. How can Israel defend this?
Well, it's obviously indefensible. That's why a lot of great Jews and Israelis across the world are now speaking out. What I was trying to say before the baboon interrupted me was that the top Holocaust historian in the country.
You're calling Jews monkeys and apes? Disgusting. How vile are you?
You murder Muslims for fun. You don't get to talk about racism. You murder Palestinian children for land. You're a disgusting genocidal pig. So you don't get to talk about racism and anti-Semitism. Oh, poor little victim. And by the way, I got, what, 5 seconds in before the baboon interrupted?
Rabbi, allow Cenk to answer. Allow Cenk to answer, please.
You call me a baboon? You're just,
please go, Cenk.
You're just an embarrassment.
Soon he'll be throwing feces onto the screen.
You're an embarrassment.
Okay.
You're just an
please continue, Cenk. Please, Rabbi, you'll get your time to respond. You'll get your time to respond, Rabbi.
This is unacceptable. You will not call Jews monkeys and apes. You are a disgusting, vile Jew hater to your core. I've never met anyone like you.
I don't care what you think. You're a genocidal freak.
Jews are apes. Disgusting.
What does the Nazi think of my language? Oh, I'm so concerned. What does the murderer of children think of my language? Oh, the problem is my language. The problem isn't that you're murdering Palestinian children.
I got it. Go ahead. You said Jews are apes.
No, they're not.
Keep on going,
I'm just defending Jews. I was just defending Jews when you interrupted like a baboon. I'm not talking about Jews. I'm talking about you who can't shut up and throw your verbal diarrhea at us 24/7.
You are a rancid hater who is so...
Yeah. Everybody hates the Jews. That's your excuse for murdering Muslims.
You don't know anything. That's what bothers me. What bothers me is that you don't know history. Genocidal.
Hey, brother, there's no point to this conversation. There's no point to this conversation.
Your show is
the idiot won't shut up.
Who killed 3 million
This is the only thing Israelis have. Just talking over people because they're such grotesque liars and murderers.
Okay, please, Rabbi, I'd like to ask you a question. I'd like to ask you a question, Rabbi.
I didn't get to answer. No, I didn't get to answer. Baboon won't let me look. He even looks like one.
Rabbi Shmuley, please allow Cenk. Please allow Cenk to finish.
What we're listening to, I will never use an ad hominem attack against how he looks ever, because I have dignity. I'm a human being. This man.
Please allow him to finish.
Day one. You'll never use an ad hominem attack. All the Israelis have is ad hominem attacks.
No wonder. By the way,
oh, hey, watch us starve children to death. You called me something. You said I'm starving children. That's all this baboon has.
Now you know. Now you know why he has no issue with Mengele experimenting on Jews, because for him, Jews are apes.
I hate the
experimented on laboratories.
I would have fought like hell to save Jews from the Holocaust. If you were a German, you would have cheerleaded and said, "No, they're lying about Hitler." That's what you would have said if you were a German, because that's what you're saying now in defending the genocide and murder of Palestinian children.
Credibility. I'm not going to take your insults, your ad hominem ignorance.
Then get the hell off there. Then shut up and leave.
Allow Cenk to finish, Rabbi. Allow Cenk. Allow Cenk to finish.
Okay, so my prediction is he will never allow me to finish. Okay, as I was saying, there are wonderful Jews and Israelis who now realize, oh my God, we thought this was about self-defense. In fact, the former head of Shin Bet had a great quote. He said, at first, this war was a just war, a defensive war. But when we achieved all military objectives, this war ceased to be a just war. That's Ami Ayalon, former director of Shin Bet. Okay, so 2 former prime ministers of Israel said it's obviously a genocide. One former prime minister said that they're building a concentration camp in the south. And that is what they're doing. And they're going to put all the Palestinians there, and everything that I've ever said that they were going to do, they did do. And why? Because I actually read Israeli press, and they're very clear in the Israeli press. They've said that they were going to take Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu brought a map of Greater Israel to the UN to rub it in everybody's face. We're going to steal this land, and now they're openly admitting it. They're calling it a conquest, and they're going to occupy all of Gaza. And they're going to starve they are starving the Palestinians, and then when they come to get food, they kill 1,400 of them, which, by the way, just starving people in line to get food unarmed, Israel has murdered more of them than Hamas killed Israelis on October 7th. So they keep complaining about October 7th, which is justifiable. October 7th was terrible. Then they go and do 50 October 7ths, and that's a stone-cold fact backed up by every human rights group and every news organization. The only people who disagree is the Israeli government. Everything that the Israeli government puts out has been proven to be a obvious, verifiable lie, including now, again, former and current Israeli military, political, spy agencies, every kind of person in Israel with a conscience is saying, guys, we didn't sign up to do a genocide. And a lot of the top rabbi in America said it. The top Holocaust historian said it. He's the one that said it's the equivalent of 6 nuclear bombs.
Am I going to be allowed to
and he
speak
said
at all?
we can't have this on our conscience. Here we go, as I told you.
Am I going to be allowed to speak at all?
Yes, of course.
Interrupt me now, or can I speak without? He spoke for like 3 minutes.
You know what, Rabbi? You're kind of funny.
Can we ask him?
I mean, he's like a comic, right?
Can he stop?
He interrupts and talks 80% of the time. Then he goes,
am I going to be allowed to speak
at all?
Okay, now,
go ahead, defend murdering
children. I think you got a fair crack of the whip there, Cenk. Allow the rabbi to respond.
Okay. Number one, Cenk just invents and he knows nothing. As you see, he's looking away at a screen, even for the name Ami Ayalon. He probably has ChatGPT open. I've seen him do this before. Ami Ayalon never said that there's Ami Ayalon. See, he won't stop. Ami Ayalon never said there's a genocide. You are a liar. I'm telling you to your face. I want you to show me.
I didn't say that. I read his quote.
Yes, you did. Number two, of course there's political dissent in Israel. Don't interrupt me. There's of course there's political dissent in Israel. That's the beauty of Israel. No one in Hamas or Gaza will say anything about Hamas and how they are stealing the food.
They're all dead.
Beginning to say it, but they get right. They were killed by Hamas. That is correct. Hamas mows them down.
No, Hamas is all dead.
And they're saying now number three. There are Americans till today who question whether on the 80th anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima, today's the exact day, whether we should have done it or not. That's political debate. That's what's happening in Israel. Israel did not achieve its military objectives because its military objectives was to finally stop Hamas from being able to kill the Palestinians, their own people, steal all their money. The heads of Hamas are billionaires. Ismail Haniyeh died with $8 billion. Yasser Arafat died with $5 billion. Yasser Arafat's daughter lives in Paris, is worth $5 billion, according to Forbes magazine. All of the money that was given, triple what was given during the Marshall Plan to Europeans, was given to the Gazans. It was all stolen by Hamas. That's why they were starving before October 7th. The Palestinians of Gaza have lived under the greatest brutality, and Hamas is worse for the Palestinians than they are for the Jews. That's why Hamas took the PLO, the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas's people, and threw them off of rooftops so they couldn't compete in the 2006 elections. Notice that even Mahmoud Abbas hates Hamas. Mahmoud Abbas has not traveled to Gaza in 20 years. They would kill him the way they would kill an IDF soldier. Mahmoud Abbas wants to get rid of Hamas. Notice that not one Arab government, with the exception of Iran, because Cenk is an Iranian Muslim Brotherhood supporter, not one government, not where you are right now in Dubai, the UAE, not Saudi Arabia, not Egypt. Nobody defends Hamas. They all hate Hamas. In fact, I fear for where you are.
I don't defend Hamas.
In Dubai.
I hate Hamas.
Because Dubai, you are Hamas. Because Dubai right now is Dubai is everything an Arab country should be. I love Dubai. I travel there, but Dubai is now being infiltrated by terrible agents of Iran, and they know that they're Hamas-like people. I have a relative who just went to Dubai recently, and he was told that because he is my relative, he has to leave immediately because of Iranian agents who are operating. We had a rabbi that was killed. I'm worried about Dubai. I'm worried about Abu Dhabi. I'm worried about Saudi Arabia. I think that Mohammed bin Salman is the most courageous man in the Arab world, and that's why none of them are criticizing Israel. Because and by the way, when Cenk says Israel killed 1,200 people at distribution points, really, why would Israel bring them food and kill them? They were killed by Hamas, and that's why 1,400. And that's why when I ask him, name just one place where they were killed, he can't. When he says Ami Ayalon, he has to look to his notes. He doesn't know anything.
Well, I'm giving you the answer, but you don't want to hear it. The World War II was one of the worst, like probably the single worst atrocity in human history. The Holocaust was despicable, and the fact that now Israel is doing something similar breaks my heart. And it breaks the hearts of all good Jews across the world, and they've been screaming in pain and agony over it. Holocaust survivors are sick with what Israel's doing.
I want to move on to the next question, gentlemen. Hang on. Gentlemen, please. I want to move on to the next question. It's for you, Rabbi Shmuley. It's for you, Rabbi Shmuley. Right, okay.
I'll do one more question, but this guy doesn't, this is not a productive interview. He never
of course,
lets anybody
please.
finish.
And
Correct.
I mean,
correct.
for both of
Calling
you,
calling
stop,
Jews
especially you,
monkeys
Rabbi.
and
Please,
apes
Rabbi.
To be experimented on by Mengele is not helpful. I agree.
Please, Rabbi.
You should
please.
be so ashamed. Disgusting.
It's going well so far. We're going to continue. Please. I have a question for you, Rabbi. Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, please.
You are a Hamas.
Please, gentlemen. I've got the next question.
No, I got to say one quick thing. This idiot keeps saying I'm pro-Hamas when I've said I'm anti-Hamas a billion times. A billion times. Hamas is all dead. All that's left is the murder of innocent Palestinians by baboons like this.
55 Israeli baboons again, calling Jews monkeys and apes. You are.
I'm not calling Jews baboons. I'm calling you a baboon.
I have debated.
I just told you all the wonderful Jews in the world fighting against baboons like you.
Any Jew that is self-hating is not a baboon, but a Jew who actually fights back and doesn't want to be gassed to you as a freaking monkey.
You think the top Holocaust historian and the top rabbi in America are self-hating? You think two former Israeli prime ministers are self-hating?
What do you mean? You said the most famous.
I want to move on to the next question, gentlemen, please.
You said the most famous rabbi in America. I'm the most famous rabbi in America, thank God, according to ChatGPT. But let's say that's not true. You said the most famous rabbi in America.
Rabbi Rick Jacobs leads the largest Jewish denomination in America.
Rabbi Rick Jacobs is the head of the Reform, very woke, ultra-left Reform Judaism. That's who you were quoting? Why did you say
the number one denomination, the largest denomination in America.
Orthodoxy
He's now smearing other Jews.
Growing by far, okay?
I'm moving on to the next question now, gentlemen. Rabbi, please. Stop. Both of you stop. I'm moving on to the next question.
Disgusting.
Right, I'm moving on to the next question. Cenk, is a two-state solution impossible now?
So actually, I don't think it is. I mean, look, obviously, Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, the current Israeli government have no interest in a two-state solution. They literally voted to never allow the Palestinians to have a state. They literally are saying that they are going to conquer and occupy Gaza and take it for Israel. So we've seen this over and over again. But I think that there is a way to do a two-state solution. Obviously, it requires the American government to stand up for Americans and for decency and not for Israel. So we can get into how AIPAC and the Israeli lobby completely control American government. But my guess is my rabbi will start screaming and hollering as usual. But look, I have a really important message for the people of the Middle East. If your leaders pressure America and Israel to get to a two-state solution and finally get a true independent and free state for the Palestinians, you should build statues of them and honor them, because it would be a great achievement of theirs. And
there's been a lot of reports that Benjamin Netanyahu intends to reoccupy Gaza. I'm going to direct this towards Rabbi Shmuley. Has this been his plan all along?
Okay. Netanyahu voted for the removal, the disengagement of all Israeli forces and all Israeli residents, including my wife's first cousins from Gush Katif. He was condemned by his base at the time. That was 2005. Today is the exact 20th anniversary that Israel did it. I cannot believe that Cenk doesn't know that. It's astonishing. Just Google it, Cenk.
Of course I know that. It was a stupid Israeli trick.
For that. Okay, Netanyahu voted. Yeah, it was a stupid Israeli trick for 20 years. They played a game. This is the kind of imbecility that we're hearing from this man who doesn't know history. Now, Netanyahu voted for that.
How much more land are you going to steal?
It was done by a right-wing government under Ariel Sharon, someone I knew personally. He destroyed his reputation doing it.
You're going to steal Gaza, aren't you?
Now, let me respond. I believe that the people of Gaza should have a vote as to what they want their future to be. That's why I hate Hamas. Cenk is pro-Hamas, wants Hamas to stay in power and keep 55 Jews who are being emaciated, starved to death, and digging their own graves. He wants them to stay in power. I want the people of Gaza to have a vote. They have not had a vote. They have not. This is so childish. He had childhood bully tactics. They have not had a vote since 2006. This is what I'm saying. What Shmuley Bater thinks, what anti-Semite Cenk Uygur thinks, does not make a difference. That's what the people of Gaza think.
I laugh in your face, genocide-supporting freak.
They should be given a vote. Now, President Trump said that he wants to make Gaza into an American protectorate. If the people of Gaza vote for that, I think they'd be very lucky. That would be my first choice. Make it into an American protectorate and let it be controlled not by Israel, not by the United States, and let the people of Gaza have the protection of the United States, the way Puerto Rico does, the way Guam does, the way American Virgin Islands, that would be amazing. That would be my first choice, but it's still up to them. Number two, why is no Arab government allowed? Arab countries are 661 times the state of Israel. They have not taken in one Palestinian refugee. Israel took in 800,000 Jewish refugees when they were persecuted after the creation of the state, from Iraq, from Egypt, from Tunisia, from Iran, where my father was born. They took in 800,000. Not one Arab government has taken in one Palestinian because they don't want the Palestinians, because they think the Palestinians have been radicalized as Islamists. Saudi Arabia doesn't want them. UAE doesn't want them. Jordan doesn't want them. Egypt doesn't. Egypt is right across the border. The Sinai Peninsula, which I visited, is completely empty. It could take 1 or 2 million Palestinians tomorrow if the Palestinians not are forced out, but would choose to go, but they won't even take them. So it's the Arab governments that have failed the Palestinians. What I want is a vote. Now, I want Sheikh to now commit to what I'm saying. Give the people of Gaza a vote. Do they want to go to other countries? Do they want to come to, do they want an American protectorate? Do they want their own state? Give them a vote, but don't allow Hamas to shoot them in the streets, shoot them at collection points for food in order to control them as they've done for 20 years. The 1,400
Okay, allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi. Allow Cenk to respond.
Hamas, and it's been shown in every video. They were killed not by Israel, and that's why he cannot name one location for the IDF. He can't name a single location. Name it now, Cenk. Give me one location.
Allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi. I'm going to put the same question to Cenk. Has it been Netanyahu's plan all along to annex Gaza?
Yeah, if you notice, he threw out a lot of verbal distractions and squirrels there. Oh, well, let's go back 20 years. Let's go back 100 years. Let's go back to this or that, because he didn't want to answer your question, because Netanyahu has said it. They're going to occupy all of Gaza. They call it Judea and Samaria. They're calling it a full conquest. This is, let's be honest, a nation that was formed through land theft. Then in 1967, attacked all of its neighbors and stole more land. And they did a peace deal with Egypt. Here we go, the interruptions.
Please, Rabbi, allow Cenk to finish.
He doesn't know history.
Allow Cenk to finish.
1967, Gamal Abdel
There's no point in this.
Rabbi, allow Cenk to finish. Please, Rabbi, you'll have your turn after this. Allow Cenk to finish. Allow Cenk to finish. You'll have your time to respond after this. Please, go on, Cenk.
So after they attacked all their Arab neighbors in 1967, and you could all look it up, it's a fact, they then stole the Sinai Peninsula, the Golan Heights, West Bank, Gaza Strip. They brutally occupied those areas for 58 years. They claim they're a democracy while they keep 5.5 million Palestinians as hostages and prisoners. They don't have any rights. And then they did this comical trick of, oh, we left Gaza. Oh, if anyone objects to anything we're doing, we'll just murder, this 61,000 of you. We'll put you in a concentration camp. We'll level the whole place. But you guys have independence. Does it look like Gaza has independence? So this guy keeps telling you to believe things that are so obviously not true. So, but now, since he can't defend what the Israeli government is saying, he's making up these things, these fanciful things about a vote for the Palestinians in Gaza. Are you kidding me? I would love a vote. I would love a vote. And guess what they would vote for? They would vote for an independent state. And guess what would happen next? Israel would murder them and take their land, which is what they're doing right now.
Would they vote for Hamas?
They have no freedom. Israel is not a democracy. Israel does nothing but propaganda.
Gaza. All you want is Hamas to control Gaza. You're pro-Hamas.
How many times do I have to tell you I'm against Hamas?
No. Those are words. You want Israel.
What else am I supposed to do?
Netanyahu never said he's going to occupy Gaza. He said he's going to occupy Gaza until he dismantles Hamas. That's what he said. Israel does not want Gaza.
And then what, he's going to leave? Are you really this much of a liar that you would say that they're going to leave after they occupy all of Gaza?
Let me respond.
Israel never leaves. Israel's a bully, imperial, colonial, genocidal government. The current government of Israel is a bunch of terrorists.
Won't let me speak I'm now going to speak.
I won't let you speak. Brother, this is pointless.
Cenk just said that Israel stole land. There was a 1936 Peel Report Commission where the British divided the land. The Palestinians rejected. There was a
British gave Palestinian land. One colonial gave another colonial power Palestinian land. I don't give a goddamn what the British thought of how the Palestinian land should be stolen and taken by the Israelis.
They rejected
Israel's
I want to move on, gentlemen. I've got another question. I want to move on. I want to ask the rabbi a question now.
Deal with history. Then in 1967, Gamal Abdel Nasser declared war on Israel. He closed the Straits of Iran. He kicked out all of the UN peacekeepers.
After Israel destroyed his entire air force.
No, it was before. Your ignorance is abysmal. He closed the Straits of Iran, then Israel attacked his air force. I cannot believe what you don't know. It's just shocking. Read a Wikipedia page. Now,
or little Israel just happened to take all the land.
I cannot
believe
little
Israel just happened to attack all their Arab neighbors in self-defense.
Just read a Wikipedia page before you debate me next time.
No one believes it's self-defense.
I want to move on, gentlemen. I've got a question for the rabbi. I want to move on, gentlemen. I've got a question for the rabbi. Please, Rabbi.
90% of the West Bank under Bill Clinton, who called Yasser Arafat, you said you made me a failure, Yasser Arafat. You don't want peace. You want the destruction of Israel. This has happened over.
I have a question for you, Rabbi. I have a question for you, please.
Yes.
What does victory look like for Israel?
Total destruction of Hamas to the last fighter, because they are genocidal Nazis who in their covenant say that they're going to kill every Jew on earth, including President Trump's
guys are doing to the Palestinians.
Ivanka, okay, that's the first.
You're actually
Total
doing
destruction of Hamas. Total destruction of Hamas. Number two, a free vote among the Palestinian people once they're not afraid of Hamas, because they've been mowed down, shot, killed, murdered, slaughtered, and all their money stolen by Hamas over the past 20 years. Number three, a peace treaty between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And I want to, again, this is Arabiya. God bless you, Mohammed bin Salman, most courageous man in the Arab world, who took on the Wahhabis, took on fundamentalist Muslim Brotherhood, people like Cenk. People like Cenk want to destroy the Islamic world, and people like MBS are fighting people like him, and I'm grateful.
Why would I be for Muslim Brotherhood?
You are an Islamist.
I'm an atheist.
You are a Muslim brother. Everything you say is just the talking points of the Muslim Brotherhood. You're an anti-Semite who calls Jews baboons. And
what does victory look like? And what does victory look like? Please continue.
This guy's just an inveterate, useless liar. Everything he said is a lie. So what's the point?
Victory means the toppling. Victory means the toppling of the government in Tehran, so that the people of Iran can have a free vote, not the Shah and not the Ayatollah Khamenei.
They want Iran too.
Iranian.
There's no end to their greed.
Iranian proxies of Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, they are all the problem destroying the Middle East. Every Arab country knows
Yemen.
Them.
Now they want Yemen too.
That's why you have the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords is about where you are right now in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, God willing, knowing that Iran is their common enemy and making peace with Israel. That is victory. Victory is destruction of Hamas, free votes for the people of Gaza, free votes for all of our Arab brothers and sisters, and the vision of people like Mohammed bin Salman to see a countries based on a beautiful religion called Islam, which is peace-loving. I love Islam. I love my Muslim brothers and sisters, and I despise Islamists like Cenk.
Should be super proud of your leaders if they manage to do that. But if they leave the Palestinians to die at the hands of the Israelis, and they, quote unquote, make peace with the Israelis, where the Palestinians get nothing but endless slaughter, then your leaders have betrayed you. And they've decided to work with Israel and help their genocide. If they do that, you should be livid at that betrayal of Arabs, Muslims, and Palestinians. So I hope that the Arab leaders do the right thing and push as hard as possible, not for Hamas, no one wants Hamas, but for the Palestinian people, a true independent Palestinian state. If that doesn't happen, of course you shouldn't make a deal with Israel. If you do a deal with Israel without helping the Palestinians and letting them die and starve there, then you've betrayed all Arabs and Muslims. And any leader that does that should be hated and despised. Again, though, if they get them a state, build statues of them, honor them, and respect them.
On to the rabbi.
May I respond?
Is a two-state solution possible, Rabbi?
Okay. Let me just be clear. A two-state solution, Palestinian state, was offered to our Palestinian brothers and sisters in 1936 by the Peel Commission.
Is it possible now? Is it possible now?
I'm telling you. There's 80 years of history where Israel has offered the Palestinians a state, and they have rejected it every time and resorted to violence. And Gaza is the greatest example, because Gaza was essentially a Palestinian state. Israel withdrew completely. There wasn't one IDF soldier there. And what did they do? They didn't build commerce. They didn't build universities. They took all the international aid hundreds of billions of dollars and used it just to buy rockets and build a tunnel network
had universities.
than the New York subway.
Destroyed them all.
Quiet, please. The New York subway system, larger than New York, just in order to kill Israelis. A Palestinian state, which is like Canada and Mexico, you could coexist with Israel, but there's no chance of there building a Palestinian state that is like Canada and Mexico. Right now, what we have are Palestinians who are like Cenk. They called Israel, what he just said, that I'm a monkey. They call Jews baboons, monkeys. How can you have a state with people who actually dehumanize you? I'm sitting in a city right now in Budapest.
You guys dehumanize and murder the Palestinians.
Shut your mouth, please.
This guy's justifying taking their land.
Shut your mouth, please. 550,000 Jews were murdered here in Budapest. And it was because of people like Cenk, who's serving on this.
No, it was because of people like you. It was exactly because of people like you who dehumanize Palestinians and say killing their babies is no big deal. You sound exactly like the people who murdered those Jews in the Holocaust.
I have heard blacks called baboons in my lifetime. I've heard Jews called baboons. I've just never heard it on a respectable show.
I don't actually think I've ever heard anybody called a baboon
the fact that he has called me a baboon is.
And moving to the question, Rabbi, is a two-state solution possible?
Wait. The reason why they could experiment on Jews was because of the kind of things that this Joseph Goebbels propagandist says about Jews. Cenk
is saying
Hamas.
The Palestinians cannot govern themselves, that they're subhuman.
And he calls us
ironically quoting Mengele. You sound like Mengele. Call the Palestinians subhuman one more time.
Not only am I not going to say they're not subhuman, they are my equal before God in every way. I would never call you a baboon.
That's why you murdered their children?
Joseph Goebbels anti-Semite. You are a Joseph Goebbels anti-Semite who wants Jews experimented on.
You want. No one cares. Everybody on the planet Earth knows you're a liar.
Right now.
Just very briefly, Rabbi, we're just out of time.
Right now, there cannot be a two-state solution so long as people like Cenk Uyghur, anti-Semitic to the core.
They're going to take the land.
You hear Cenk. You hear that he doesn't know anything about history. He hates Jews to the core. He's a medieval anti-Semite. He believes that Jews
defended Jews. You're the one who attacked them.
And we hear
you're the anti-Semite.
Jews who want to surrender. You love dead Jews.
Okay, gentlemen, we're just out of time. I'm going to have to leave it there.
With a conscience, you're an anti-Semite.
A state like Cenk Uyghur, whose show is named after the people who perpetrated the Armenian genocide.
He admitted they're going to take Gaza.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to have to leave it there.
They're a bunch of thieves.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to have to leave it there.
The Palestinians and take their land. That's Israel 101.
Cenk Uyghur, the host of the Young Turks, and Rabbi Shmuley, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. God bless you.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where